Just on the horizon as we ready ourselves for another thrilling round of the season. With no repeat winners in the opening 2 rounds of our championship in any of the categories, it's surely here where our favourites will come to the fore and cement themselves as championship contenders. The road will not be simple though. Not only do we increase the length of the race, it's the longest of the season so far, but we're also taking a trip to the land of the rising sun at one of the hardest racetracks not only to drive, but to manage traffic on as well. An excellent example of risk versus reward. It is, of course, round 3 of the AHU Endurance by VCO and the 6 hours of Suzuka in this morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. As always, our commentary team will feature Ewan O'Leary and Zach Sweeney a little bit later on in the broadcast. To open things out, it's myself, Lewis McLeod, Cam Roger, alongside with Mike Yao operating cameras for this broadcast. And Mr. Roger, what a difficult track this is. Suzuka, we love it. Some hate it, but it is a tricky beast.
It absolutely is. It's old school, it's narrow, it's got loads of gravel and grass runoff. There's really no room for error in some situations. So the LMP2s do have to be a little bit more careful at certain points of the track to make sure they're not putting anyone in too much danger, because you can really sort of run up on these GT3s pretty quickly through the high-speed corners. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a great race. And yeah, so yeah, old school circuit, so it generally brings those old school vibes.
Yeah, this is certainly one of those circuits which rewards the driver not only for their outright speed but consistency, race pace. With it being so difficult, we've seen some issues caused from the lap traffic, particularly on that first pass through over the opening couple of rounds at Sebring last round, and of course at Spa to open the season. Around here though, you can't really afford that around. It's so difficult, especially in the opening S's section.
Yeah, that opening part of the track is probably such a tricky section. You're going to have to be really careful with the line that you take, because if you sort of try and go around the outside of someone, then that's really going to then pinch you on the inside of the next one, and it's a continuing sequence of bends, so really one leads into the other, and that will make it quite difficult for some of those drivers to really master that over the course of the 6 hours today. And I think there's going to be a few more incidents here comparatively compared to some other tracks.
Yeah, I mean, we did have... Well, no, to be fair, we've seen our drama across, even season 1. I was going to say we certainly saw our dramas last round out, but we definitely will see some out in action today as well. But I think, it's important for us to take a little look around this race circuit. There are plenty of awards and prizes up for offer in the AHU Endurance by VCO, including the Social Butterfly Award, which last season was picked up by Summit Sim Sports for their track guides. I think it's a good time to go and catch up with them and see our pathway around such a difficult track.
Hey guys, how you going? I'm Jamie Welch, driving the number 56 Summit Sim Sport LMP2 car this weekend, and I thought we'd just take you for a quick hot lap around Suzuka. At this track, this corner sets you up for your laps. You've got to get a good exit out of the corner as fast as you can onto the throttle, mashing it as hard as you can down into the first corner. Late braking into the apex, slowing it down all the way through the curve, get it down to second gear. Then get as best exit as you can off the curb, and get into the S's. Through the S's here, keep it in third, trying to settle the car as much as you can. And then just as you come into the right, you want to drop it into second just to get that nose in around the corner, and then you're onto it again. Almost a slight lift, and then flat out all the way up through the gears again into the Degner curve. Up here, you brake at the 50 metre, try not to take any curb or else it kills you on the left-hand side, stopping the car as much as you can out of the exit. Again, back on the throttle as hard as you can into this little kick, and then flat out on the brakes to try and get into this apex, which is a very hard apex to hit, but you just got to get at it and then get in and get out as fast as you can. Now coming up towards Spoon Curve, you want to get as much momentum and hug this right-hand side and get ready for this hard braking marker. Hard on the brakes, down 2 gears. You want to take a little bit of curb, but not to drift out wide, or else that drain will pull you in. Get the apex on that left-hand side and keep the momentum up as you come down into the back straight. You want to, again, it's all about momentum this track. You want to really get into the gears, get through them as fast as you can. No lift for 130R here, absolutely nailing it onto the curb, drift it out to the outside, and then get ready for the break marker at 100 metres. Chuck it into the right-hand side, a little bit of curb on the right, a little bit of curb on the left, get onto the throttle, get a bit easy on the throttle, but you want to get onto it as hard as you can. As you can see the car wiggling around and down for a lap of Suzuka. Thank you very much for listening, and good luck to everyone this weekend.
Well, thank you once again to Summit Sim Sports for taking us around here. Last time when we came back from the track guide, we found out that they had pole position at Sebring in the Summit Sim Sports Everest car, the number 55. Unfortunately, that is not the case. They'll only have to start from 4th this time. Qualifying is already complete. But Cam, it's always good to have a little guide around the track.
Oh, it certainly is. Especially from the actual race driver's view, because, you and me, Lewis, we have a bit of driving experience in our time, but getting it from the people actually in this specific race is always very good, getting a few extra details here and there, and also from the LMP2s, because they're the ones who really have to take charge of the race, take charge of the overtakes, and really make sure they know the track to not have too many incidents. So yes, good to see them coming and doing this for a second season.
Slightly less competitors for this round in this race, so we're down to 51, which is still a lot. Of course, we were running around 60 at Sebring, but to be fair, if there is a racetrack where I think we could sacrifice a few cars, it genuinely would be here. We'll know we see some of these back later on in the season, especially at the 10 Hours of Daytona to round off that calendar season. We're splitting them with its 16 cars that are in the prototype, the LMP2 category, and then the rest of the contingent running that GTE field. And like we said, we know there's going to be a couple of issues later on in the race, but these are very, very good. Anyone who remembers back to the very first race we had in the AHU Endurance Series back in Silverstone of Season 1 will remember the absolutely thrilling battle that we saw right at the front of the field. It was absolute madness, and it was all darting, ducking, weaving, finding their way through traffic between the Lobs Esports car and the AHU team that Shane Van Gisbergen was driving. It was thrilling.
Oh, it was. This series in general has just grown from that point as well. And we've had so many amazing battles over the course of the season and a half now that we've had. And the end of the Hockenheim race is also a good one to look back on through the streams as well. So yeah, it's been so many good battles, and it's great to see that this series has come to that, because obviously when it started, obviously the grid wasn't quite as big, but it's just blown up, and then we've got on to VCO now, getting loads of partners involved, loads of teams involved, and yeah, it's really given a good platform for the Oz and NZ drivers to really put themselves forward in a sort of a more competitive environment.
Yeah, this is why VCO were backing this season. Speaking of the sim racing world, which largely focuses, particularly on the road course racing side, on the European market and how things have been over here. It's why a lot of the World Championship Series here on iRacing and elsewhere in sim racing focus on the European aspect of things. Then the oval side, obviously, it's more in the US, but there is a market everywhere else. Let's take a look then at our starting grid. Synergy Sim Racing, Wayne Bork starts from the front row for the second consecutive round, only this time it is from pole position alongside Justin Rouget in the Apex Hunters United #1 car, our championship winning car. We'll see the return of the Sim 3D Sport Predator car after departing the previous round at Sebring, and how strong were they at Spa, with Summit Sim Sports Everest in the 55 directly behind. Drop Bed Motorsport, Lockout row #3, and we'll be speaking about those a little bit later on in this race as they're supporting the charity Beyond Blue. Rival Autosport, Fishy Autosport, and then also Fishy Motorsports in 8th and 9th, and then the Frog Leap Juiced car. The other 6 competitors in the prototype category will roll their way through as the LMP category, brought to you, of course, by Grid Engineering. Now into the GT3 category. Gianni Vecchio right up there. That is a name that we are, well, to be honest, quite thrilled to see in the championship. I think there's a little bit of a mistake with the blue flag racing that I do believe might be a prototype on there, because I think Gianni Vecchio should have pole position in the category alongside Evolution Racing Team on that front row. AHU directly behind it with Brad Newman behind the wheel. The rest of them will filter their way through, and of course you can see who is on the GT3 AM pole, but a reminder that they are all fighting within the same same category, just obviously the separation as to the championships with GT3 Standard, GT3 AM. Cam, final thoughts, what can we expect in this race?
Absolute carnage, but it's going to be exciting, and especially when these LMP2s come around for lapping the first time, it's going to be pretty crazy, so get yourself involved.
6 hours. This is a long race. It is going to be a hard race. One of the hardest racetracks that you can ever wish to go racing on, and now we're throwing in multi-class racing as well. It does not get much harder than this, but the third round of the AHU Endurance by VCO about to get underway with Synergy Sim Racing on pole position just ahead of Justin Rougier for the Apex Hunters United Esports #1. The champs will have to do the work coming down to turn 1 to hook it up. Wayne Bork gets a nice little launch, and already the #1 straight into the slipstream as we are underway at Suzuka. The Sims 3D Sport Predator car was looking to the inside in the run down into turn 1, but no real action. Everyone nice and smooth and nice and calm, understanding that 6 hours is plenty long enough to go racing on this Saturday afternoon.
And now the GT3 is about to get going. Vecchio leading the way for the AHU, his debut in this season. He gets a really good start, getting a really nice lead there, coming down towards turn #1. Bit of side-by-side action, which you see this huge group of GT3s coming down the AMS and the open category all the way towards turn #1. And then we're going to be seeing who is coming out to turn #1, and it is going to be Vecchio leading the way with some nice action from the GT3s behind, actually staying pretty sort of one line, pretty clean, them knowing that it's not really the time now to be pushing each other off the track.
Yeah, great little start there from Brad Newman to get up into second position, just jumping the Evolution Racing team. Nice little launch, quite a cute little bit of teammate action. I'm sure there was a little bit of, maybe not communication, but just understanding between the two as to when to go. And that was well judged indeed. It's Porsche's 1, 2, 3 and 4. It's the Trans-Tasman car, the 184, that's dropped a little bit on that race start from 4th position down into 6th place. Easy to do, very easy to do in a race like this, to drop a couple of positions, but you've got to remember this is a long race. Just time yourself, save a little bit of fuel, pick up the slipstream where you can, and remember that there is plenty of time. It's quite a difficult racetrack though, it's hard to make those moves.
Yeah, it is. Some of the straights are fairly long, but like this one coming around a spoon corner as well, you've got this kink, and it makes it difficult going all the way around the outside before you get into the braking zone. And then again, coming out onto this back straight, you then have the wonderful, I mean, I'm about to say king, but it's really a corner of 130R before you get to the braking zone, so you need to really make your move either before or commit to after. It's quite a difficult one. You've got to find your place, which is obviously easier said than done, as we're getting the big slipstream now, coming towards this final corner, or the final sort of chicane for the first time, and it looks like no one's really making a dive just yet.
No, I think everyone's playing this very calmly. Same as well in the prototype category as well. Let's be real. That's not going to last very long. We know that they are going to get very elbows out later on in this race. This is a bit further down the order in the prototype category as we look at Chris Noble for the Alpha Aggressors Racing, just behind Fishy Motorsport and Frog Leap, under a fair amount of pressure from the analytical car. It's tricky always in this part of the track. Of course, you want to go after it. You want to find that your pathway towards the front. But it's so easy to look for a move that definitely isn't there. And so far, everyone's playing it safe.
Yeah, I think they know it's a longer race, so a lot of the races in this championship have been sort of the 4-hour mark, and now jumping up to the 6 hours. There's an extra 2 hours, which in theory doesn't sound like much, but it is quite a lot of racing still to be done, and you need to be keeping your car in shape, because they do have a fast repair, but obviously if you use that too early, then that's not going to be good.
Race lead in prototype. We've got the Justin Rougier has just gone down the inside into the Casio triangle. Justin Rougier has just made the move for the race lead. There he is, getting up into it just ahead of Synergy Sim Racing, was right on the rear end of Wayne Bork coming into the Casio triangle and straight up into the race lead. Wayne Bork's not going to fight that one. He was looking to the outside of the first couple of corners, but obviously a little bit of a defensive move and nicely chopped off. Justin Rougier hits the front.
Yeah, nice move there, getting himself into lead. Now let's see what this number 1 car can do. Can they pull away, or is this going to continue this battle? It looks like the top 4 in the prototype category are starting to pull away just a little bit, staying pretty close together, and that's going to be all important when they catch up to GTs as well, because when you're so close together like that, the cars sort of 3rd, 4th in line, they may end up getting into some awkward situations. So that could be quite an important factor in this opening part of the race. But for now, they're just trying to find their space on the track, trying to find their speed, get up to the conditions of the track as the 56 goes a bit wide there. Fishy Motorsports getting a run up towards the hairpin, bit of side-by-side action through the kink, giving each other nice amount of room. Round the outside goes Fishy Motorsports, but can they just about get the exit? I don't think they can. Yes, they can. Nice exit, bit of a sort of a V-line, getting the exit and getting the position.
Absolutely spot on from the 25 there. Brilliant little move from Paul Warwick. Oh, straight down the inside. The 56 went for that one. Oh, he's gone for a spin as well. Jamie Welch, there he is, half spin on the entry. To be fair, I mean, we only caught a very, very small part of that, but was really looking down the inside into a tricky part of this racetrack. And I don't think, at least for my money, had enough alongside to warrant any sort of track position. And so naturally in that kind of scenario, Paul Warwick was going to come across and now dropped right down to the rear end of the prototype category. A really nice move from the 25 into the hairpin. Proof you can do it around the outside.
Yeah, I was surprised at that. I thought he just went too deep, but he got such a better run because his car was a lot more straight on the exit. And yeah, really nice move there, taking advantage of the small mistake by the 56. And yeah, I think the 56, as you say, for Summit Sim Sport, just dived a little bit too late, wasn't decisive enough in the move on the inside of Spoon Corner, and just getting their front clipped, unfortunately.
It's so easily done. It is so easily done. As we take a look at the SAVRT car, which I do think looks quite nice. We'll take another look down in the GT3 category, Pursuit Sim Racing, and a little bit wide on 130R, but just trying to defend from the 111 car as a couple of issues. We'll roll back to the 56. You can see there, a little bit too deep into that second Degner, and this was the move. It is just absolutely spot on for my money. Down into the hairpin. Arjuna Kankapati likes to call this one the Kobayashi hairpin, obviously after the extreme dives that he's made. That certainly wasn't a Kobayashi-esque move to go around the outside in that fashion.
I was going to say, that's not the official name, is it? But maybe it could.
I think it's just called the hairpin. Yeah,
because he certainly had a good few overtakes and races around this venue back in the day, as we're now seeing a replay here of the Summit Sim Sport, but this time the GT car just going onto that Astro on the exit of the corner, and sort of a classic part of that track. You're really on the limit there, and if you just go slightly off the track onto the Astro, onto the curb, you lose the grip and go for a bit of a spin.
It really pulls you around that curbing exit, because where the way it's sloped, it kind of encourages you to kind of use it, because it'll maybe push you down. But if you use a little bit too much of it, it pulls that right rear, and you just go for a spin.
Yeah, and it's the way that corner is the same way on other sims as well, so it must just be the sort of design on the corner and the fact that you're just really on the limit on the outside there, pushing the rear tyre as you're trying to sort of accelerate as well, trying to hold it in the corner. But yeah, just losing the grip, going for a spin and losing some time. And then it's quite important at this point in the race, because even if you lose sort of 5 seconds, all these cars are coming past you because they're still so close together.
Do believe it's still Apex Hunters United leading 1 and 2 in the GT3 category. I keep wanting to say GTE, it's not GTE. But we are seeming the 197 has absolutely gone. Now, I'm going to assume that might well be an issue that has come across, because you don't pull out. I know we know Gianni Vecchio is a world-class driver here on iRacing, an absolute sensation. I don't think even he is possible of pulling out a 6.5 second gap in 8 minutes. So I'm assuming something's gone on here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's top level driver, you say, but we've seen some very fast driving from these cars behind as well. But yeah, that gap is certainly at quite a nice point at the moment, however it's got there. And yeah, the 169 here is looking obviously to try and, I don't know, maybe just try and keep up with him. I don't think he's going to be sort of holding up the cars behind on purpose as such.
Well, the 162 was very recently ahead of the 169, so very clearly something has happened there because they've switched over. We didn't quite catch it. I've only just spotted it myself, but they were clearly the other way around. So there is some issues brewing in the GT3 category, which I'm sure if you're a prototype driver and you're closing in on that as Fishy Motorsport, look to the inside once again as they try and work their way past the Frog Leap Juiced Racing green car. It's one thing as a prototype you just don't want. You don't want to come across an already angry GT3 category, because the moment that you do, things don't really work out too well.
Yeah, they definitely don't. As we're seeing some more battling here with the Pursuit Racing. Stewart in the car, having a bit of a slide there on the exit of turn number 1 into turn 2, and then just making contact with that car on the outside.
Easy to do, easy to do, just to drift out a little bit too wide. But I mean, if you're not hooking up the apex, then sometimes those kind of things happen. That one is one for race control to take a look at as we look at Pulse Racing Team as they'll run through. A little bit too deep into the Degners and a bit of damage. We'll speak of Pulse Racing Team, by the way, with their differing cars as we focus on Mach 1 Esports at Spoon. I think there's going to be a similar issue to what we saw earlier on, just a little bit too much curb. Oh, and right in front of the ERS and the GT3s. Nice one. Pulse Racing Team, the 281, has a special livery this round, inspired by a Hot Wheels car that was designed by cricketing icon Shane Warne. Absolutely fantastic, of course. Shame for the passing of Shane Warne in the very recent past. Speaking in terms of special liveries, though, and Pulse Racing Team, there it is. Look at that. I think that looks fantastic, especially with the material system as well. I think it absolutely looks spot on. But they are running special liveries on the 279, the 280, and the 282 in support of the Queensland and New South Wales flood appeal. Which you can go and get yourselves involved with. Absolutely fantastic. Obviously, we do like teams standing up, and helping out with charities and stuff, especially stuff like that.
Oh, absolutely. It's good to see the teams getting involved in various sorts of charity work and appeals, because it sort of gives a sort of a better vibe to the series. It's not just about the racing and the winning, it's about the other aspects to it and what you can do, obviously having your car on broadcast and the exposure to that sort of thing as well. And it seems like overall in this championship the drivers and teams are a lot more open to that sort of thing. So yeah, really good to see those teams getting involved, and if yourself as a viewer wants to get involved, then do go check them out.
And also other teams as well. They're not the only team that supports charities. And I was saying this before on the broadcast. Another one that is supporting charities is Drop Bear. They've got 3 cars in this championship, and they're all in support of Beyond Blue, which is a mental health charity in Australia to help with anxiety, depression, and suicide prevention, as well as plenty of other things. Encouraging people to speak up on mental health issues. We know, especially with how things have been the last couple of years, that especially now, it's okay not to be okay, and it's all about speaking up of that and in support of that, which I think is a very good cause as well.
Oh, absolutely. It's for lack of a better term, it's probably a bit more common than people think, and it's certainly something maybe in this sort of sim racing / gaming community that people can probably relate to, and just having the odd word here and there with your mates is very important indeed, even if it's just checking up how you are, or yourself speaking out and making that first step as well is very important. So certainly look into those things if that's something that you feel like you have a relation to. Yeah,
it's kind of one of those things where it's really very, very difficult, because people don't really want to admit that something's not quite right, but sometimes you just have to take a deep breath and roll with it. As speaking of one of the Pulse Racing Team cars, it's getting a little bit swamped there by a contingent of the prototype categories, as we are deep within each other's category, prototypes within GT3s, and things getting a little bit tricky. By the way, Synergy Sim Racing dropping down into the 3rd spot as Sims 3D Sport Predator. Antel Rafael Sabo behind the wheel has got up into 2nd spot, but a little bit behind, and dropping back even further from our race leader Justin Rigier. Little tricky, but nothing too major. We know that this is a tricky point in the race. Once they've cleared a lot of these GT3s, it is then clean air, at least for a little while. This will last a couple of passes through traffic where they're quite thick, but then we know that after an hour into this race, it's just traffic all the time.
Yeah, it's I mean, look at this on the screen. All the cars trying to get past each other, trying to find a bit of a line. GT3's going a bit wide there, LMP2's all the way down the inside, but certainly quite a difficult part of the race. And then you see there one of the LMP2s just had to back out of it a little bit, getting stuck behind, and it's certainly a bit more difficult to try and get past in those situations, because if you sort of lose a bit of momentum, as we're seeing all sorts of cars side by side here into the final chicane, try not to, I mean, they can't go full speed here, so they're just really trying to balance the throttles. And I think the 27 actually just lost a position there in the process, and now the 73 might be trying to come past them as well, with the Simrigs DPR coming around the outside towards turn number 1, but there's some GT3s in the way. Are you going to go left? Are you going to go right? And that's going to get 3 wide. Bit of contact.
That was beyond dumb. I'm just going to say
where's the Porsche gone?
It's gone. It is gone. We'll go with that at turn 1. That was not a wise move going through traffic, and that is something which Race Control will take a look at. It was James Classpool in the Simrigs.com DPR car that was going to the outside into turn 1, slotting a gap which was very obvious it wasn't a wise call for doing. The 27 had got to the inside the Alpha Aggressors racing car, and Lachlan Carpool in the Pulse Racing Team car, the Century Batteries one, was just sat in the middle being like, I don't know when and where I can turn, and had to pay the price, which I think is a very rough deal for the GT3.
Yeah, just seen it on the other screen as well. Yeah, that is a difficult position to be put in. Prototype either side of you as you come towards a very tricky corner. That is turn number 1, and hitting the barrier there, unfortunately, on the outside. When you are in that position as the prototype, especially on the outside, was there maybe a bit more contact there with the Ferrari, the Macan Turbo Ferrari there, going off the track, actually losing position. And even in the background, we're seeing more cars, more contact in the background. These drivers need to just calm down the tiniest bits. This is the first time the LMP2s are coming past the GT3s. We've already seen about 3-4 bits of contact just this lap.
Well, I mean, we've seen this a few times though within the championship. I mean, look at the report list that we had from round 2 and round 1. It is absolutely monstrous, and the likes of Shane van Gisbergen, who took a step out of the race at Spa to assist with race control GTs, Simon Black and that lot, all behind the scenes of the championship. They've got a lot to do on afternoons like this, and the 3 rounds of the championship, we've had our fun, our entertainment, but there have been a large amount of issues, particularly coming from lapping of traffic. We know that some of the prototypes, when they're getting involved in their own race, they like to go a little bit too aggressive into traffic, but as we've always said, it's always the higher category car that is the one that basically guides their way through traffic, and it's their responsibility to do it cleanly. Brad Newman, by the way, in the Apex Hunters United 169, just saw him dropping down the GT3 Pro Tower, continuing to have issues, has had one going into Dunlop, I believe.
Yes, definitely some cars going off the track here and there. Let's see a replay of what's going to happen. Yeah, the Fishy Motorsports there going up I mean, that's a very bold overtaking corner, I have to say, up the inside of that corner. I mean, that is difficult enough on your own. And then the 169 there just getting hit off from second in class, having a bit of contact, and yeah, he's probably going to be struggling to fight for the race win at this moment in time. Is this getting side by side once again round Spoon Corner with the other Fishy Motorsports car, the number 8, and the 42 there's just going to lose out. Alpha Aggressor is going to lose out there, and then we're going to see Analytical come past.
Yeah, they were sat behind the car, but I will give them some plaudits that they were sat there and they didn't panic. They didn't go, right, I've got to get back in line, as more cars are being fired off left, right and centre from this little battle, as simrigs.com looking down the inside, trying to get past the analytical car. A little bit of a hip check between the 73 and the 43 on the departure of the Casio triangle, and the 73 has gained that spot and back inside, well inside the top 10 now, as a gain of 3 spots on that lap, just courtesy of how mad this little battle is. But yeah, big shout out to Alpha Aggressors just for not trying to slot their way back in line. Kind of one of those things that we see in oval racing when you get freight trained and stuff and people panic and they try and force their way back into the faster line, and then suddenly, boom, big crash happens. So in that sense, very easy to have messed that one up, and certainly didn't.
Yeah, this is some very tricky situations are coming here, but it's just when these LMP2s are so close, and the first car sort of gets stuck, and then the second one slows down a bit, but then the third car, he's still coming in at full pelt, and just obviously doesn't read the situation quick enough, can't quite see the room as such. And yeah, that's yeah, it's a bit of a shame to see some of the GT3s sort of getting pushed and pulled around, as you're mentioning a lap ago, Lewis. It is the responsibility of the faster class to make sure they are overtaking safely. The GT3s just need to stay on their line, do their thing, and make sure they're being predictable. But yeah, on the flip side is LMP2. You want to get past as quick as possible when you've got 5 cars behind you as well.
You are going to be absolutely shocked to your core to hear that the 169 Apex Hunters United esports car have reported Fishy Motorsports, that 25 that's just coming around the outside here. They've reported. Absolutely shocked. No, of course not. It was a bit of a dull move into Dunlop, and if there is one move that I have seen today that is, in my opinion, a slam dunk penalty, it would be that one. By the way, we have had one penalty today. It wasn't actually for anything during this race, but Billabong Racing, because of a car change, they went from a Lambo to a Porsche for this round, which, by the way, seems like a good call considering how well the Porsches are running around this venue at Suzuka. They receive a penalty, as is part of the ruling. It is a stop and go penalty. It's a pretty harsh penalty, but if you're going to change the car mid-season, it's going to be a harsh call. Kind of, if you're doing that, you're doing it not for this round. You're doing it for a round later on in the season. So, I think that's a fair one.
Yeah, especially now when we got 3 races left after this. If there's a car that you really think is better, then for those 3 races, that's obviously going to be quite a few positions you might gain in those races. But then you got to take your hit at some point, which is good to see, because otherwise teams will be changing cars every single race just depending on which one is better, which is kind of like completely against the whole point of what BOP is trying to do. Obviously not perfect, but yeah, so it's certainly good to see that some teams do want to change car though, and risk that for later on in the season.
Like I say, I mean, I'm all for the changes of car. I'm absolutely all for it, but like I say, there needs to be some form of penalty. One place where there won't be penalties, by the way, for changing cars, and speaking of VCO, is the VCO Grand Slam. iRacing official races, the likes of the Daytona 24 and such, which run earlier in the year. These special events that we've seen time and time again as we're watching with the 101. Little bit of a hip deck there. Okay, that is not pretty. No, Vendeval getting sent off the road a little bit there. I think it was Summit Simsports, might have been the Everest car that was coming through. Could have been K2. Well, it's one of the two. Take your choice. That was not pretty. That was pretty rough. But by the way, the VCO Grand Slams are back, starting with Sebring and the 12 hours I think it's next weekend, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, I don't know what you make of that one there, Cam. That was less than ideal. Suboptimal.
Suboptimal. I love that term. Yes, that was not nice, and it's just what we were saying in the pre-show as well. This track is old school. It's got sort of thin parts of the track, narrow parts of the track. It's got some kinks before some important corners, and that was one of them. And unfortunately, just sending up the inside. You've got to be so careful with when you make your move. And as the LMP2, obviously the throttle, as they say, goes both ways, and that may have been one to just back out of it the tiniest bit, because sending up the inside of a kink there when a GT3 is really on the limit, even though for P2 it's easy, but GT's a bit on the limit. Yeah, very difficult indeed as we are on board with this analytical car, the number 43, going around the outside of the 73 into turn 1, and now is on the back of Fishy Motorsports. And this could be quite an important move because there's already a decent sized gap opening up in front of him.
Speaking of Fishy Motorsports, not the 8 though, we'll speak of the 25, Paul Warwick. Had a great move earlier on in the race with the outside one at the... I'm going to go for it. I'm going to keep calling it the Kobayashi hairpin. I think it works. But great move then. Less so a little bit later on. Has received a drive-through penalty for that move, or the attempt rather, to get past lap traffic on the 169. So a penalty is going their way in the form of a drive-through, which I think is fair enough and very predictable. I think even they would have sat there and gone, right, that's a penalty.
Yeah, drive-through isn't horrible around here, but it's certainly one of the longer ones in the world, and also you just generally because of the way the getting a bit of side-by-side action. Now Fisher Motorsports going a bit wide, Analytical coming down the inside, and is the Simrix car going to be able to try and get past? Not quite at this moment, but that is 2 moves into turn 1 in 2 laps for the number 43.
Yeah, nice little tidy one. But the thing is, the slipstream. I was saying not too long ago on this broadcast, it's quite hard to pass around here. I'll take that one back. Clearly, it isn't. Somewhere where it is a little bit difficult to pass, though, is in the GT3 category. I'm not sure if that gap is correct. I'm looking at it. It is correct. I think, genuinely, Gianni Vecchio, there's been a lot of issues within this GT3 category, don't get me wrong, but I think Gianni Vecchio genuinely, hand on heart, has an 18-second lead.
That is pretty crazy because...
He's quite good.
By my maths, that's like a second and a half a lap, give or take.
In that vein. It really is in that vein.
That is pretty crazy, as we've seen a bit of side-by-side action there into the kink, and you see he would just he has the time just to back out of that kink a little bit, just let the LMP2 go past, doesn't have to fight for every single centimetre of the track. And yeah, that's a big gap as well, because sometimes we see that come over in the course of maybe 2 stints, and he's done that in not even half.
Obviously, there's a few things to counter in here. You know, importantly, the GT3s have had their issues. Of course, think of the amount of cars that have been in that second spot within the GT3 category in the opening 25 minutes of this race. Fair enough. But also, Gianni Vecchio is incredibly fast, whether it's racing here, whether it's racing in the BMW Sim GT Cup or in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, wherever Gianni Vecchio decides to race. He's a Team Redline driver, and anyone who doesn't know the name Team Redline, I mean, welcome to sim racing. Team Redline, one of the largest outfits in the entirety of sim racing, and they are one of the fastest as well. Gianni Vecchio is one of their flagship drivers, and so kind of makes sense. Another one of their drivers, of course, is Shane van Gisbergen, who is partnering in that car. It was the expectation that they were going to be strong today, but remember that these gaps can all be eliminated in the click of a finger, dependent on whether race control bring out a safety car. Now, we've seen a safety car in most of the races that we've run in the AHU Endurance Season 1 and Season 2. The only race where we avoided a safety car over the running of the race was, of course, that round in Motegi as the Lobs Falcon car gets past the rival Autosport one down into turn 1. They're marching forward a little bit, and they had great pace at Spa, did the Lobs Falcon. Did not qualify well around here, but already marching their way towards the front.
Yeah, nice clean move there, getting up the positions, and to be honest, they're quite close towards that battle for the podium as well. So the places could still come for this Lobs Falcon racing car. Just got a couple of Porsches in front of them to try and navigate, but certainly pretty good indeed. And that Jared Filso, he was in the LMP2 last season, wasn't he?
Correct.
But a couple of the teams actually jumping down to the GT3 this season, which is quite an interesting choice, but it's certainly made the GT3 a lot more competitive, let's say, than what we saw last year.
That's why, yeah, definitely why we've got 2 categories within the GT3s. Where GT3 last season was the GT3 category as a whole was designed to be the AM category, as Alpha Aggressors tried to go around the outside of the Simrigs.com DPR car, Fishy Motorsports as well, with a little bit of lap traffic just in their way, managing to navigate. It's opened the door though. Ooh, that was the Team Kraken car that nearly Alpha Aggressors found their pathway past, but not quite yet. But yeah, GT3s last season, it was that was the amateur category. Now we have GT3 Pro and GT3 Am. Of course, it is all a part of the overall GT3 category. We've not seen a GT3 Am finish inside of the top 10 of the race, but they have run inside the top 10 of the GT3 category on plenty of occasions. As another switch on this field as Drop Bear Motorsports clear their way past, although that is instantly reversed by rival Autosport, getting back down the inside into the spoon curve, and a little bit of a kick on the rear end might open the door coming down into 130R for Drop Bear and Brady Carr to come back through.
Oh, a bit of side-by-side action in 130R, certainly to be advised against. So sometimes you have to just lift off a little bit, try and get a bit of a run actually through into the chicane, the Casio triangle, but round the outside there and getting the move on the GT3 is a little bit risky, but trying to keep up with that car in front of him, but looks like just lost out a few more tenths there and isn't going to be able to come back into turn one.
No, whilst we were focusing, by the way, on Jared Filsell, because obviously Filsell was the one that was battling out with Van Gisbergen in that round one at Silverstone in season one, which was absolutely entertaining. That Lobs Falcon car did win the first race of this season back at Spa. Well, they had good pace, so it was all right. But they didn't take part in the round at Spa, at Sebring, sorry. I don't know if it was a scheduling conflict or whatnot, but either way, they weren't there at the Sebring round, and so we kind of missed them. They do have 300 points their name, but it is courtesy of that victory, as the response after being sent off from the 169 seems to be working out fairly well. Brad Newman getting straight back up to speed and focusing his eyes forward on the rival Autosport car that sits directly ahead. Brad Newman, by the way, sharing the car with Richie Stanaway, who obviously in the real world of Australian motorsport, and even done his fair share of European motorsport in open wheelers and such. Fantastic young talent, and I think it was pole position, or might have just been leading back at Sandown a few years ago in the absolute pouring, torrid conditions in V8 supercars. Obviously a very, very talented driver. Watch out for that 169 to come back quite strong from their earlier issues.
Yeah, I definitely think that car can do so. Obviously, it's just probably the damage factor that is going to hinder them. Obviously, they do have the fast repair, but do you want to use that at the earlier point in the race? That is certainly quite tricky. It's a long race, and if you get a bit more damage later on, you've already used the fast repair, then your race is pretty much done. So, difficult point for you to choose when to do that. But as you're saying, Lewis, the safety car can be an important factor, and with all the crashing and the damage that we've seen so far, there's surely got to be a safety car come out at some point.
It feels like it is an inevitability at some point within this round that we are going to see a safety car out in action. Whether we do or not, it remains to be seen. It's sort of like a kind of guarantee. We're expecting it, but to be fair, if we don't get one, it's like, well, fair enough. Like I said, we didn't get one at Motegi. We had quite a few issues in the early stages of Motegi the last time we raced in the Land Down Under. And Land Down Under? The Land of the Rising Sun, the other one. That one's slightly north of the Land Down Under. I'm with it. It's still early in the morning over here in the UK. I could still see us getting through. Well, represent. Here we have a McLaren MP4-12C. The flamethrower's back out. Did not realise we'd see one. This one was actually pulled. We weren't supposed to get the McLaren MP4-12C. And then eventually it was just like, go on then. Go on then. We'll have it.
Well, it was used quite a lot at Bathurst a month ago. I guess that's obviously depending on the different rules, different BOPs for that event. But it was used quite a lot. Interesting to see it, as you say, the big flamethrower onto the brakes, looking really good with quite a striking livery as well. Yeah,
I do love. Look, I'm one of these ones that sort of I want to see the 720. Yeah, I want to see modern GT3s on the grid, because it is someone, I think it might have been actually David Christie, who's keeping his eye on the broadcast, who might have said it was a bit immersion breaking, seeing the MP4-12C taking victory in that, and in fairly dominant fashion, of course, in the hands of one Mr. Max Verstappen and Enzo Benito. Was it Enzo Benito who was in the car with him? Oh, whatever.
No, it was Luke Bennett.
Luke Bennett, of course it was Luke Bennett. Yeah, Enzo Benito was last year with Max Verstappen. Jared Bailey, though, down the inside into turn 1. There might be a little bit of contact with the Ferrari here, as also the Alfa Aggressor's car just coming through on the inside. A little bit tricky there at turn 1. And the 96, the Frog Leap juiced Racing green car sat directly behind the 27. The other Alfa Aggressor's racing car and some Simsports coming through. All a bit chaotic there. Pat Gallo losing out so much time there on the McLaren. But yeah, it was a bit immersion braking. But to be fair, I do love the MP4-12C. It's a sick car, and that flamethrower. People were like, "Nah, that's not real. That's fake." Go and watch. You can't anymore, lol. But go and watch the MP4-12C. Any footage of it racing back in the earlier 2010s. It honestly that happens.
Yeah, it's I think one of the Magnum Turbo sign goes off in the background. But yes, you're right. And even the road cars as well, McLarens in general, they're just known to be spitting flames out the back with those sort of top-mounted exhausts pointing straight upwards as well. But yeah, I'm sure the newer 720 will be getting involved at some point, because it is a very commonly used car. Well, I mean, I'm guessing it, but I do think it will be coming at some point, because it is a very prominent car used quite a lot in real life. But let's see what happens. But that 12C is certainly one for the history books. And as you say, it might be sort of 10 years old now, but it's looking good.
I mean, the 720 has been out for a few years in the real world of motorsport. It's not as if it's a brand new car. Now, whilst iRacing do implement cars like the brand new BMW M4 very, very quickly, in fact, even before it was homologated and raced properly, they had it on the service for quite a while. Some cars do evade that. I do think we do need to see some more GT3s on the service, but I kind of understand why not. Pitters, by the way, in the prototype category, very much underway. The early stops coming in. Alfa Aggressors Racing 42 coming down to pit lane. Obviously, the expectation is that we're not going to see any tyre changes, at least for the prototype category in the very early stages of the race. Track temperature, I think, is a fairly reasonable 38 degrees. It's a bit toasty, but nothing extreme.
Yeah, nothing too bad. And I think in general, just also always, we see a massive dive there. 127 coming down the inside and getting that position on that car. Well, that was a really late move, getting up the inside there. A bit surprised to see such a late dive in the same class, but he's made it work, and actually coming up towards one of the BMWs in front of him as well. Just to wonder actually if there's a bit of a sort of lapping situation almost. Is he getting past there up the inside of the 128, losing 2 positions there and getting hit off as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a bit of netcode going the way of Jake Maloney in the Trans-Tasman racing car. That's one of the cars that's right up there in the championship hunt after a podium at Spa, a top 5 at Sebring. That is going to be a little bit trickier for the 128. Of course, Trans-Tasman in the other car, or one of the other cars they've got, and the 177 was victorious last round out. So, fair enough. That one not going their way. Door just open a little bit. Billabong Development, Pursuit Sim Racing, just a little bit of chaos. Kind of as expected on the exit spin when you're trying to make it side by side.
Yeah, we're seeing some interesting racing from these guys, but going to the absolute limit, which is also what we like to see. Going over the limit a few times, but certainly pushing the limits of what is possible in these cars and in with these driving. And that's the sign that we've seen, I think, through this the whole time of this championship, is the drivers, obviously maybe some of these drivers not on the absolute highest level, but still giving it absolutely everything in a competitive championship, and really just coming out here for some fun, but then taking it quite seriously at the same time. It's an interesting mix.
So talk to us about the difficulties of managing traffic in a race like this and not losing too much time when coming through. And that's on both ends, whether it is in the form of a prototype category or just not losing too much time as a GT3. What can you do as a GT3 not to lose time?
Yeah, so done a bit
Or
of
not to lose as
racing.
much time.
Yeah, done a bit of racing in both categories over time, and I think as the slower class, and in GT3s in this case, what you have to do is you have to, well, be looking in your mirrors to try and work out what's coming, and maybe having like the relative time so you know what cars are coming up on you. But you also have to have in your head that you don't have to fight for every single millimeter of the track, and sometimes it's about your cooperation, not necessarily gifting them the position because it is your responsibility to stay on the line, etc. But sometimes you can just be a little bit more lenient and just help the situation. If you see a situation coming and you can avoid it, then it's best to do so because it's obviously in the best interest. And sometimes maybe that's just breaking the tiniest bit earlier, just letting them come down the inside of you. Or as we saw Vecchio into the kink before the hairpin, just taking a slightly wider line, letting the LMP2 go through. You're going to lose a couple of tenths, but overall you're going to get a bit further into the race.
Vecchio's lead, still growing, but not quite to the degree that it was earlier, running about half a second faster than the Trans-Tasman car of Ross Rizzo, directly behind. And by directly, I mean like 25 seconds back, as we return to a fair battle for 6th place in class. Apex Hunters United, the 169, of course, of Brad Newman. We know that the GT3 category will pit around the hour mark, maybe slightly later, slightly before. WEH E-Racing in the 111 car behind the Apex Hunters. Lobs Falcon also in that battle, and Injectors Online Racing Thomas Hinsey also involved in that battle as Fishy Motorsports defend from Simrigs.com DPR. Obviously an action-packed opening 40 minutes here. It has meant that some cars have been burning fuel, other cars have not, considering we've seen a couple of the prototype category pitting even five minutes earlier. A lot of these are spreading the fuel out lots further than everyone else, which I think is interesting to see such a large split even on the first stint.
Oh yeah, definitely something that can be done around here. I would say it's a bit of fuel saving through sort of sector 1, sector 2. There's a lot of places where you can really sort of roll off the throttle a little bit and save fuel that way. But also into like turn 1 here as the number 8 comes into the pit lane with a lot of the LMP2s. Coming to turn 1, you can redo a bit of lifting coast as well, as we're seeing a bit of side-by-side action. Thomas Hinz there losing a position to that Lamborghini. Yeah,
James Stewart just getting through. That was courtesy of an issue from Thomas Hinz a couple of corners ago. I believe he had an issue down at Spoon Curve, and I'd almost say we don't even need a replay of that one. I guarantee we know what's happened there. I'm going to assume Thomas Hinz has just run it a little bit onto that curb on the right-hand side. We'll take a look anyway and see if we can confirm our theory just to see what happened here. Obviously running in that little train that we're speaking of. The WEH E-Racing car was wide himself, and then Thomas Hinz just taking it. I've said, like, with corners like this, especially with how the tarmac is with, you know, AstroTurf and stuff, is that you were seeing some cars going much wider than Hinz was there. Now, this is the thing, is that you've got your final. Either you stay well within track limits or you go well over it. If you're kind of in that middle ground, that sweet spot, it's just enough where the grip differential either side of the wheels is just enough to throw you around. And it's kind of like, if you know that you're going to get quite close to going off, just open the steering, take the 1X for the off track, and just run wide, come back on. Yes, it's probably a bit slower. Yes, dirty tyres, etc. But that is the better option.
Yeah, what you saw with the Lamborghini, who's now just come past him, actually did in the background, he sort of he straddled it, he went 2 tyres over. With Hinz, the issue was he just clipped that rear tyre, and you're really sort of leaning on it at that point. And obviously when you get just that 1 tyre on rather than the 2 and the whole side, there's obviously the imbalance there, which is why you go for a bit of a spin. So yeah, as you say, sometimes you just need to open it up, just straddle the curb, go a bit wide, maybe take the 1X and continue on your way, because going for a spin is obviously not the fastest way of getting around this 6 hours.
Well, in the prototype category, the Apex Hunters United Esports car has retaken the race lead, courtesy of pit stops being completed by others. There's our race leader in the number 1 car, Justin Rougier. The other cars been into the pit lane. I'm pretty sure all of them have been in now. Rival Autosports departing the pit lane. I think there might be a drive. Nope, it's still Christopher Norton. I don't think anyone's going to do a driver swap in the prototype, although they shouldn't really be doing a driver swap in the prototype category this early in the race, mostly based on the fact of should really be double stinting tyres at this point.
And also just the stints are so short. With a 6-hour race, if you're swapping every 40 minutes, then that's I don't know, just it seems to make the race a little bit longer as such. Obviously in the 4-hour races, it's especially in the GT3 category, as we've seen a few times, drivers are switching in the stints, even if they do keep the tyres, as we've seen Magen Turbo there, going down the inside in towards turn number 1. And getting up that position, obviously on one of the pro cars. But yeah, I would expect some of the GT3s maybe to do so, but especially for the P2s, with the stints being so short, the drivers themselves are probably going to want to drive for over an hour before getting out anyway.
Now, look at this, though, for the Magen Turbo car. This was the one, by the way, that when we kind of saw it going off at the second Degner, just past one of the Mach 1 Esports cars, and look what's just on the horizon. Oh, there's 2 of them. It's just, oh my goodness me, they're duplicating, they're multiplying, there's more of them. How?
Different cars as well, actually. There's a Ferrari
as well. The one that he's just passed, though, has Carl George, was their pro car. You said that right, the 122, their pro vehicle. That's at this point of the race. They do have another one in the 144 that's a bit further up the order. But the next 2 that he's got to come across are both for position, not only in the overall GT3 category, which points are paid for from first down to 30th, so plenty of points up for offer, but also the added points, the added bonus of taking extra points in the GT3 AM category, which these drivers and teams are all fighting for in position. So yeah, it's kind of important spots, despite it being a 20th position and that lot maybe a bit further down the road. It's not just about getting inside the top 20, it's about battling for positions within that GT3 AM category. It's why the AM category exists. It's for these drivers that are maybe a little bit newer to sim racing, maybe a little bit more inexperienced, to go out and have some fun and enjoy it like everyone else.
The ironic thing here is that the 2 Mach 1 Esports AM cars are ahead of the pro car in this instance. I'm sure that might change over the course of the race, but yeah, you can see the red numbers and the red little stripe on the window that denotes the AM category. Also with the Coach Dave Academy on the window as well, and then the ones with the SimLab on the window just behind them is the pro class. So there's just your little indicator of which is which, but as you say, it's one big class, so the AMs can take points away from the pro guys, but then AM obviously have their separate category as well that they're fighting for position. So it's quite good for these AM cars, effectively having 2 potential chances of getting a podium.
Well, just remember that 223 car that is behind the Magen Turbo Motorsport, that Ferrari, that is your championship leader in the GT3 AM category, and they'd desperately like to hang on to that and even continue it as we pass the halfway point of the season. 7th place at the moment for AM, but could well be a top 5. We know that this is a category that can chop and change very, very quickly indeed. Said before, over the last couple of rounds, we have had a GT3 AM car running inside the top 10 in both of the previous races, but they never really finish there. They don't finish that high typically within the races, just because it's fine running the opening couple of stints up there, but then sometimes it can fall apart. The highest placed one at the moment is a little bit of an aggressive move there down the inside of the Trans-Tasman car from the Frog Leap Juiced Racing Green. Got to keep their eye on the Summit Sim Sports K2 car behind. The highest placed one is the Billabong Development car, the 234, which sits just outside of the top 10, as here comes Summit Sim Sports down the inside at T1.
Oh, that is such an aggressive move. They're still side by side, actually on the exit of turn number 2, coming up towards 3, and the 56 car for Summit Sim Sport having to back out of that one, but that was a good attempt at least down towards turn number 1 and 2, but unfortunately just not quite having the exit there. But now around the outside, might be able to use this GT3 to their advantage. Up the inside of Dunlop, can he get both cars? We've seen contact here before. Yes, he can. At the second time of asking in Sector 1, managing to get past.
Yeah, that was very, very brave, especially on the inside of an AM car. You know, they do know there is AM written on the rear end. Also, if anyone can just spot on the rear end of that Lamborghini for Brock Gilchrist, it does say driver training in progress as well on the rear end, and you know, it's a bright blue rear end with black text. It stands out along with the AM logo. There it is, right in the middle of the rear of the car. So you cannot miss this one being an AM. And yeah, like you say, you've got to be a little careful when lapping the AMs. You've got to, as a prototype car, you've got to treat them differently. You've got to drive slightly differently around the AMs than you do around the pro cars, because the experience, the pro cars, they're more likely to see you coming than an AM. And AM is struggling, for the most part. Obviously, this is kind of almost doing them a disservice, but they're keeping it, or they're focused on keeping themselves on the racetrack more so than anything else. Let alone you diving them down the inside from 3.5k back.
Yeah, it's not just about the speed, because as you said, we're seeing a few of the AM cars actually sort of being up to, not necessarily towards the front of the overall race, but not necessarily just being at the back. But it's really the experience of the traffic and the knowledge of that that is the important part here with them being in that category. So as you say, just having that little bit of extra caution can always help. As we've seen Velocity Motorsports here, Peter Hunter coming towards the final chicane and is actually just going a bit wide and then getting overtaken there from the number 1 car, missing that first apex.
Yeah, race leaders there coming through and getting probably the easiest move that you'll make on lap traffic. And sometimes when that happens, you think, oh, lovely. Other times when that happens, you think, oh, no. Mostly based on the fact that you don't really know where they're going to go. They're going to rejoin straight onto the apex. They're just going to floor it and go straight onto the racing line. I mean, we've commentated on plenty of races in the recent past and have seen plenty of those style of issues of people just rejoining the race circuit at weird, not ideal angles, as we focus on Daniel Yeaman in the Drop Bear Motorsport and Cozy car. This one he's sharing with Ethan Bass, who was complaining that I said he doesn't sound like a normal Scotsman. But, we'll roll with it.
Yeah, there's certainly a couple of maybe fake Scots rolling around these. Is there another? Is there one in the commentary? Yeah, there may be. Who knows? We'll cut to this replay anyway. A bit of flashing up the inside of Degner 1. That is not where Mach 1 Esports would have wanted the LMP2 coming. And
highest place car.
I think that's maybe one of those points where just because you're flashing coming past doesn't mean they are just going to jump out your way, because Degner 1 is hard enough on your own. It's a one-line corner. You've got to aim for that apex and really be on the limit, let alone having LMP2 dive a bit late down your inside.
It's one thing that you don't want, it's why I've always said in endurance racing, I do not race in the slower category. And it's not because I'm God amongst men, I'm the greatest driver known to mankind, I've always got to be in the highest category. None of that, although I am. I'm not. It's because I don't like the idea that it's out of my control what's going to happen in this sort of instance. I like the idea that I'm the one that's deciding whether I'm going through on traffic or not, and that's why I like being in the higher category more so than in the GT3, because in the lower category you are genuinely at the mercy and at the skill level of the other cars passing you, and when you have that, you're approaching a difficult corner and you've got a prototype flashing you. They're not flashing you to be like I'm just going to come through whenever. They're flashing you to be like, at the next corner, I'm going to be on your inside. Turn in, don't pick your poison, go for it, as the flamethrower is being lit up once more for the Rapid Team Rennsport. But when they're just going for it. They are going to dive it down the inside, whether you like it or not. And I absolutely hate that.
Oh, I can't remember that synergy there. Sorry, just making a bit of contact. But yeah, I completely agree with you. And this is where I know it's not really used so much in iRacing anymore, but back in the day when it was the P1 or P1, P2 GT, something along those lines, if you're in that middle class as well, that is a difficult situation to be in, because you're doing both at the same time, which is always a bit of a tricky one, because you're being the one sort of being aggressive, trying to get past those GT3s, and all of a sudden a P1 is flying past you, especially with the old hybrid coming out some corners as well, getting very interesting. So yeah, it's actually being in those slow classes is not, I should say, fully in your control. So you do have to, which is always interesting, because like in this, there's a lot more GT cars. There's, for some reason, the lower classes always get filled up a bit more, but I'm in agreement with you. I'd always prefer to have a bit more control of my race in the faster class.
I think it's mostly the fact that the GT3s, especially with also the updates that I was, of course we are in week 13 here on iRacing as we change builds and stuff, and bits and bobs are being changed across the boards. And the GT3s are definitely easier to drive than the prototype. I've really struggled driving this LMP2 car, the Dallara P217. It's not an easy beast. Just because it's got traction control and ABS does not mean anything. By the way, a battle that we're getting on the grid towards the upper end of the GT3 AM category, Mag and Turbo 223. We're going to go 3 wide down into turn 1. The two teammates and Mag and Turbo. Carl George gets to the inside. Backing out of it was the first of the... Oh, it's got both of them. My goodness. And look at coming through as well. I was not expecting that. Through all of this, but a little bit of contact. Jared Bailey comes through. Henry Thomas Kersher was the one who basically had to pay the entirety of the invoice down in turn 1 rather than splitting the bill with his teammate. And Pat Gallo only drops the 1 position. Kyle George gains 2.
Yeah, that was a great bit of racing. Very sort of taking a risk down into turn number 1, but Megan Turbo getting that position nicely. And now we're seeing Bailey trying to get up another position here. Another one of the Mach 1 Esports cars who are now about to be 3 in a line if he can make this overtake work on the 277 up towards the hairpin. He's going to set a dive down the inside now, just going to try and get a position to get a bit of a better run, and actually just catches up too much in the mid corner and loses his momentum.
I mean, just... I would not take it 3 wide this early in a race, is what I can say. No. That was brave. Maybe that's a little bit of the AM side of things. You know, a little bit wide there from one of the Mach 1 Esports cars. But yeah, maybe that's a bit of the AM side of things. You know, less experience, but kind of more heart. If you kind of get, you know, they're driving with like, oh, I can make this, I can do this. As Wayne Bork returns to pit lane in the number 89, a bit early for a second stop. So I'm going to assume that we have a note from race control. We do have a couple coming through, which I will read and update you on in a couple of moments' time whilst we're watching this battle. The Mach 1 Esports cars are just sat in line behind the Rapid Team Rennsport McLaren, and they are getting doused in flames.
Although the 1-2 has now got past his 2 category teammates, so they've sort of had a bit of a role reversal there, but certainly all those 5-6 positions in the GT3 category spinning around completely in the last couple of laps and going for some interesting moves. As you say, 3 wide is always an interesting situation, because when you're 2 wide, you both know you're there, you both can calculate the sort of the distance and the speed between yourselves. When you're 3 wide, there's one other car there that you can't really control or calculate as, especially if you're on the left or the right. You can't even see the 3rd car. So it's certainly a risky move, and so paid off in that instance, but we have seen plenty of times where that doesn't quite pay off.
Indeed. Right, let's update you with some penalties. That the 89 that came into pit lane, there is no penalty for it, so I'm kind of at a loss for words as to what has gone on with that car, but either way, issues, I guess. By the way, a point penalty was given to the number 22 Drop Bear Motorsport SBM for an issue from Cameron Dance. A drive-through penalty was given to the number 42 Alpha Aggressors Racing. Chris Noble was dished out that one. Another points penalties going the way of car 11 and car 58. 11 is the SA VRT, and the 58 is the Rival Autosport car. Let me just give you one little bit of information about all of those. I don't know if you picked up on them. I'm giving you out, 11s, 58s, 27s. They're all prototypes. Every single one of those is a prototype. Now, I know obviously prototypes are mostly picking those up from lap traffic and stuff, but they are all prototypes, the penalties.
Yeah, that's because, as we were mentioning, the responsibility is for those guys to make the overtakes safely and cleanly, and unfortunately we have seen a few dives here and there when lapping traffic, as we're seeing now. Wayne Book going up the inside now of the 73, the Simrigs DPR car, coming towards turn 1, and that's a pretty nice and easy overtake, to be honest. That is how you want the overtakes to happen, as he jumps up into 8th place.
So I wonder if this was their second stop. I wonder if they're trying something a little bit here on strategy, because it wasn't long, unless it was a drive-through.
Would it be a drive-through for cuts?
No. I mean, you can get a drive-through penalty for track excursions and stuff, but it is after 70 instant points. And if you're racking up 70 instant points in 58 minutes, you need a ban, to be perfectly honest. And I don't think Wayne Bork has been in that at all. Like, look at the car. That is not a car that has racked up 70 instant points in the opening hour of this race. I'm wondering if there is more of a strategic element to this, i.e. triple stinting tyres. I've said this before. People are just like, well, if you just take the fuel tank all the way to its maximum, then it'll be fine. And like, that's not always the best option. Sometimes, as I found out in my own short racing experience with endurance racing, I didn't live too long because I was very bad. My teammates there were great, and we found at Le Mans that it was the idea of running shorter stints that were 2 laps shorter than the furthest we could take the tank. But in doing so, we could triple stint the tyres, which we worked out would actually save us time by the end of the race. Yes, it's a bit of a wacky strategy, it's a bit out there, and it is super aggressive, but you're always running a car that is slightly lighter, that is better on its tyres, and is faster. And you're not changing tyres as much. It's those kind of things, thinking outside the box on strategy, that can sometimes win you races. Whether that is what Wayne Bork's doing and the Synergy Sim Racing team, we have no idea. But it is an idea, it is a theory out there that maybe there is a strategic element to what is going on here to try and push the boundaries of what the 89 is capable of, to maybe bring them into the picture a little bit later on in the race.
It is interesting you say that, because I used to do this a couple of years ago back on, do you remember the McLaren Senna that we used to run on different sim? Had a huge fuel tank, because it was basically like a beefed up GT car. So the GT car tank was like 125 litres. But
you do an hour and 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, it was like well over an hour, because the fuel consumption wasn't actually so bad. So what we did in my team, we actually did enough fuel to do an hour. So say in a 4-hour race, we'd have 4 1-hour stints like a GT car, but obviously everyone else would go further and further. And we were effectively running lighter for a lot longer. We had less tyre wear, etc. And we actually ended up gaining time from that because of the amount of time that you saved. But as we've seen, those on the Fishy Motorsports cars going off there, that could have been a big crash actually. Maybe some damage in that car. But I think in the LMP2s, because the tank is so small, you're not gaining time just from the weight like we were in that scenario. So you might be right that they're trying to do something on the tyres, but I don't know. We'll have to find out.
Paul Warwick coming into pit lane, by the way, in the Fishy Motorsports 25 car, the one that has very serious damage on the rear end. Just slowed down. Lachlan Carpel coming into the pit lane as well. So not ideal. And then the 279 Pulse Racing team completely misses its box in pit lane. Let's see what happened. We're focused on Team Kraken running through 130R. A little bit of move down the inside from our race leader, just losing out to the other PRT car, and a little bit of a brush as well on the move down into the first corner. Oh, now maybe a little bit of connection in there, but that did seem like a car that was going straight on. Fantastic slow-mo, by the way, from Mike Yao. But that car is sorted.
That was a big hit. Didn't look like he turned left at all.
Do you think he sneezed? No, it's got to be there's got to be a wheel issue of some description, surely.
Yeah, I mean, 130 in the corner, you know it's coming.
Or absolute boredom.
Couldn't tell you. That is not surely a place that you want to go off top speed into a fast corner. And managing to keep going though, so I don't know if it was like a wheel issue as such, because he did continue going. That you might be right in some connection though, just sort of not having the car in the right track. But that is a weird one.
I wonder if we can ride on board with them in that instant to take a look at the steering inputs and such, all of Paul Warwick. There has been a driver swap in the car as Brett Warburdy jumps in. Let's see. This is obviously Paul Warwick that we're on board with. I see. So there is wheel inputs. Now, obviously, there's a bit of connection in there, which we can see, but there is some wheel input. So I don't know what's going on. Could well be that whilst the wheel and such is connected, let's be honest, we're all on Windows. Well, most of us are on Windows here. You know, we've all had a cheeky, hey, by the way, your C drive's quite low because we're saving a replay. Just pop up in the middle of a race, and it's just like, yep, cool, thanks. If you could just come up in a small pop-up and not block the entire screen, that would be sick. But that obviously, you know, I'm going to assume it could potentially be an issue in that sort of vein. Either way, car was sorted, but they do have a fast repair, so it is back out on the racetrack. Didn't have to sit in pit lane repairing all of that. It is at 100%, but they now have to do the next 5 hours without any incident.
Easier said than done from what we've seen earlier. But I tell you what, a good one is also the older Windows update as well. If you don't have the this sort of automatic thing disabled, because that can always pop up at the wrong time. And these things, right, they always happen in an endurance race. It does, like, it could have happened on Wednesday. No, it's got to happen at this time when you're doing a race. Always the way.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a fair few pop-ups just in the middle of races, but I'm normally all right. The worst one is this is why I mute everything. So you get Discord installed. The first thing that I did was I muted all of the notification sounds because I hate it.
Yep.
Because I know what I'm like. And I have had this before where, back in the days when people used to use Facebook, I left it open and then did a race at Kota. And I was like, this is unbelievably stressful. Like, you're trying to focus and someone has the audacity to message me mid-race. Obviously, they don't know.
Did you used to do that on Steam as well? Do you remember the Steam icon that comes up when someone sends you a message?
I'm always offline. I don't know if you've noticed. I don't know if you got me on Steam. I'm always offline on Steam.
I am now.
Because I hate it.
Yeah, back in the day though, when I was racing, if you saw someone, one of your mates racing, and you weren't, you just keep sending them Steam messages, and it would keep popping up.
Oh, you mean, man?
That was a good one. Well, people did it to me back in the day. That was what my team was like about 5 years ago. But then obviously I learnt the trick of putting yourself offline on Steam.
Yeah, that's like he started it. That's terrible logic, mate. That's terrible.
Oh, that was good fun back in the day, though.
Yeah, you're a mean guy.
Especially when it was in like an important race as well.
Oh right, so the higher the stakes. Oh my goodness. I'm one of these that I don't like any distractions when I'm in the car. I don't have a race engineer. I don't have anything. I like to just be me and the car. The idea of someone messaging me, especially if they knew that I was in a race, that is blocking territory.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, you and me, we're done.
Yeah, you and me did that FE series a few years ago, didn't we, as teammates? But you didn't want to talk during the race, so I was just like, on my own.
Well,
did doing my race. I think mate, Phil Kraut. He's doing bits on iRacing now, isn't he? But yeah, he was teammate there back in the day. Yeah, that was a good championship for us, winning championship. So we can drive. We don't just talk about these things. We can drive.
It was a week championship.
We gloss over that.
There's a reason we don't take part on grids like this. We'd have to create a new category, the very, very actually no, I think we'd be all right. Was it 2021? You did Bathurst, Downhill, not a single incident point. Yeah. Talk to us about how the 2022 race went.
I won't.
We got our 4x at turn 1. It's too easy. It is too easy. We definitely retired that race. A couple of battles still out on the racetrack. Of course, I'd say still out on the racetrack. We've got plenty of battles out there as we're guiding our way through traffic. This one in GT3 Pro, Trans-Tasman defending for 4th position. Look at that from the Apex Hunters United. Now, I don't know if this is purely based on pit sequences. Have the Evolution racing team pitted yet? Do we know?
I have not seen.
They have pitted, so they've had a shorter pit stop is what we're getting here, which means that the Apex Hunters United Esports 197, the one that Gianni Vecchio was behind, isn't leading this race and is legitimately not leading this race. Now, I wonder if that's just because they changed tyres and the Evolution Racing Team car didn't. Shane van Gisbergen's now behind the wheel. Bit of work to do.
I think maybe just one of those situations, they just had the time. I mean, he's only a couple of seconds behind, and on new tyres, surely he's going to be able to do a couple of seconds. I mean, one of the reasons why some people do double stint is because if you're equal on pace with someone, then obviously if they take the 30 seconds and you don't, then that's quite a lot of time to get back in one stint. Whereas with the leads that they had, if they only have to get back, 5 seconds over the stint, that seems a bit more reasonable. So that's probably why they're doing it, just because they had such a big gap.
I don't think it's a bad call. Like you say, I'm kind of all for it. If you're leading in such dominant fashion, you've had such a fantastic opener to the race, why not reduce the risk? If you don't know what's going to happen on the tyres, reduce the risk and just go for it. 2 hours on a set of tyres in a race like this is quite a long time. It's not necessarily that the Evolution Racing Team car is going to be struggling now. It's the fact that they might well be struggling a bit later on in this stint, and that's where the difficulties will arise, is the battle for second position. The Mag and Turbo Motorsport 223, our championship leaders, getting their way right back up the order. We caught up with them when they were in 7th spot. They're now ahead of the Pulse Racing Team Century Batteries car. Of course, you can see there on the side of the car, the Queensland and New South Wales Flood Appeal livery that they've got on this car and on 2 of the other Pulse Racing Team cars. Just a bit defensive there from Mag and Turbo, and Pulse Racing Team trying to go around the outside. That one's not going to work, but the door might be open down into Spoon.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a good move if they can hold it all the way around the outside, because this will eventually turn to the inside, and it looks like they've got the car in a good position. They're going to be getting that position, which is actually for second in the AM category. So nice move there, going a bit wide, but keeping it on the track and getting up into second place with a big gap to the car ahead, which I guess is something to do with the strategy.
It is, but look at that gap, 44 seconds. And it kind of asks the question, where are they running in the GT3 category overall, the Billabong development car? They are 4th in the overall GT3 category. As its entirety, Billabong development are 4th in class at the moment. That is absolutely superb. Now, I know this is, like you say, a little bit of strategy at play. Whether they're going to hang on to that or not, it's never a guarantee within any of the categories that we go racing in. But that one, to be honest, like as an opening hour and 15 minutes into this race, hour and 10 minutes, that is absolutely superb.
That is. I guess they just didn't take tyres, and a lot of the cars around them did. To get that sort of time, at least didn't notice it getting that big.
Like you say though, like taking tyres in this, an update again on the track temperature. We're at 37 degrees, so we've dropped down 1 degree here so far. Of course, the in-game time for anyone who wants a bit of an update, there we go. We can see on the right-hand side, it's about 1:30 in-game time, which means realistically, we're probably going to sit around this 37 degrees for quite a while in this race. Might drop down, might go up, depends on cloud coverage, etc. Probably will drop down in the final couple of hours of the race. Point being, 37 degrees to double stint tyres, it's a good temperature window for it to be possible. It's kind of it's at the point where it's 50-50. Once you're up in the 45 to 50 degrees Celsius, it's a solid no out of 10. It's not possible. But around now, it's at that 50-50 point of, yeah, it might well be able to. But it's quite a high tyre wear circuit, this one. Not insane, not crazy, not through the roof, but it's not exactly low. The S is to open the lap. You're leaning on both sides of the car. Thankfully, through Dunlop and stuff, you're leaning on the front right quite a lot through there, and then the front left at various other points, with it being a figure of 8 as well. You're leaning on different sides of the track as Blake Delaney straight down the inside to go and grab the top 10 off the Alpha Aggressors Racing 27.
Yeah, nice move there, and getting a bit of a gap as well, so I don't think he's going to have to defend from that one. But the figure 8 that you just mentioned, I think, is quite a tasty fact about this track, obviously everyone knows it's pretty much the only figure 8 track in the world at this level anyway. But what that does is, because obviously half of the track is clockwise and other half of the track is anti-clockwise, you actually get a bit more obviously wear than if it was just a clockwise track, where obviously you're putting all of that effort on the left hand side of the car. And also here with all the S's, as you say, generally the wear is sort of just increased overall, but it's quite balanced from that side of things, and there's loads of corners where they're long, and that is what the tyres do not like, fast long corners. So as you say, I think for some of these drivers who do want to try the double stint, though, I think if they can make it work, I think it's probably a good time or a good place to maybe try and do so, and try and get some time at this point in the race, because then you can always not do it later on at further pit stops.
Could tell the TC just absolutely kicked in there for the Fishy Motorsports. That's why I don't like the prototype, because the way the TC kicks in, it's a nightmare. You're leaving the corner, you put your foot down, and it's like, here's some revs. Nah, I'm not gonna. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, nah. It's just teasing you, and it's really hard. Like, it's so hard, especially at corners like Spoon. You'll turn in, you'll put the power on exit, and anyone who's driven rear-wheel drive racing cars and sim racing, which most of us have, not all of us are front-wheel drive. I don't really know the right word that's appropriate for air. Well, yeah, we'll go with a connoisseur, like myself. If you're going for a slide in a rear-wheel drive, the last thing you should do is remove all of the power, because then you just spin. There's nothing going to the rear wheels, right? You need to be putting power down through the rear wheels. I'm sure you can explain all of this in its finest details. But because you're not putting the power down to the rear wheels, you go for a spin when you lift off. Now, the TC loves to just kick in. It's like, oh, you're starting to slide, I'll turn off the power. And it's just like, great. Why not just have a kill me button?
It's funny that you talk about front wheel drives, though, because they are hilarious to drive coming out of a corner, and just sort of, you're trying to turn, but then the car's just wheel spinning and not really going anywhere, putting you wide. It's a very interesting sensation. But yeah, you're right, with the rear wheel drive cars, you need to keep the loading on them, and that is where it's quite a difficult situation, as are we actually going to see a bit of a dive there from the Falcon car down the inside. Spoon corner, a bit of contact, both cars going off, two Lamborghinis making more contact in the runoff zone, and that unfortunately just was not quite how we wanted it to happen.
Yeah, I think there might have been the old cheeky netcode in there just a little bit with how the car contact goes. We're focused on Cooper Murray in the Lobs Falcon car. There was definite netcode in there, but I would say that realistically speaking, just wasn't giving as much room as really. Yeah, I'm not sure on that one.
He just, well, I mean, it's hard to say because it happened so quick, but a little other 158 there, just Rival Autosport just slightly came to the left just before the contact. I mean, we'll have to see maybe from this angle.
Yeah, maybe.
But maybe just as a bro, yeah, he just went to the left a little bit. I don't know what that was. That might have been the netcode you're talking about, though.
I think that is the netcode. I think that's the real issue there. Like I say, though, if you're in Cooper Murray's point of view, what if you just give half a car width? Yeah. What if you just give half a car width to that Rival Autosport car? You're still down the inside. You're still, to be honest, probably going to make that move, or maybe you're not far long enough, alongside enough. Is it worth it? Is it worth it keeping it that close, knowing how things are? With this, you always kind of got to give a little bit more room. I'm not trying to say that it's 100% anyone's fault, because I don't think on those kind of things, I don't think it is anyone's fault. The iRacing gods have spoken up, and it's how it is. That's why you just got to give room. It's like racing, IndyCars and stuff. Anyone who's done an IndyCar oval racing on this, where it is at such high speed, you're going for the corners at 220 mile an hour, not to go absolutely side by side with anyone. Give them a bit of extra room, because you have no idea where they're going to end up.
I guess just as a racing driver, it's quite difficult to do that, because just like, well, there's a space there, there's room, I'm just going to go there. But obviously, you have to have like a little, I mean, this is, I guess, part of the issue as well, is that sometimes there's Sometimes it's fine, sometimes it's not. So you sort of get your expectations a bit confused. But yeah, maybe if you just leave that tiny bit more room. But when you're overtaking and you're battling for position, it's so difficult to be that controlled, as we're seeing a bit of a move now from AHU car down the inside into the final chicane, making that move stick. Nice clean move from the 169, working their way up from the hit off earlier and getting up another position to 5th place.
Yeah, a little tidy move there down into T1. By the way, speaking of issues and stuff for some teams and some drivers, Wayne Bourke in that number 89, the Synergy Sim Racing car has received a drive-through penalty. So whatever strategy they're trying, it's going to go into the can as a drive-through has been dished out to them.
That
yeah, okay. Especially looking on board with Cooper Murray, it's like, yeah, okay, no, I do feel bad for him, but to be fair,
yeah,
so that's rough.
That's why it's a difficult situation. It did look like he was leaving the room on the outside, but then if there was maybe a bit contact, but I don't know. But
is it a penalty?
Rival, probably not overall. But yeah, that rival car definitely came to the left a little bit. Whether that was the driver input or a bit of contact, that wasn't. Then yeah, that's not for me to decide if the one of the teams wants to protest that. But you always run that risk, as you say, when you go that close to some cars, because you always know that is a potential. It's not all the time, but it is potential, and you do take that risk.
Yeah, it's a rough one either way. It really is a rough one. What's happened to the frog leaped juiced racing red? I think we can kind of guess. Of course it is.
Hey.
Of course it is. This is the kind of thing. It's certainly not the first driver to have made that mistake, and definitely
I've done it
the last.
At least 15 times in real races myself as well. It's such a important corner, so you want to push the limits, but unfortunately it does bite quite hard if you want to go a bit wide. Another one actually can be that 130R corner as well. We haven't really seen anyone do it today, but that's another corner where that sort of thing can happen, where you're really just hanging it out, you're on the absolute limit of the car, and then just lose a little bit of grip on the rear and going for a spin. As in, oh no, is Wayne Bourke going to do the exact same thing coming through this infamous corner? Yep, just getting that rear wheel there, trying to get a bit of sideways action, and the rear just giving up.
Like you say, you're watching coming. You can even kind of tell from the body language of the car that they're not making it. And it's why, again, if you know that you're kind of slightly missing that first apex, and you know that you're going to go a little bit wide, open the steering and completely clear the corner. That's what race control will be like. Don't say that to people. And I'm going to say it anyway. Just do it. Just open it up, because if you go wide, yes, you're going to lose a bit of time, but you're not going to drop the rear of the car most likely. It can still happen, fair enough. By the way, Synergy Sim Racing have come through and served that drive-through penalty. They're now sat 1 minute and 21 seconds off the race lead, as other cars within the category are starting to serve drive-throughs. Oh, they've not done it again, have they? Is this a second consecutive one? It's not the same. No, it's not the same one. Oh, that's rough.
Is there going to be contact with 135? Is it just going to slide up the inside? Just about is, but actually it looks like, are they going to catch that just about? Yes, they are not quite going off the track, but just hurting those tyres just a little bit, unfortunately, for the 197. And yeah, something I did in another sim a few years ago, where you could actually sort of edit the track. You know, Hockenheim.
You can just say what sim it is, mate. Don't worry.
Oh, fact too. You know, on the outside of the final corner, it's like the double apexed corner.
Yeah.
On the just where you go onto the exit there on the curb on the left-hand side, I put just a little patch of gravel. So obviously, if you cut and you extended, you got your front left wheel into that, it would pull you off. And that was a very good deterrent. And it's a very similar situation that you naturally have here. So a dive down the inside turn 2. That's going to be contact. The 162 there going around. That was actually Shane van Gisbergen, race leader. Well, he was before in that pro category. And now just getting a bit of damage on the front end and losing some time. And he's actually going to wait up for that 162.
Kind of have to when, you know, you're the big boss of the league. for Shane van Gisbergen there, that was for the race lead. Evolution Racing Team are still leading in the GT3 category. That enormous lead that Gianni Vecchio put into the race before switching tyres and switching drivers, putting Shane van Gisbergen behind the wheel. Still not been able to get to grips with the Evolution Racing Team car, and that kind of issue down at turn 1, that could have been the door wide open for him to sweep through. Not the case. So that was suboptimal. That's the very definition of suboptimal.
Yes, that was not good. Yeah, I forgot that was the car for the lead, the Evolution Racing Team, and that's probably actually a good reason why he gave it back as well, because obviously it's a little bit cheeky to do that in general, but then also when it's for the lead of the category, it's always nice to give it back, which is good. I like that mentality, I have to say. Just giving a little bit of a nudge, a bit of a mistake, fair enough, but giving that place back, I mean, it doesn't fully rectify the issue, but at least you're taking responsibility for that and just agreeing that, yeah, that was wrong, I'll give you the place back, let's go at it again. And as it stands, he's still got about a second or so to catch up.
Race Control are looking over it. Now, for me, based on that and based on previous things, I think it might be a points penalty rather than an in-race penalty, allowing them to just continue purely based on the fact of the redressing of positions, potentially even just a warning to go the way of Shane van Gisbergen, which I think also would be fair. I mean, like you say, it's the instant admission of guilt. Like, it's the whoops, sorry lad, I'll let you back past, shall we, as Fishy's off at the first of the Degners. And
again,
not great.
That car, or either both of the cars as well, has been off a few times. What have you heard?
Well, we're getting the request from the number 8 Fishy Motorsports car for a request to tow, a request to escape to pit lane. No note from Race Control just yet. Simon Black looking over things, but we do know that when a car requests tow, they can't just escape. They cannot just return to pit lane on their own whim, as this battle will continue between the analytical car and the Summit Sim Sports as pit stops are well in effect. With Race Control, this is where they look over it, and they might well pick now as a time to bring out a safety car if that Fishy Motorsports car cannot get back underway. It is still stationary in the gravel trap on the exit of the first of the Degners.
Yeah, it's still in there.
Safety car.
Oh, safety car coming out. This is going to be an interesting point in the race, because we've seen some of these gaps get a little bit big. This is all going to be now pushed back up together, and also it's quite an interesting point for the strategic factors as well in this race. So it's going to turn the race on its head when we've seen just how crazy the restarts are. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting few minutes, but obviously first we're going to get the safety car out, get the cars lined up, and then see what the drivers do on strategy.
Yeah, Jamie Dyke, the one that's issues there, and he's very much stuck in the gravel trap. Like the rear left is spinning on that car, the rear right is not. That car is pretty toast. And for Fishy Motorsports, who started out today all right, both cars qualified inside the top 10. Both cars down towards the back end. There you go. You can still see stationary there. Don't actually know how he's got into that position, to be perfectly honest. But either way, the race has been neutralised.
It is a weird place for him, actually, because it's quite like straight on at the first apex, whereas obviously if you had the issue coming around the corner, you would then crash a bit nearer the second Degner. As such, he's it's quite straight on, so I wonder if there's been an issue maybe in just the entry of that corner, maybe a bit of contact with another car. But yeah, safety car has come out, and he will be able to escape and go back. Although actually he is moving a bit on another screen. Yeah, I do wonder if he's trying to get out, especially as he's requested the tow. I assume that means he then has to tow, if you know what I mean, rather than just calling a safety car out and then carrying on with your race.
Yeah, it's kind of a little difficult, because obviously trying to get moving, but to be fair, even if the Fishy Motorsports car could get back onto the racetrack and continue, it wouldn't have been safe to bring it around under racing conditions because there's some very serious damage on the rear left of the car that is off in the first Degner. Still not escaped as our safety car rejoins the racetrack. We're having a bit of an issue as... Oh, no. It's not quite as dramatic as it was at Spa, where our safety car absolutely binned it coming through Blanchimont. Now we're having a bit of a switch of safety car. We do have 2 safety cars, and I'm pretty sure we're quite glad right now that we have 2. We've got the 00 and the 000 as Simon Black has disconnected from the server, our safety car driver. So Mesamo rejoins the track as our actual safety car.
Can we just say, look at his avatar. I love that.
Of course you do.
Look at the Doge, the hat, and the monster can. I have to say, as the race goes on, there are some pretty cool ones out there.
Yeah, there are some less cool ones. Can't remember who it was at Motegi, but it was a bit of a shock to have it just pulled up straight up on broadcast. But you know, each to their own. Glad that the safety car, at least this one, is yellow rather than the green we had in round 1, which wasn't confusing at all with the Apex Hunters cars. This one definitely looks like a safety car. Unfortunately, we can't mod it and put on some like sick neon and some sweet lights on the top. We can't do that, but it will do.
Yeah, certainly nice as well that they changed the colour to yellow after when it was green a bit earlier. Looked just like the actual AHU cars in that GT3 Pro category. But yeah, certainly nice to see the safety car just catching up, and there also have to be like a reordering and a rejiggling of the order and trying to get the leader behind the car, as I think safety car is actually maybe just going to overtake a lot of the field here to get to the front.
Yeah, it's a little awkward, unprecedented scenario where you know your safety car disconnects. That's why there's not one person in race control. There is quite a few of them behind the scenes, keeping an eye on things, and they're just communicating with the drivers, being like, right, this is what's going to happen. Simon Black's disconnected. If you can slow the pack down, we'll bring the safety car back out. Although, as we rejoin the start-finish straight, you might well just say, surely the safety car should have just left pit lane and then picked up the leader in this scenario. But each their own. it's now at the head of the field. That's the critical thing, and now we can get back up to proper safety car speed.
Oh, someone was coming into pit lane, and it's closed.
Pit lane is closed at the moment. Yes, not sure who it was who was in pit lane. The Synergy Sim Racing car, the 89. I think that's going to be another. That might well be another penalty going the way of the 89 there, based on the drive-through they've got recently, the fact that they've pitted more, going very aggressive, ultra aggressive on strategy, and now pitting again with a closed pit lane. Solid F, solid F.
Yeah, that car has been trying things on strategy, so I guess what we think was trying things on strategy anyway. So I think maybe they're trying to do that again, but obviously it's closed. Ooh. However, obviously if you're just about to run out of fuel, I guess there is a rule that you can sort of just fill up a bit and then go back out, rather than obviously getting the direct penalty, because if you need fuel, you need fuel.
Sorry, I mean, I think we misread the call from race control. It was pit exit is closed because the train was coming through.
Oh, exit, not entry. Yes.
See, we're good at this. We're really bad.
Good reading.
We are really bad. No, pit exit. Pit exit was closed.
Yeah, sorry.
Exit is now open.
That makes
okay.
sense, yeah.
I read the same thing that you did, though. So yeah, solid F, because Brady Myers also in the pit lane from up there in GT3 as well. It does mean that the lead has returned its way to the Apex Hunters United Esports 197 in the GT3 Pro category. So fair cop on that one, returning up to the race lead, but the awkward time for the GT3 cars to have a safety car out. Some teams accepting the risk and jumping down pit lane and taking the fuel and such. Others not.
Yeah, it is difficult because obviously if they pit now, then they are going to have to pit again with 5.5 hours in the race for a half-hour pit stop, or because they're already halfway through the stint, they could then stay out. But then obviously they're sort of not getting that benefit of effectively a free pit stop as such, or at least half a pit stop. So yeah, it's a bit of a tricky situation for these GT cars because you'd effectively also be doing an extra stop if you stop now. So difficult time for the strategists in those teams.
Yeah, it really isn't an easy one because you can't really save that amount of fuel, not over that period of time. You're talking closer. Yeah, even if you pit towards the end of this safety car sequence, you're still talking 5 minutes of stint extra fuel. Although to be fair, 65 minutes of fuel stint is possible. It's difficult. It is very, very difficult. Not sure it's possible, but to be fair, you're shrinking that final stop. Maybe this is the right option. Maybe it isn't. Maybe you're going to shrink the stints and then do something else magical. Maybe we're not strategists at the moment in this race. Anyway, I know you do your fair amount of strategy behind the scenes. What would you do? Would you pit right now, or would you stay out?
I really thought about it close enough. It's hard because it's tempting to, especially if you've got to have track position, is just to stay out. But if you're a bit lower down and you're a bit near the back anyway, going for that stop, being at the back anyway afterwards, probably isn't going to be too much of a difference. So I guess it depends how you're feeling on the pace. So yeah, I'm not really too sure, but track position is always a really good factor to have as well. Let's see if they come in again this time around. No, it looks like maybe not so. Yeah, I really don't know. I think I would keep track position if I was towards the front.
We are getting a note, by the way, from Race Control about that incident between Shane van Gisbergen in the 197 and the 162 Evolution Racing team. Of course, it was redressed by Shane van Gisbergen and passed back, but did say that there was probably going to be some form of penalty, and that is a points penalty to Shane van Gisbergen. I'm completely talking over Simon Black, so I have absolutely no idea what he just said, but there was certainly a note to our grid. I think it might well be something to do with safety car coming in this lap, but I wasn't listening, so I'm great. Race Control would love me.
Yeah, I actually quite like the points penalties, by the way, because it allows you to keep racing on track, but then instead of losing the points by positions on track, you're just losing the points after the fact, and therefore you don't necessarily kill this race as such. I guess it does mean that he could still go on to win the race and get the glory of that and have that on the record. But obviously the points at the end of the day is what we're looking for when we get to the final race of the season, which is the Daytona 10 hour in May. And that's really all that the driver is going to be caring about, is that number on the piece of paper.
Like I say, if Van Gisbergen had made that contact and then continued on, it would have been a drive-through, which is a harsh penalty, which is fair. But the fact that he returned that position, it's a 30-point penalty, which does sound like a lot. But when you account for the point system that we have here, it's very Australian. I guess the like supercar stuff is big numbers. We love big numbers here. I'm not going to do access, don't worry. It's 300 points for a race victory. I'm being wisely informed that was a terrible accent, which is great. Don't want the Australians to think that I'm one of them. It's fine. 300 points for a race victory. 276 for second place. So 30 points is slightly more than the difference between first and second. Yeah. It's fine.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good battle between those guys as well, or just generally in the GT category, as we're getting all bunched up once again. And when we get to the restart, it is going to be frantic, as we saw with the actual start an hour and a half ago. And I do actually like the safety cars in these sorts of racing because it just keeps everyone on your toes. And then we get back to racing, gaps are all closed up. And everyone has the chance once again to go for the race to victory and the positions. And you never know, we might get more safety cars because we did see was about 3-4 safety cars in the race back in Spa, and certainly possible around here looking at how we've seen them drive so far.
Well, we are getting the call from race control. Listening this time, the safety car is coming into the pit lane this lap, so Ben Cornett takes control of the field and will be able to carry on out of the Casio triangle. And yes, it might well be a generic saying, a very NASCAR saying, but it is true. Safety cars breed safety cars.
Well, yeah, very true. Bunch everyone up. Everyone is all thinking they can get the positions again. Maybe start going for things that are not advised. And then before you know it, we're getting into some accidents once again. But yeah, it does look like we have Ben Cornett in the car now, in the number 1 car, who will be taking us through this restart, along with Shane van Gisbergen, also for Apex Hunters United, leading the way in the GT3 category.
Well, let's see as things get back underway at Suzuka. Of course, straight out of the triangle, Ben Cornett absolutely lights it up and takes off into the distance, just trying to break the slipstream of those directly behind. But do remember, that car directly behind him is not for position. That is the Alpha Aggressors Racing number 42. The car that's for position is 4 or 5 cars back. As a little bit of a snap on the exit of the first corner there from the Alpha Aggressors car, focused on the Lobs Falcon, trying to attack the Trans Tasman car for second position. And again, the splits in traffic allow Shane van Gisbergen to take a 7-second lead as we head into the hour and 40-minute mark and return to racing here at Suzuka.
Yeah, that 7 seconds is quite crucial already, because obviously on the normal start, they started right next to each other. That car did manage to open up a huge gap at the front, but that has basically been gifted time because of the cars around them that hasn't, or didn't take the use of any sort of pit stop at that restart, or that safety car period, I should say. But now coming towards the hairpin, we're going to see all the cars getting close once again as we focus on this low parts of the top 5 in the LMP2s, and it looks like they are starting to think about making some overtakes.
Yeah, look at how tight all of those gaps are. We're about to hit crazy time here in AHU Endurance by VCO, because this is going to turn into madness. There we go, Summit Sim Sports. That one might well be the Everest car. No, it's not. It is K2 that is off. A lap down, so nothing that really focuses on anyone inside the top 10 in reality. As oh, look at this battle inside the GT3 and Billabong development that was running 4th. I'll have you remember in the overall GT3 category, now running 2nd in GT3 and just trying to keep the Summit Sim Sports Blanc car at bay, and does so through the spoon curve drop there with a little bit of assistance from their teammate a bit further back, trying to attack the rival Autosport car for 4th place. We have battles left, right and centre. Lobs Falcon still trying to attack Trans Tasman, running down to the Casio triangle.
Oh yeah, and these cars just in the background of this shot, obviously not actually batting for this award, effectively 6th and 7th positions, because of the way that the traffic has separated out throughout the safety car period. We're looking at Faulkner there for the Analytical Racing Esports in 12th place. But let's jump back to a replay of the GT3 category, coming up towards the hairpin on this restart. Stanley there, as he's going to get dived down the inside from one of the post cars, and there's actually going to be about 3-4 cars that come past. That was a huge dive, and it looks like he's trying to redress that as well.
Yeah, but redressing that whilst trying to make it basically 3 wide around the corners after the hairpin. It's not really that easy. I know what we're going to see here. Are we ready for it? Here we go. There it is. See, look at the line the Trans Tasman car was taking directly behind was just a little bit wider. It's when you have 2 wheels on that green bit of sort of tarmac, concrete, whatever it is, it's really slippery. It's not AstroTurf, is it? Because it's not curbed then AstroTurf. We've got one of the cars, that one might well be the Drop Bear motorsport car, a little bit wide there, going through spoon as well. But it's not AstroTurf. I'm pretty sure it's concrete.
I think it's just painted concrete. Oh, it's a 42.
Alpha Aggressor, yeah.
Getting the nice punt there, going wide. I mean, once he had that contact, Ryan Howell had absolutely no chance getting on the grass at that point in the track. But yeah, just saying that sort of the green, the darker green sort of sausage curb thing, that's just past the actual curb itself. Yeah, I think it is just painted concrete, but it will have potentially a bit less grip, and maybe just a bit of a ride height change as well. Just unsettles the car. Means that you're having not too good a time. There's a 169 there down the inside into the final corner, moving up to 4th place.
Well, whilst 42 might well be the answer to the ultimate question of life and the universe and everything, not the answer to a great race car number this afternoon, as the 42 returns to pit lane in the Alfa Aggressor car after that contact. It was a pretty hard whack, so I don't think anyone is shocked to see that one, as it drops a lap down, or remains a lap down, but drops even further down on that lap and has to use its fast repair as well. Not great indeed. Look at this in the GT3 category. It is super wild. A little bit spread out already within the prototype category. But whilst Shane van Gisbergen is running away in the AHU 197 car, Lobs Falcon, after getting up into 2nd position, they've still got pressure on their shoulders from the Trans Tasman car. We're focused a little bit further back on the 158 rival Autosport car, who have the 169. Richie Stanaway just ahead of them, but then the Evolution racing team, and there is also one other car that isn't listed on there, but Blue Flag Racing they're there now. Never mind, I was not reading what I was seeing. Blue Flag Racing are sat there as well. This is a big train.
Oh, it absolutely is, and these positions could change so easily. You've seen already, you make one mistake, you get 2-3 cars come past you. This point in the race is quite crucial for those positions. As we've seen another car go off there, are we? Or maybe it's just some dust being flicked up at that corner as well. Certainly catching out a number of drivers in this train. And look at this train. The GT3 is actually getting all the slipstream up towards the final chicane, and at some point one of these cars is going to do a big lunge down the inside, and you just got to hope the cars are ready for it.
Yeah, they've just got to eye it up. There we go, a little bit of a move from the Evolution racing team car just on the inside of Blue Flag. Just in the background, we lose them behind the tower. Still not been able to make this one up, but down towards turn 1, it could well be on for Riley Preston to get past Andre Youssef. There we go, there's the dart back out, but there's no slipstream assistance for that Porsche. It's going to be quite a dive. I think the Blue Flag racing car is lifting out of this to be like, right, let's battle this on later on in the race. Yes,
sometimes it is better just to let them go, not have a bit of a crash into turn 1, as we've seen a few times already. Just let them go and then get back in line and try and move forward. Because look at this train, look how close they are, coming up a little bit ahead of the picture, just so close, one after the other. You don't really want to be getting involved in a huge battle. You just want to be keeping your race safe. There's still over 4 hours to go in the race, and getting into a crash at this time would not do your race any good.
I think, like I say, they're not only are they battling within their own little train here, they've got to worry about all of the lap traffic they're coming across. It's the Billabong car that's going to the outside there. This is the one that received a stop-and-go penalty for switching into the Porsche. A nice little note to assume one of their teammates and such. Get well soon, Lenny, on the rear end of the 134. As they're just dropping back in line, a lap down naturally after the earlier issues. But they've got to navigate all of this lap traffic. Obviously, the first one to reach the head of it will be Cooper Murray in the Lobs Falcon car. And once he has done so, will potentially use that clean air to break the group apart behind, but to build a massive gap to the Trans Tasman car, to the AHU 169, and to everyone else behind. And we go side by side. Evolution on the inside of Rival through 130R. Nice little move there, and definitely required to do so for a car that was leading the race earlier on. Then dropped back. We weren't sure if it was on strategy or on pace. They're showing that it's on pace. They know what they're doing right now, and they are looking very fast indeed.
Pace is looking good, and getting past 2 cars in that lap. And if they can do that, just look at over the next sort of 3-4 laps, they can get up quite a few places with all these cars in front. As there's a double side-by-side action with the 5th car involved in the middle there. And how are these drivers getting all through the corners with minimal contact or anything so far? It is quite difficult indeed. But yeah, some of these, there's a couple of AM cars there trying to sort of get out of the way, keep their race alive, but also having all these pro cars diving past them, just showing the difference in the two categories at the moment.
It really is not easy right now to find their pathways, but Riley Preston is trying to got a bit more lap traffic as our attention is on the rival Autosport car, bit side by side directly behind as well. That one was between the Velocity Motorsports car and Alfa Venturi. Getting up a position was Dan Hunter. Back to the Billabong development car. This is kind of what we see quite a lot, unfortunately, in this race series, where the GT3 AMs run so well earlier on. Again, this car was running in fourth. Yes, a little bit of strategy and stuff in there as well. Now running well outside of the top 10. Hopefully, they might well find their way back up inside of that top 10, whilst I know they are focusing on the GT3 AM category as their real focus, being in the GT3 AMs. The idea is that yes, you're satisfied with where you are in GT3 AM, but you want to challenge us a little bit down the inside there of the Analytical Racing Oz car from James Glasspool in the simrigs.com. Little bit of a hip check.
And that was such an opportunistic move up the inside of Dunlop there, getting the position, but that wasn't without some squeaky bum time, because that was very close indeed. And hopefully we can not see too many more, because that corner, we've seen it a couple of times now, people diving it down the inside, because going around the outside of the right-hander before is very interesting, but then all of a sudden that Dunlop corner comes tight and it's a lot slower than the other corners previous to it, and it can really pinch you there. But using the traffic, Glasspool making up that position to that 7th place, and he's now only a couple of tenths behind the number 88 of Drop Bear in front of him, but then there is a 5-second gap ahead of that if he wants to make any more positions.
If I were to buy a ticket to go and see this race in person, I would be buying a ticket to going to watch the race from Spoon Curve, as Ben Dow, VCO Esports, another car that has had an issue at Spoon. It doesn't care about anyone, no matter what the car, whatever the mark is, whatever the class is, doesn't matter. If you go a little bit farther, you're going off. You're being yanked from the racetrack, and yet another casualty to that one. As Simrigs.com to the inside of Drop Bear. Oh, just alongside at T1. Gets fully alongside by the second corner, but the drag off should favour the 88 on the departure of the second corner going into the S's. And Simrigs not able to make up that spot.
Yeah, pushing it to the limit into that turn number 1 and 2 complex. Very difficult part of the track as it is, but to go side by side and to actually both get through there pretty much unscathed is very good indeed, and he has to try again on the next one. This part of the track is a little bit difficult to get the overtake done, but this is where you have to work your way back up to that car and get the bit of a run on your opponent ahead of you, as we're coming towards the Kobayashi hairpin, as it's now known apparently.
What's wrong with it, mate?
This is the exit that could be quite crucial up to the all-important Spoon corner.
Junior doesn't normally contribute anything decent to sim racing, but I will say that is one that's a classy move. Obviously, everyone likes Kamui Kobayashi, and that is he did put on some what the cool kids would classify as sick dives.
Sick dives.
Yeah, down into that hairpin. So why not? Why not? I think it would be right, wouldn't it?
I certainly would. There's been quite a few countless really over the many different categories. Amazing
sick dives.
I mean Japanese drivers in general. There's been actually quite a few of them over the years, and let's see. Was this one that you were talking about? Ben Dowell into the just goes a little bit wide, catches it, and actually I think he was sort of maybe a bit of target fixation on the 270 because he was sort of, I don't know, the racing line just looks a bit weird there coming on the entry.
Super uncomfortable by that, but did the right thing, held station, allowed everyone to pass, and then started moving. I've seen better drivers mess that one up day in and day out. So clearly showing that it doesn't matter what your skill level is in sim racing. It's quite easy just to hold the brakes and sit still for a couple of seconds and let everyone go through, look at your relative and see when it's clear. Even a four-time Formula One world champion has messed that one up. Sebastian Vettel, 2019. Never forget.
Oh, yeah, you mean in real life? I thought in a sim race. Yeah, when was that?
Sim racing? Monza.
Was that 2019?
19, yeah.
Wow.
Terrible. One of the worst rejoins I've ever seen in motorsport.
Yeah,
awful.
Time does fly, but yeah, that was not a good one. Let's put it that way. And then Stroll doing the same thing to Gasly, which was the ironic part of that.
Awful moment for motorsport.
Luckily everyone got out of that one okay.
It's just, like I say, sim racers just, they're like, it's the same thing as like you'd think a yellow flag means you should probably slow down a little bit, but in sim racing, as you know, being having done race direction and run leagues and such, of course, with Formula Sim racing and that lot, that a yellow flag in sim racing means go faster. You could pick up positions here, go faster, throttle down.
Yeah, it's not good, to be honest.
That's a way of putting it.
One league that I see does actually specifically, VC, for instance, has a rule where you actually have to lock your brakes in that situation. Like, the rule is literally fail to lock brakes, or the penalty, is fail to lock brakes. In some situations, obviously, that is better or worse, but at least in that situation, you know what's going to happen. Because as the car coming up, you see the crash car, you know you can predict at least where they're going to be, what they're going to do a lot better. So we've seen outside of Dunlop there. He's going to get caught, unfortunately, on the Billabong car, but that was almost a bit of a run for James Glasspool. Getting very close outside of Degner as well, as traffic gets a bit close indeed. Glasspool taking all of the risk there. But yeah, just being a bit sensible when you crash is certainly to be good, as Trans-Tasman goes for a nice power slide there. Is he going to be able to keep it? I don't think he's just going to be able to, so he's probably going to bump the wall there on the inside and unfortunately come right out onto the racing line with a couple of the cars going off trying to avoid him.
Yeah, that's my issue. I've done that a few times. Obviously, once you've gone a little bit too wide at Dunlop, you get pulled onto that grass and it just yanks you from the racetrack, which is not ideal. By the way, it is just past 7 a.m. here in the UK, which is almost completely irrelevant to all of you over in the Oz NZ region. But it does mean that it is time, with 2 hours completing this race, or just about 4 hours left to go. It's time for me to step aside, and Cam and Ewan will take you through the next hour of the race before Cam steps aside. Then Zach Sweeney will be into the booth, and then I will return for the final couple of hours. Should be a great race here, lads. Ewan, welcome to be honest, chaos. As always, when you jump into the commentary booth, it's just madness.
Yeah, it is. Thanks very much, Lewis, and we'll see you a little bit later on. Look forward to that. But yeah, I've been enjoying the first couple of hours from the sidelines and jumping in now a bit early in the morning, but we can deal with that. Yeah, it has kind of been a little bit mad here, Cam, and it's not really showing any signs of slowing down. What we like to see.
Yeah, this handover over the last couple of races has always been a little bit interesting with you and Zach jumping in, but I'll be staying here for another little bit just before Zach Sweeney comes in later on, as Lewis said. But yeah, did you really wake up at silly o'clock in the morning our time, even though you weren't commentating? That's a commitment from you. I like it.
I'm a dedicated. What's it called? Dedicated worker. Anyway, we'll not worry about that because we've got plenty of stuff to talk about out on the circuit. Let's have a quick look at where we are in terms of our standing at the moment, because yeah, we've had a lot of chops and changes over the last couple of hours, or nearly anyway. This is Ben Cornett, obviously leading the race in the number one car. He's got a fairly handsome margin at the moment, over 12 seconds to the Sim 3D Sport Predator 29 car. Calvin Dent is driving that right now, and then we've got the 58 car just behind those guys for Rival Autosport. There's Jason Rihada and Cameron Dance rounding out the top 10. Rounding out the top 5. I should say, in LMP2. In GT3 Pro, we've got Shane van Gisbergen leading right now. Obviously, Gianni Vecchio did a fantastic job in the first stint to race out to a humongous lead by the hour mark. Then Van Gisbergen got into the car, had a little bit of trouble getting through on the Evolution Racing Team 162 car, but eventually managed it, and now out to a nice 17-second lead. Behind that, it is all going on with Trans-Tasman Racing in and around these positions as well, with the other Apex Hunters United Esports cars, etc, etc. And in GT3 AM, of course, it's Pulse Racing Team currently leading at the moment, ahead of Suet Sim Sports and Frogley Juiced Racing Red, your top three in that class. So, as I mentioned, yeah, lots of chops and changes, and they're going to continue on towards the end of the race. This safety car really knocks everything completely out of whack, though, because it was on schedule for absolutely nobody, and now almost everybody is on a different strategy here. So it is all, we're kind of going to be waiting for the next 3 hours for it all to fall into place, really.
Oh yeah, we certainly are, because we don't really know exactly how that is going to work out with the pit stop sequence, because some people pit, some people didn't, and therefore there's going to be a mixture of strategies and a mixture of numbers working their way towards the final parts of the race. And for those that stopped, it was around the sort of half-hour mark or so they're not going to be stopping for another 30 odd minutes, but some people who didn't stop might actually be stopping in the next 5-10 minutes or so, as we're getting some chaos here with Glasspool involved once again with that 73 car trying to go down the inside 3 wide, just has to back out of it with the Billabong car there going off wide, actually just trying to avoid, but Glasspool taking some risks in this traffic but still hasn't been able to get past this number 88.
That was very, very close indeed. Don't want to be going even too wide into 130 odd, to be quite honest, and they nearly tried 3. So thankfully that didn't go ahead. But yeah, they're good battle at the moment for 6th position. We've been focusing in on it for the last couple of moments. We're kind of in that moment of the race again where we're coming through traffic. Feels like for the first time in the race. Obviously, it's just the first time or second time maybe since the restart. So it gets a little bit chaotic all over again. This battle for third as well is going on between Rival Autosports, Summit Sim Sports and the other Drop Bear Motorsport car in LMP2, and there's other stuff going on in GT3 as well, plus the McLaren going through the bottom of your screen as well, which we love to see, or I certainly do anyway. It's good to see it here, but yeah, plenty of different manufacturers out there at the moment. The Billabong development car just in the background there, you can see the kind of very light blue and white car. They also raced out to a huge lead here, Cam, but they've dropped back in recent moments, and they're now 4th and almost stuck there, it seems to me.
Yeah, I think they got there. Unfortunately, we didn't see it work out, but I think they got there with a little bit of strategy, trying to get themselves a bit further up. It seemed to work, but obviously with the safety car coming out at the wrong time for them, it sort of pushed them back just a little bit, unfortunately, but they're still in a pretty decent position in the AM class, and this is quite a weird scenario. So we've got obviously this Frogley car that we're looking at, but the car behind them is 4th position overall in the GT3s. The Mach 1 Esports there diving it down the inside and actually making that move a little bit sort of late and sort of a bit of a block pass, but Frogley not battling that one, knowing the real battle is actually the car directly behind them now, which is that Billabong development car for P3 and P4 in the AM category. But yet seemingly Frogley didn't want to battle that Mach 1 car, so Mach 1 now off in the distance in the Pro.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a pass for overall position, but of course not quite for a class position in this one. So it's better to just let that one go, really. And I think that's what Frank Hodak has done now. He can focus on the Billabong development car just behind him. Taylor Bryant trying to get through at the moment, and we've got the 122 GT3 just in the background there. I think the BMW just behind there is also a battle for position, but another pro car as well, as we've got pit stops as well, of course. If you didn't come in during the safety car that we saw about half an hour ago, and you're in the GT3 category, then it's probably about time you came in. Who hasn't been in? Well, Frank Hodak actually didn't come in under the last safety car, so I expect to see him in at some point in the near future. Almost everybody did decide to come in, though. The only other exception that I can see is the Team Kraken car in GT3 AM. They're just outside, they're just in 4th place there, you can see on your screen. So a lot of these guys deciding to go for that, even though it was completely off strategy for the GT3s. A lot of these guys deciding that it is worth it, but it still probably means they'll be making an extra pit stop in this race, maybe splash and dash a little bit later on. But all these things, obviously, you've got to factor in and figure out as you go along.
Yeah, so they'll effectively be making the extra stop, but the important factor is that stop, because it was halfway into the hour, and obviously with the safety car you save a bit of fuel, so their final stop may only need about 20 minutes of fuel, so they're going to save a lot of time there. And then also, because they did their pit stop under safety car period, they then also didn't serve the full stop there. So the idea is that added together, those two still add up to less than one normal green flag stop. So that's pretty much the idea that they're trying, but then it does put you out of sequence and things like that. It puts you maybe in an awkward position. So it is potentially risky in some of those scenarios, as we're now seeing Billabong trying to get on the back of this Frog Leap car, which is now for second in class, as someone ahead must have taken into the pit stops. So let's see what Billabong can do. They seem to have a bit of a run on this lap indeed, catch up at certain different corners, but just have to back out of it. Coming into 130R, but the dive into the hairpin is always a good place to try and make up positions. A bit of a late dive, but not on this time.
Not on this occasion. On the right hand side of your screen, by the way, the battle for third in GT3 Pro, on board with Riley Preston, trying to get through for Evolution on one of the AHU Esports cars. Right up through Dunlop now, and out in towards the Degners. And of course this battle, which is now for second in GT3 AM. Frank Hodak has got to be close to a pit stop, though. He really has, because it's been a very long time since he's been in, nearly 30 laps now. This is his 30th lap on this stint, and he only managed 29 off the start. There is a safety car intervention involved in these 30 laps, though, of course, so he might even be able to go one further than this. But it all depends, as we've mentioned, how it all shakes out at the end of this race. Billabong Development, of course, trying to get up to where they were in the past in terms of their position. They were, as I said earlier, they were racing out to a very big lead, but they've been pegged back in recent moments. Porsche Racing Team now leading, and nearly 9 seconds for them at the moment. A couple of battles going on though, all at once. It's a bit hard to know where to look really, as Frog Leap Racing go on the defensive and then go wide. So Frank Hodak is going to be displaced there quite easily, and the Billabong Development car is going to just slip through on the inside line.
Yeah, I think this is the 122 Mach 1 car. I think it's also for position. Unfortunately, the BMW doesn't have the number plate as of yet, but I do believe that is also for position for that Mach 1 car overall in the GT3 Pros, because just remember the YAM cars are also effectively in the GT3 Pro category, and therefore this is 4 points in that standings, although the AM guys I'm sure are focusing more on the AM category. But they're side by side into 130R. Who is going to back out? It's going to be Mach 1 Esports, as Frog Leap keep it around the outside and now actually diving it down the inside of Billabong. So instead of losing position, they might gain one here through the chicane, side by side. Bit of contact between the two, and there's going to be a half spin, and Mach 1 are going to gain that position, and probably both, as we come out into turn 1.
Well, that's going to be a contentious one. Hodak's in the pit lane anyway, so they're not going to be able to sort that one out on the circuit, but it might be decided elsewhere, I'm afraid. A little bit of contact through the chicane there. Who will be deemed at fault for that, I wonder? It's a bit of a 50-50 one on first viewing, but you never know, I suppose. It's one of these things, I suppose, with the chicane. It's not a... I wouldn't say it's the best overtaking opportunity on this circuit, but it is certainly one of them, and it can produce contact, as we've seen famously in the past, of course. But yeah, that was a little bit different, as going a little bit wide there. Also for Leapfrog Juiced Racing, but at this time in the LMP2 is just going a little bit wide. It's hard to know which way to call that incident really there.
Yeah.
So just a strange bit of contact really.
I think the weird one, I wonder, because looking at the time on the clock, I wonder if that car was coming into the pit lane anyway, which, if they were, that is a pretty, just pretty interesting one to dive it so much knowing you're coming into the pit lane. But yeah, either way, let's jump back to Evolution now, who've got themselves up to 4th place in class. They're behind the 169, who was punted off a bit earlier in the first sort of half hour of the race by the Fisher Motorsports car. And now, after a couple of setbacks for both of these teams, they're now fighting for the podium places. But it is the other Apex Hunters United car with Shane van Gisbergen at the wheel that's got a monstrous lead. So these guys are going to be struggling to fight for the lead as it stands, but a place on the podium is going to be the next best thing for them. But as it stands, it is going to be the 169 that holds on for now.
It certainly is. The Trans-Tasman Racing BMW is not too far up in front of these guys. That's a very nice livery on that LMP2, by the way. I quite like that. Going through the S's at the moment, struggling to get through. It's a very difficult place to do it, really, as we know. Very twisty. I think the LMP2s are a bit more downforce. Some people are quite brave and go around the outside of some of those corners, but taking things a bit easier in the traffic here for the number 11. That's Luke Quist in the Savert car. I'm presuming that's an abbreviation, but I've just made it a word. So there we are. They're a couple of laps down at the moment, maybe or a lap and 3/4 down, I would say, on the race leader at the moment. So maybe deciding that taking big risks through traffic, not the best idea, which is probably a sensible thing for everybody. But looks like everybody's been able to get through without losing too much time, and these two Porsches can continue on battling. It certainly seemed to me in these opening couple of hours that the Porsche is very strong around here for whatever reason, currently leading in the class. Vecchio was obviously very quick with it earlier on, but he tends to be fair. And 3 of the top 4 also Porsches here today, so it's certainly a trend that we're starting to, a pattern that we're seeing.
Yeah, and the leader in the AM class is also a Porsche, but I wouldn't go out necessarily to say that it's overpowered as such, because of the drivers that are also in these teams as well. Not obviously there's good drivers in all of the sort of the top cars, but especially in that very top cars, you know, the really got the best drivers as well. So does imbalance that just the tiniest bit. But it's getting very close now for this second place. So really a three-way battle now, working its way up for this second place in the GT3 Pros, and getting very close indeed. It's just that gap ahead, 20 seconds now for Shane van Gisbergen. It was 7 immediately after the restart, and now a further 7 seconds. Yeah, complete control for that car at the moment.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Right now, Riley Preston, by the way, I do believe has got new tyres on from this pit stop he made at the safety car, judging by the nearly 1 minute pit stop time. So that indicates not quite a full fuel run, but did want new tyres. Let's not forget he skipped tyres at the first, or this car at least, skipped tyres at the first round of pit stops, which was what gave them the lead and got them into that battle with Van Gisbergen a little bit earlier on in this race. And then they didn't really want to do 2.5 or more hours on a set of tyres, which is understandable, especially at a circuit like this with temperatures like we have today. So they've decided to make a little bit unusual decision of changing tyres during the kind of halfway through a stint, if you like. But it's just trying to make it pay off, really. Playing a dangerous game, of course, with the AstroTurf or whatever it is on the outside that's making everybody spin out through Spoon Curve, and then getting themselves out onto the back straight towards 130R, of course, and maybe for a dive into the chicane on this BMW Trans-Tasman Racing. And Ross Rizzo under a lot of pressure here from Richie Stanaway, and there might be a move coming inside line for the green Porsche, and this is going to be easy, I think, for Stanaway. Straight down the inside, and there's no argument really from Ross Rizzo. He's almost letting the Apex Hunters United Esports car through. Not a lot he can really do here, and there might not be a lot he can do about Riley Preston here in a second either.
Yeah, Preston's got a good run off that final corner as well. It looks like he's getting a bit of a slipstream towards turn 1. He's going to pull out just at the end. Is he going to dive down the inside? Yes, he is. And Trans-Tasman lose 2 places in 2 corners from 2nd to 4th. And now we have an AHU number 1 and number 2. But Evolution are going to be coming back towards them for sure, as at 162 Preston the wheel is looking pretty fast indeed in that. But yeah, probably new tyres helping them out in that situation as well, trying to get back up towards the front, as you see one of the LMP2s, or a couple of them LMP2s now coming into the pit lane.
We certainly do. It's that time of the race again. They've managed to save a little bit under the safety car, so they're a little bit later than you might otherwise expect, as we look at the sole McLaren in this field. Dropped down wildly from where it was a little bit earlier on. They were running very well indeed for Rapid Team Rennsport. Doesn't mean they won't a little bit later on, but for now they're outside the top 30 in the GT3 order. That does still put them on the lead lap, or just outside of it. But either way, GT AM cars, of course, trying to make a move on one of the Ferraris right now, Velocity Motorsports, and there's a couple of cars, AM cars that is, just up in front of these guys as well. So possible for a lot of positions to be made in the next couple of moments, if indeed they can. Running down towards the hairpin. Is there going to be a late dive here? So the option always does open itself out because of that kink to the right just before you see the left-handed hairpin. Just open the door, but very rarely do you see real lunges actually work there. You can often end up in quite a lot of trouble, really, as they come towards Spoon again. And this McLaren, Timothy Cook, going to have his work cut out trying to get through here. Really, it's just a difficult circuit to overtake, as we've seen before.
Yeah, there's a lot of random kinks at certain points of the track that can obviously make it quite difficult, but we have seen obviously some really great moves coming along the track as well, so certainly possible. It's just that tiny bit more difficult, because as you see the track sort of curves right just a little bit as you come in towards the apex of that chicane, which just means you have to sort of really dive it down towards the chicane to try and get some extra speed and extra meters on the car ahead, as we've seen the AHU #1 car go into the pit lane, dropping down the field of the LMP2, so going a little bit shorter than some of the rivals around him, but obviously pushing and having the clean air at the front, just using their pace, means they're now going to drop back into the traffic just a little bit before the other cars are going to come into the pit, I assume, in the next lap or two.
Oh no, the Timothy Cook goes around in the McLaren there through the S's, I'm afraid. A little bit of contact made, but it was no fault of anybody else, I don't think. Cook just getting things a little bit wrong through the right-hander, and he goes for a spin, getting back underway once more and drops back down to 11th behind all these guys again after working so hard to get up through. Just saw up in front of that McLaren, by the way, just before that happened, that the 223 Macan Turbo car was just up there, and they're first in the championship, of course, first and fourth so far in this season, and over 100 points clear of the closest challenger in this championship. That's quite a big margin to have so earlier on, but of course we are using a point system which Lewis McGlade described as Australian in this championship. So there are a lot of points available, basically, and you can gain 100 points very, very easily. But that's not a slur on the Australians, by the way. I am a fan of the system. There's just a lot of numbers going around, and there'll be pieces of paper flying around all over the place at Daytona when we try to work this out. Oh dear, that was never going to work. 3 wide through the run up towards Spoon. It's a very narrow point of the circuit, as it all is really, and that was never really going to work, unfortunately.
Wow, that was a big spin at an interesting point of the track. I mean, that was only halfway down the straight. Well, it's not really straight, is it? The corner up towards the Spoon curve. And that was, 3 wide situation, never really going to work. And do they keep out the barrier? I think they just about did, but they're certainly going to have some damage on that car. And are they going to be able to get out the gravel? We did see Fishy Motorsports get stuck in the gravel earlier, and that does look a halved beach, but I think if he keeps it going in the Calvin Dent there in the number 29, should be able to get it out. But you can just see how sunk that rear tyre is, with the bottom of the car just scraping through the gravel.
Excuse me for my ignorance, but since when has this been a thing? Or is this just not normally a thing? I've never seen that before in iRacing, or any sim for that matter. But Calvin Dent really struggling here, and he's crawling as well, even on the tarmac here.
Yeah, I think he's going to have some decent he's actually stopping here, coming off the track. Is he stopped? Is this going to be another safety car if he's calling for a tow?
Well, yeah, let's see if he is. And indeed, if there's going to be a safety car. Not really going to help the LMP2s if there was to be one right now, but the GT3s wouldn't mind coming on down towards the pit lane. Yeah, I've not seen this before. Calvin Dent, though, I'm afraid, is he still stopped? He certainly is at the moment. Luke Christ is trying to take advantage of that already, and he's in the pit lane, back out again. Chris Owen as well doing it just before the pits close themselves, of course. Cameron, I would have been tempted if I was Cameron Dance to come in as well there, but he's decided to stay out. If he gets stuck out here and there's a safety car right about now, then he's going to be stuck out on his own almost. Obviously he'll be able to pit once the safety car comes out, but he'll go right to the back of the lead lap.
Safety car has come out.
Oh dear.
So the 29 there for the Sim 3D Sport Predator car. Calvin Dent at the wheel, involved in that crash. Coming up to Spoon Curve and is getting a tow. Has to wait now before he can get a tow back to the pit lane. So the safety car will be coming out just as we had about 45 minutes ago now, where we had the first safety car. Now we're getting a second one. And as always, this is going to completely shake up the strategy once again. And all of the numbers that were calculated previously now have to be recalculated. And we're seeing a lot of LMP2s coming into the pit lane. But I think either way, they probably had to come in the pit lane, looking at where the fuel numbers were. But as you say, number 22 is still out, trying something a bit different.
Yeah, it is really pit stop time for a lot of these guys, and Cameron Dance better hope that he's got enough fuel as well to get around here. He's on his 20. Oh, what goodness me! Maths this early in the morning. 26th lap, 6th lap, I should say, on this stint right now. And Brett Wilby as well for the 25 Fishy Motorsport team. Has been out there for a while. He's come in now, so presumably that's not allowed. As Calvin Dent, I don't know if he is actually spinning the wheels there, but he certainly looks stuck again. Yeah, very bizarre what is going on there. I'm not entirely sure why he's having so much trouble getting out of the gravel and the grass at the moment, but for whatever reason, he is having major problems out there, and that is, of course, the cause of our second safety car of the day. So it looks like something. I didn't quite hear that, but something gone wrong with the rear wheel. Anyway, the Dropman Motorsport has have come into the pit lane from the lead, so that could be a penalty, Cam. But there might not have been a lot they can do about that. Really, they might be literally out of fuel in a minute. Yeah,
I don't know. It's certainly interesting situations going on here.
Sorry, I've just remembered. We're. It's not. I've used my American endurance racing brain, where you can't pit under the safety car until it's opened. Of course, that's not really. That doesn't happen everywhere else, does it? You can just go in when you like. So I think it's fine. I think they'll be fine.
Yeah.
And he's not going to get trapped, as I said earlier on, because I still have my American brain on there. Sorry about that.
It does depend where you are with the train, though, because we know the pit exit gets closed, that me and Lewis got a bit confused with earlier. So you're allowed to go into the pit lane, but if the train is coming past, you have to wait and then join the back of the train. So depending on where you are, that could obviously affect where you come out in the train, as we're getting some cars still come past this safety car here, safety car by OSR, and looking like they're trying to find the leader of the race once again, who is this number 22. He has come into the pit lane now, so as you say, Ewan, I think it's actually turned out okay for him, and the only thing that's going to happen is he's going to lose that 9-second lead that he's got at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know if I just missed it, but I didn't see Cameron Dance come to a stop there and actually take on any service. I'm not sure if he just drove through, but if he did, then what would be the reason for that? Would be my question. But there we are. Looks like everybody's stacked up nicely now. We have found the leader, Cameron Dance, of course, and he'll be leading the field around for this. This safety car period. Let's try and work out how many cars as well on the lead lap at the moment. It looks like we've still got 8 cars on the lead lap. Calvin Dent, obviously, we had 9 under the last safety car. Calvin Dent obviously not on the lead lap anymore, because he is still stopped on the run up towards Spoon Curve. We might be able to see him in a few moments' time after that 3 wide moment coming up towards Spoon Curve, and I think a lot of these guys in the future are going to be learning a few lessons from that one. And maybe not doing that themselves in the next few moments for the foreseeable future. Also in GT3, all of the guys, well, most of them are actually in the pit lane at the moment. Gianni Vecchio is getting into the leading AHU Esports car once more, on his way out again on some new tyres, and he'll be out there for maybe a couple of hours at this point. with John Pisanic not too far behind him for Evolution Racing Team after not having taken very much not taking any tyres, excuse me, in this safety car period. But yes, there we go. Lots of pit stops in GT3. As I mentioned, it's an ideal time for them to come in, really, because it's only 50 minutes since they were last in.
Yeah, not too bad for them. But I've just seen a comment in the chat about the bottoming issue that we have seen. Apparently, when cars can basically break the rear wheel, rear suspension, that's why we saw the wheel so tucked up back in the wheel arch, and therefore, obviously, the car is lower, and then you bottom out and ground on the gravel. I'm sure he'd probably be maybe okay if he got on the tarmac, but especially on the gravel with no proper grip and sort of sinking into it a bit more. No chance of getting that back going. And even saw when he did get going, and he's now on the grass, you saw his wheels spinning as well. So yeah, that is obviously why the safety car has been called out here, and continuing around once again while the train gets up. There are some other cars in the way, so I don't know if they're going to be letting them through, although as we saw in the previous restart, there was cars all over the place, and this could actually obviously sort of mix up the grid on the restart, because Shane Van Gisbergen, I mean, he gained 7 seconds on the last restart just because of the traffic in between him and his rivals.
Yeah, that is very true, and it's more of a case that I think in GT3 really. Obviously, the LMP2s have a little bit less of an effect. So when those two GTs go out between the two leaders at the moment, they will be nose to tail, and now we are going to get that wave around. The GT3s who are trapped between the safety car and the overall GT3, I think it's the overall GT3 leader or the GT3 leader in their class. Then they can get a little wave around, and they can join the back of the train, as most of these guys are going to do right now. Yeah, there we are. And you can see that, just see Gianni Vecchio's car as it is now in the background of that shot there. He may have a few lap cars between himself and his nearest rivals, and that may help him. However, I don't think it's going to matter too much, to be quite honest, because if Vecchio drives like he did in the first stint, then he's not going to be seen again by the rest of the field.
Yeah, he gained a lot of time just with his pace, just with the free air in that first stint, and I think that is probably going to continue, because that 197 looked fast in the hands of Van Gisbergen, but also with Vecchio there is going to be very fast indeed. So one of the other GT3 pros is going to have to say something if they want to stop them from winning this race on pure pace at least.
Yeah, they're going to have to do something in this one. Plenty of time to do that, of course. Just over 3.5 hours remaining in this 6-hour race. It was one of only 2 races this season that will not be the normal 4 hours in length. We've already been to Spa and Sebring, of course. We don't know where we're heading next time around in a few weeks' time. I think it's maybe 3 or 4 weeks. We've got the next round, but we don't know where that's going to be. Excuse me, just yet. It's a community vote, so look out for that one. Road Atlanta, of course, coming up as well, and Daytona to finish off for the 10-hour. That's going to be a different experience, and it'll be very different to see Daytona in May as well. We're normally only there in January, and then just neglect it for an entire year until we're back again. But we're ending off a season there, which you don't see very often.
Yeah, this season has been, pretty hectic. Let's put it that way, from the racing side of things. But as we get towards the end of the season, obviously we don't know what track is coming next, but I'm sure it's going to be hectic there. But then Road Atlanta, I know it's only a 4-hour race, but so the next race is on the 2nd of April, the competitor vote. Then on the 23rd of April, we have the 4 hours of Road Atlanta. It may only be 4 hours, but Road Atlanta is a crazy track as it is. And then before we get to the finale, on the 7th of May, which as you say is Daytona, which has potential for some spicy action as well. So yeah, this season's certainly turning out to be pretty crazy, and still all up in the air with who is going to come out on top. Because we still don't really know these races with the safety cars. You know, we've seen late safety cars changing the order, and you don't really know, you can't really predict who's going to be at the front.
Yeah, absolutely. Late safety cars, notably in Spa, or just a lot of safety cars at Spa, really, which really affected things, as you might be able to imagine. There's the couple of the cars just joining the back of the train here. A lot of these cars have been able to get back around once again. Gianni Vecchio at the moment just coming up towards the end of the lap right now, and Ethan Bass is the final call on the lead lap, I think, in the Drop Bear Motorsport car, all the way down in 40th. Gianni Vecchio's at 16th in the overall standing, so you do the maths there. There's a lot of cars on the lead lap right now, which is a good thing, of course, certainly for us. So we're going to close things up once more. Certainly looks to me, though, in GT3, unless the timing is going a bit weird on us, that Porsche Racing Team have managed to get a very big lead as things stand, and it certainly seems to be that way at the moment. I don't think it's not quite the 40 seconds that it says there, because people are catching up to the back of the train and whatever, but that's, as you mentioned earlier, getting those cars between you and your rivals is a very good idea, and that's exactly what Porsche Racing Team have managed to do. They've got a lot of cars between themselves and the nearest GT3 AM team, Bluebell Racing, who've managed to get into second, and then there's another Porsche Racing car in third.
Yeah, there's a few teams here that have like multiple entries, and it's interesting that all of them, in those cases that you're pointing out, generally seem to get towards the front as well. So some really competitive grids here, and as mentioned earlier, slightly less than what we saw in Sebring, but I definitely assume that's going to go back up when we get towards the end of this race. We're getting the cool green flag racing at the end of this race, so race control is happy that everyone is in line and ready to go before we have this battle towards the midpoint in this race. And once again, the strategy has been completely wiped out of the window, so let's see what happens when we get to the restart at the end of this lap.
Yeah, let's see what this restart brings for us. It's going to be Cameron Dance who's going to be leading us off in the 22 car. Team that have not had have had a very good season, I should say, with that win, of course, at Spa, the late race overtake, of course. Who could forget, against Simbriggs.com DPR. That was a strange finish. It really was. But they managed to come out on top in that one. Just behind them, Chris Owen for Rival Lord spot. Then it's Jackson Rihana for Summit Sim Sports, James Glasspool for Simbriggs.com DPR, and then Ben Cornett, the defending champions of Apex Hunters United Esports. Not been the greatest defence of their title from last season, though, so far. Only a top 10 at Spa. They had a few difficulties. Second at Sebring, which is okay, I guess, but you possibly expect more from the defending champions.
Yeah, maybe, but it is a bit of chaos, as we were mentioning, and I don't think maybe they expected to win last season either as such. So yes, certainly it can be a bit of a lottery game in this championship sometimes, so that can always add some action into it. And also, with it only being a 6-race season, 1 or 2 bad races here and there can really change the outcome of the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 bad race, even, and mine 2, could really set you off in this one. As we see the safety car coming into the pit lane at the end of this lap. We see the notification at the bottom of your screen, and all these guys will know that as well, of course. Be very surprised to see Cameron Dance going before the final chicane, to be quite honest. Normally you see the drivers just letting it go completely after the chicane, after you accelerate out of there. Try and get the biggest margin you can over the guys behind. It's a big row of prototypes just in behind the 22 car here. No GTs really involved. they've got their own fight to sort out. Gianni Vecchio is going to try and hold off the rest of the field here with new tyres. And he should be able to, judging by the form that we saw from him a little bit earlier on in this race. What can Cameron Dance do? Can he hold off the field in the opening moments of this stint here? So just behind him with Jackson Rihara just after that in third position. How are they going to be after a couple of laps here? It could all change with 3.5 hours to go here at Suzuka in this 6-hour race. The third round of the Apex Hunters United Endurance Championship in Season 2. Cameron Dance comes out of the final chicane and doesn't decide to go for it immediately, maybe catching a few off guard behind. He's going to wait a little bit longer this time before getting on the throttle and getting away from the field here in that drop bear motorsport car. He's got a car length already over Rival Autosport. They steam down in towards turn number 1, and it's going to be easy for him to hold on to the lead here. Through turn 1 he goes, and it will be consolidating that lead and trying to pull as big of a margin as he possibly can at this stage. The top 5 or 6 cars all in one long line here. There's no lap cars involved at all, really. Nobody for anybody to hide behind. It's just a straight fight at the moment, and Chris Owen seems to be struggling, losing a second already, and he's under a lot of pressure from the 3 cars behind.
Yeah, getting back up to speed after the restart is so important. Obviously, you got to get the tyres back in the operating windows as well. We've seen almost a bit of a dive there down the inside for the number 1 car, having a think about it, at least into the first Degner. And this is always a bit of a wiggle there from Summit Simsport, getting all loose coming out of Degner 2. But unfortunately, the number 73 there of Simrig's DPR couldn't get to run. But Summit having a issue again into the hairpin, 2 corners in a row, just not getting up to speed. Bit of contact between the cars, and this is certainly not been the cleanest restart for that Summit car.
Yeah, it was a real stack up actually through the hairpin there. A lot of cars getting into each other and a little bit wide through Spoon Curve there, but getting things nice and straight again for the exit and get out onto the back straight towards 130R now. We'll see if Ben Cordet can really make any positions here. There is a lap car in behind here as well, but the top 5 completely out on their own, so to speak. Is there going to be look to the inside for the number 1 car? There certainly is, and it looks like they're going to be easily through. James Glasspool couldn't hold Ben Cornet back there at all. He might be able to come back at him into turn number 1, but we'll see if he really decides to. Is it better to fall into line and just work with each other at this stage? Well, no. He's going to go to the outside line and try and make a bit of a move on the outside line, although that is a long way around through 1 and 2 there, and so stays behind for the moment. In GT3 Pro, not a lot is happening in the podium positions, but behind that, it is all going on. And Blue Flag Racing here trying to get through on Trans-Tasman Racing in this BMW, the car that's been falling back over the last few moments, and they continue to do so. Jacob Todd getting down the inside for a nice, easy move into 4th.
Yeah, I think that's maybe towards the higher places that this blue flag car has run during this race, at least on the sort of the green flag strategy, and now on the back of the 169 car, which has obviously lost out to that Evolution up into that second place, but already 3 seconds is the gap between the 197 AHU and the Evolution 162. So Vecchio really pulling out his legs up to 4 seconds now as we come into sector 2 on this lap. Evolution need to try their best to hold on to that position, otherwise that gap will just increase. We saw it get up to 20 seconds in that first stint. Let's see what he does this time around. But back to his Trans-Tasman car, yeah, losing some positions over the last sort of half hour or so. Back down to that 5th place. They'll be hoping to get back up as soon as they can.
They will be. So we see Synergy Sim Racing with Adam Briggs out here at the moment. They're currently 7th place, battling over 6th with Alpha Aggressor Racing at the moment. Meanwhile, what's going on here for Robbie Griffith? Well, I'll give you one guess, Cam, what's going to happen here, and I bet you got it right.
Outside Apex, what? I'm twice. I admit it is tricky, but I am surprised at just how many drivers are getting caught out by that. I mean, we must be up towards 20 over the course of the race so far. Most of them we have had a replay of. It's quite crazy how that one corner is catching out so many cars in different classes, different positions on the track. It's not just the low down drivers, it's some of the higher up drivers as well, as we're seeing there. The Lobs Falcon car diving it down the inside of one of the AM cars there, up to 11th place. Jared Filsell in the car at the moment, and that's going to update over the line. So he's made up a couple of places over the course. He's actually 9th place in that 197, trying to work their way back up, but now just over 4 seconds to the car ahead. So a bit of a gap to catch up, but that car should be a bit higher up. So I guess they lost out with a bit of the pit stop.
Yes, it certainly seems to be that way. That was the car, I believe, anyway, that it was indeed the one that won at Spa, but didn't attend the Sebring race. So they're a little bit further down now, as what's happened here. Oh dear, a couple of cars around. Adam Briggs involved, and there's not more cars getting involved. The 11 car getting into the side of the Synergy Sim Racing 89. Wayne Bork driving that a little bit earlier on, and don't tell me he's stuck as well, or at least damaged. Well, he certainly is damaged by the looks of things there. The bodywork all out of shape.
Yeah,
as things standing, and dropped down to 8th position. Unfortunately, it's a pretty hard hit for what we saw there, actually, and I'm not surprised really that there is quite a bit of damage on that car now.
Yeah, so just the 43 analytical car was having issues in that hairpin, as we're now seeing Ewan here going off the final corner. Summit with Rihanna getting right behind them. So lots of things happening here in the LMP2s. They haven't quite settled down after this restart from the safety car. We had a few minutes to go, and now Jackson Rihanna getting the run towards the outside of turn number 1. Can he go all the way around the outside? Very difficult indeed. So he's going to have to back out of that one. And Rival going to be holding on to that in the number 58, but certainly some issues going on here for the prototypes, and really needing to just calm down a little bit and get back in the rhythm. Yeah,
absolutely. It just takes some doing. The number 1 car, by the way, having started this restart in 5th position only 8 minutes ago, less than that now, has already got up into 2nd. Just under a couple of seconds behind Drop Bear Motorsport. We might see a very nice battle between Cameron Dance and Ben Cornett here in the next few moments. That will be good to see. For the neutral anyway. It might not be great for the teams, I suppose, but it'd be good for us. And Ben Cornett on a mission at the moment. These guys are as well, to battle with each other. And Summit Sim Sports going through there on the inside of the hairpin.
Yeah, the move didn't look completely on, but they obviously managed to make it work as Ian now trying to come around the outside up to the spoon curve, but hasn't been able to do so. And hopefully they keep it all in track limits this time around. But some actually going a bit wide there. Jackson Rihanna not necessarily the best exit off that corner, but I think just enough to hold on in the near future on this straight as we come back to 42. Okay, so this was the accident that we saw a few minutes ago. Number 43, Faulkner, coming through the hairpin, losing the rear end, and then you're going to see that was it the 89 car there on the inside. I mean, nowhere to go. Really couldn't do much about that coming around the corner, and the 11 car then getting into the back of them. That's the SA VRT car getting involved as well. 3 cars of 42 also involved. Alpha Aggressor on the outside. So yeah, loads of cars involved just because of 1 car slightly losing the rear end.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a shame to see. Gianni Vecchio, by the way, has got an 8-second lead, just to update. The world is in order. He's flying at the moment in GT3 Pro. If they have got him in for a late race restart, then the rest of them might as well pack up and go home, to be quite honest, because he is going to destroy them, I'm afraid to say. Well, not afraid for them, of course. As Vandervelde Sim Racing go down the inside of 130R, and a little bit of space given there by the other AHU Esports car, currently being driven by Brad Newman. And that was Dylan Burst in the 101 going through. Vandervelde had a very troubled start to this race, I've got to say, but they're right up there now in 3rd place and almost chasing down Evolution here, and will be over the next few moments to try and get through. They took tyres on the last pit stop. Evolution didn't, and so there's going to be a pass in the next few moments, sure, or at least a battle between the two in the next few moments, surely.
Yeah, and some. Did I miss it? Or the Vendaval car there's jumped up at some point over the course of this as well. So yeah, certainly the battle's coming thick and fast in this GT3 category, and they're just so close on track. You make one mistake, you're getting overtaken. So certainly a very difficult situation for these drivers, but just the fact that Vecchio can drive away from these drivers is quite interesting.
What has happened to Cameron Dance? I think he's just lost the lead naturally, but he certainly has lost it in some way. As Adam Bryant for Pulse Racing Team is going to... there we are. And
Another
around
one.
goes the 280 for a 180, you could say. So there we are. The lead has changed though. Ben Cornett is really on a mission at the moment in that number 1 car. The gap's not 4 seconds, it is half a second. There it is. And I believe into the final chicane, he might have been able to get that one done. Kind of surprised to the pace at which Cameron Dancer's lost that lead there, and Ben Cornett's flying for whatever reason. There's no tyre difference between the two. They're all in LMP2 at the moment, nearly all of them anyway, on the same strategy, but for whatever reason, Cornett is flying and nobody can stop him. Here's the move for the lead.
Yeah, I wonder how or what they did at the previous pit stop, maybe under the safety car regarding tyres, and that could be a factor, because it is interesting because he was a little bit further down the order, managing to get past multiple cars and getting his way up to that lead, and already getting a bit of a gap at the lead as well, with considering just how close the cars are behind. It is interesting that he can get that sort of gap as we come back to this battle for the GT3 Pros. And is that going to be the 101 just in the foreground, trying to dive it down the inside? Vendaval up towards second place in GT3 Pro, getting past Evolution, it looks like, on the standings. So the 162 dropping down to third place. Vendaval making up some moves in this part of the race and looking very fast at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly are. Making great progress as Summit Sim Sports. Curtis Williams at the moment trying to get through on the Frogley Juiced Racing Lamborghini. Down into turn 1. You can just see everyone's favourite McLaren in the background there as well. I'm throwing as well, as always, into turns 1 and 2. But this is the battle for 4th in GT3 AM. You can see going up through the S's at the moment. Not a place you want to be if you're an LMP2, but I can see one coming through just in the background there. That might be the 11 actually, just out of the pit lane after the bit of damage they obviously suffered at the hairpin a few moments ago through Dunlop, and now towards the 2 Degners on this circuit as well, of course. Battle for 3rd overall in LMP2 also happening, and they're not too far away from the leaders either. There's plenty going on. Here it is, Rival Autosport trying to stay in front of Summit Sim Sports and Simrigs.com DPR. A little bit of traffic, of course, involved as well, as there has been pretty much constantly since the first 10 minutes of this race. Now, always dangerous, really, when you come up on, or as a GT, when there's a train coming through like this, and that's exactly what's happening right now. But at the moment, this battle going the way of Rival Autosport, or at least they're staying in front for now.
Is that James Glasspool still in that number 73? He loves taking slightly more risk, just a couple more % risk here and there compared to some other drivers, diving up the inside of that hairpin to get past that GT as well, to make sure he's losing no time in this battle for what is really the podium places in this little train of LMP2s, working their way towards 130R and the Casio Triangle for another time. And it seems that Drop Bear just a little step ahead of them at this moment in time. But I do wonder if these guys can try and catch up as well, the way the number 1 of Ben Cornett did. They've got some traffic coming up their way, which could always be a factor for these guys getting a bit of an overtake going. If you catch the GT at the wrong time, it can be bad, as we're seeing loads of GT cars there on the main straight, as we've seen Summit then go down the inside of the Magan Turbo car and looking pretty good indeed. But I think actually Glasspool just lost out in that one on that occasion and has dropped off the back of this pair.
I'm not sure if I've just missed the times when he's not in the car, but to me, I think he's done the entire of this race so far, James Glasspool. I've not seen anybody else in that 73 car, so they might just be splitting it into 2, to be quite honest, with him and his teammate at the moment. But for whatever reason, Glasspool driving the entire race so far, I believe. And that's going to be quite draining, really. It's not the easiest circuit in the world, and there's 51 of them out there.
So just saying, he has done the whole race so far, and we're on lap 83 now. That is a long distance that he has done, and at some point they will have to change, obviously. So that is pretty good. But side by side, Blue Flag and AHU into 130R. AHU going off the track, and then Trans-Tasman getting past Blue Flag as well. Blue Flag dropping down a couple of places there, and there's another one of the cars trying to get through in the background, so getting very close indeed in this GT3 Pro category. And yes, side by side into 130R. Someone's always going to have to back out, but all the cars, I think both cars, they're going wide, and it looks like we get some really, really close racing in this GT3 Pro field.
Yeah, one of them has to back out, but unfortunately they both did, really. And they went off the road. Trans-Tasman Racing trying to get through here around the outside for Brad Newman, trying to hold on here in the Porsche. It's a Porsche 1 through 4 at the moment, by the way, just illustrating the point about it being a strong car that we're making a little bit earlier on. Bluebell Racing come into the pit lane as well from GT3 AM. If you've not pitted under the most recent safety car, but you did under the first one, then it might be time to come on down to pit lane if you're a GT3, although I don't know why you wouldn't have come in under the last safety car. It was very well timed, and almost everybody did come in the end, especially in GT3 Pro. This is a very exciting battle, though, to be fair, for 4th position. Blue Flag Racing involved, of course, and just in the background there you can see in the Falcon Tyres livery is Jared Filsell as down the inside. There's an attempt made by Trans-Tasman Racing, and I'm afraid it was only a half lunge, really. It was half on. They tried to take the opportunity, and Brad Newman has had to suffer the consequences of that one. I'm afraid that one is definitely going to be looked at, and might not be looked on too kindly either.
Yeah, that was too little too late, I think would be the term on that. The contact being right on the rear end of the AHU Porsche, and unfortunately, as we see in Mach 1 here, off the track as well, and that looks like at the classic point of the Spoon corner. But yes, looking like that was just too late on the dive, hits the Porsche really so far back of the car. There wasn't any space for him, unfortunately, on that occasion, and he ended up making contacts to the 169, having some more issues, dropping down once again. It was actually on the entry of that corner. That's something new.
Yeah, it is something different to look at, I suppose, through Spoon Curve. Still a spin, but a different kind, which is keeping things interesting, I suppose, keeping us on our toes, as we see Chris Noble trying to get up into 8th place at the moment. You see out onto the front straight. What's happened here to Luke Christ? He's had a troubled stint, we'll say, coming through the final corner there. It's a very difficult acceleration zone, that one. Come around a bend, downhill, and it's quite bumpy there as well. And fortunately, everybody able to avoid him, but just going for a quick half spin there.
Yeah, that's not a nice place to do it, actually, with loads of the cars coming out of that final corner, a bit blinded at that point of the track. We seem to get on not so bad indeed, as we're having a look here. Chris Noble, more cars off here. Loads of spins, and that's another one of the Mach 1 cars actually having some issues. This same car, the 144 we just saw spinning a Spoon, having a bit of almost a 3 wide. That's not a place where you want to be going 3 wide through the S's at the beginning parts of the lap. And the number 11 there just collecting the rear end of the 144, and somehow everyone going either way of the 144.
Yeah, that was a minor miracle, really, that everybody able to avoid. A lot of people trying to get through all at once there, and it didn't work out all at once there, unfortunately. As we go back to the battle in LMP2 for what is 8th place. These guys are a lap down, by the way, so they're going to struggle to get a great result out of today, but just picking up points, obviously, very important indeed for all of these guys. It's the Frog Leap Juiced Racing team leading at the moment. Alpha Aggressor Racing trying to go on the attack right now, and Blue Flag Racing just watching on from behind. They've caught up in the last few moments. It was a 2-car battle. Now it is 3 as they come into the final chicane once again, and out onto the front straight on lap 86. It'll be at lap 85 for them as they start a new one out onto the front straight, and too far back for Alpha Aggressor Racing, but Blue Flag Racing down the inside. Oh, nearly a 3 wide moment into turn 1. Another place at this circuit where you don't want to go 3 wide, as I guess all of the places are. It's too narrow, this circuit, really, for that.
Yeah, it's just maybe maybe 2 to 5 meters, a little bit too narrow compared to some of the more modern tracks. That mean that when you go 3 wide, it really is tight. There isn't any space for you to wiggle around, and unfortunately, a couple of drivers have tried that to not the best results so far this season. But it's really great to see these cars battling so hard, even for the slightly lower positions of the top 10. Summit Simsport, they're number 56 on the back of the 42 now, getting all the way up towards the hairpin. Is there going to be a dive, as we've seen a few times this race? Not quite this time. So hopefully they can keep it nice and clean as we get towards this midpoint in the race.
Absolutely. Somebody asking in the Twitch chat, by the way, how many people, how many teams are able to qualify for these events. We've got loads of people off the road at Spoon Curve, thankfully all staying facing the right direction this time. I couldn't tell you the exact answer to that because it is different for each class and so on and so forth. We've got 51 on the grid today, but we have seen 60 in the past. So more than this is the answer to that, as Cameron Dance, of all people, is going to do the famous spoon spin, as we'll call it maybe, through the famous left-hander out on the outside line there, and he's lost a couple of places. Well, Chris Owen and Jackson Rihana have been able to get through on the Drop Bear Motorsport team car, and yeah, there we are. Cameron Dance dropping it down. But yes, more teams than this can qualify for these races. Cam, we're nearly at the halfway stage. You've got other things to do today, of course.
Plenty.
Many things. But yeah, what have been your thoughts over the opening few hours of this race? Did it go as expected, as you expected before the day, or has this race panned out in a little bit of a different way to what we've seen in the past?
I think that replay on screen with Scott Hassler there for the Z Challenger car certainly sums up what it is. That corner has been catching out everyone, and to be honest, I think it has gone slightly the way that we thought. It has been very hectic, as this series always is, and this track doesn't help that in certain corners of the track, just the little kinks, the little nuances of these old school tracks really makes it a great race, but also just that little bit more challenging for the drivers. But certainly on the hour, it is time for me to go and Zach Sweeney to come into the commentary booth towards the end of this race. So 3 hours to go, boys. Good luck, enjoy, and hopefully we get some nice clean racing.
Thanks very much, Cam. Good to have you here for the first half of this race, and joining us for the whole of the second half of the race, Zach Sweeney will be with us. Welcome along, Zach. Good to have you here once more. We're on for you're on for the end of the race here again, on for the second half of the race once more in this championship. The race developing nicely, with just over 3 hours to go.
Yeah, and of course, it always is a pleasure to be here for AHU. It always does provide some good action, and so far it hasn't disappointed from what I've seen. Of course, been a very early morning for all of us in the commentary booth, but it's certainly made it worthwhile. And yeah, certainly I'm looking forward to getting through the next 3 hours, one of which will be alongside you, Ewan. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, that'll be long for you. I'm sorry about that. But anyway. Yeah, it's not a great time to be living in the UK. I've got to be honest, to covering a race like this, because daylight savings is the main. It's almost the public enemy number one in certainly in my life at the moment, because it does make things a little bit more difficult for us during the summer. Well, our summer anyway, Australian winter, things will be a little bit easier for everybody, which we're very glad about, of course. Let's just have a quick look at who is leading in each class, because we're nearly halfway through the race, so it's probably about time we update you on that once more. And of course, it has changed in the last hour. Ben Cornett is now leading in LMP2 in this number one car. When the safety car came out about half an hour ago, he was down in 5th, but he had a fantastic restart, and now he's leading by over 10 seconds ahead of what is developing into a very good race for second in the last couple of moments. Rival Autosport currently leading, Summit Simsports, then Drop Bear Motorsports and Simrigs.com DPR for the moment. They're all involved for now. Epic Stunters United Esports having a great day, because they're also leading in GT3 Pro. Gianni Vecchio, untouchable today so far and he is once again in his second stint in that car. Shane van Gisbergen earlier on did have a little bit more trouble than VCO, but was still very strong, as you'd expect. And these guys in the 197 have got an 8-second lead over Vendavel Sim Racing, who've really resurrected their race over the last few moments. That looked quite chaotic in the background there. Not sure what was going on there, but either way, it was something was, as we see just a little bit further back. Lobster Falcon Racing getting up into third place. Good battling going on for GT3 Pro. And in GT3 AMP, Billabong Development are back into the lead once more in their Lamborghini. They got off to a great start. They fell off during the middle part of the first half of the race, and now as they come towards the 3-hour mark, they are once again leading by just over 11 seconds. So it's certainly developing here into a nice race. Lots of battles going on for position, of course. This is what happened at the chicane. It looked like a right mess when we saw this in the background.
Yeah, so just looking into the Casio Triangle, there's just so many cars, and like the difference of speed, you can see the AHU car getting tapped around. It's the difference of speed between all of those cars is just the LMP2s can break a lot later, and that's of course going to catch a lot of people out, which it happens. And of course Suzuka isn't exactly the particularly most easy circuit to negotiate around in multi-class racing, because you just have, there's nowhere really to go. There's not much in the way of tarmac runoff. It's a lovely circuit, does promote some good overtaking between in the classes, but in terms of the LMP2s getting past the GTs, certainly a little bit more interesting. But we have got a nice little battle for fourth place here in the GT3 Pro. We've got the Evolution Racing team, the Frog, Leap Juice Racing Red, and the Blue Flag Racing all tucked up nicely in a nice little train here. Is the Lamborghini going to be able to mount a challenge on the Porsche down in towards Spoon Curve? You can see he's tucked up nicely. Look into the right-hand side, to the left-hand side, I should say, under brakes into Spoon Curve, and that should be as easy as you like it. But we have seen that Spoon, by yourself, Ewan, is difficult enough, let alone when you're going side by side.
It has turned out to be very, very difficult indeed, for whatever reason. I would say, as Cam was saying earlier on, it's a little bit of a surprise, but a little bit less to me, because I did a race at Suzuka less than 2 weeks ago, so I'm kind of used to it by now. But yes, it's a very tricky corner indeed. Blue Flag Racing getting up the inside of Evolution Racing team here as well, and don't panic too much for the 162 team. John Pisnick not driving slowly per se. He's just on old tyres at the moment, really. Didn't take any tyres during the last pit stop cycle. Whereas all 5 of the cars that have overtaken him this stint have, so he is understandably struggling to keep them behind. But when, of course, they come in again, he will have a better time of things. At the moment, they're about halfway through their stint as we reach the hour mark in the race. So he's got a fair amount of time to suffer, but these moments where you are going the slowest could be the most important of your race, really. Because you just need to limit the time loss, and that is a very difficult thing to do kind of mentally, because you see all the cars around you just absolutely flying past, and it's very easy to overdrive or try too hard.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very easy as a driver to sort of lose your patience and think it's so demoralising to just see everyone fly past you, or you're losing so much time. You're like, but why? But you have to stay on task. You have to keep pushing. You have to keep the tyres in check, because it's all about strategy, especially in a race around Suzuka. It's so demanding on the tyres, and that's really going to be the make or break of this race. Who can conserve their tyres the best? Who can have more towards the end of their stint? As we see another battle for P9 in the LMP2 class. This is the 96 versus the 43. Is Faulkner going to go around the outside of 130? Surely not. It's battle for P9. They've got to be sensible. But yeah, it's all about conserving your tyres, all about staying focused, staying on task, and just waiting for the race to come to you.
It certainly isn't. It may well do later on for Evolution, of course. This is the battle for 9th. Going on right now. Blue Flag Racing were able to get through on both of these guys and run away, really, with 8th position. All of them are 1 lap down, unfortunately, so it's going to be very difficult and long afternoon for them, I'm afraid. Through turns 1 and 2 and out through the S's, where you're really going to do very well to make a move through here. One of the trickiest sections of corners in all of motorsport, really. It's not only the twists and turns, of course, but the margin for error here very, very narrow, because there's grass and gravel, of course, absolutely everywhere. But ready to collect you, of course. But these guys have negotiated it all right this time around, and with the Degners as well, which is not much easier, really. Through the double right-hander, Degner 1 and 2. They are out under the bridge again. Really, it's one of the most difficult circuits out there in the world. Really, not on a par with Nordschleife or anything like that, for example. But as normal circuits go, we'll call it Grand Prix circuits. Certainly on the F1 calendar, it's been one of, if not the most difficult for years, really.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just down to the such a demanding nature of it. Of course, you've got the S's and the 130R, things like that, and those guys in the P2s are going to have me an absolute whale of a time. That high downforce car through the S's is just so much fun, and it is challenging because you look, and it's not like these modern, you have an abundance of tarmac to use on the exit. No, if you make a mistake, you're going to be hitting either grass or gravel, and of course the curbs as well. You've got a bit of AstroTurf on the exit of most curbs, and you dip a wheel onto that, you accelerate a little bit too hard, and you are going to go round, especially at 130R. So there isn't much margin for error. That's the most important thing, is that whilst perhaps the corners aren't particularly the most difficult, but if you make a mistake, it is going to have such drastic consequences, and that is the challenges of having to get through on GT traffic for the prototypes, one going outside, one going inside, and it's just all about picking your moments. The S is probably not particularly the best place to go for it, but also you don't want to be stuck behind a GT through the S's, because that's the place that the LMP2s gain the most time on the GT. So you've got to be patient and pick your moments through, but at the same time take an air of caution, because into the S's it can go very wrong, but also keeping in mind that you could probably lose a good 1 or 2 seconds if you stay behind.
Yeah, absolutely. As we look at one of the Trans-Tasman racing cars, I'm trying to work out if this is the car that was running in and around the podium places earlier on, or is that the one being driven by Michael Healy at the moment? Hard to know, but either way, Brady Myers is currently 16th in GT3 Pro, which is a little bit down on where you'd expect to see them really in the 128, especially since they are leading the championship, because they've got a better result than the Blue Flag Racing, who they are tied with at the moment, with Evolution Racing Team only 12 points behind. It's very, very close in GT3 Pro, but they're not going to hold on to a championship lead with a result like this, unfortunately. They have got through on a GT3 AM car there, by the way, which is why we were looking at those guys, but yeah, very far down for a championship leader to be.
Yeah, you've got to minimise your bad rounds. Of course, as you said earlier, it's a 6-round championship, as we have the Summit Sim Sports Everest car coming into the pit lane. So maybe that time again for the P2s. Of course, they can't particularly run as long as the GTs, so they have to sort of come in. I think it's every sort of 40 minutes or so ish, give or take. Which, yeah, sometimes is very nice in terms of the hours on the clock, and sometimes isn't. So you have to be, you have to watch out. But yeah, of course you have to minimise your bad rounds, and of course ideally not have any, but in a 6-round championship you really can't afford to have, you know, more than one at all. It can really ruin it, because you haven't got time to make it up. Each race accounts for a high percentage of the total points, so yeah, ideally have every race as best you can, but on days like this you've just got to minimise the damage. They've still got, you know, just under 3 hours of the race left to go. They've still got halfway to go. There could be another safety car, there could be another couple of safety cars, which we've seen in the past can really throw a curveball with things.
Do believe as well, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure somebody will, that we've got double points for the final round again. I think that was a thing last year, and I think it is again. But I could be making that up. It's entirely possible. Chris Owen, though, second place at the moment. Drop Bear Motorsport just behind. Cameron Dance trying to recover, of course, from the spin that he had at Spoon Curve. Where else? A few moments ago. It was probably a good 10-15 minutes ago now. But he's recovering, looking to gain back that second place. The 29 car is not involved. It's one of the lap cars. Currently being driven by Anto Rafael Sabo, the Sim 3D Sport Predator car. They were running well earlier and diving down the inside. They're unlapping themselves. Bravo Launcher Sport going to be fuming about that, and they are. You can see the headlight flashing there. Totally unimpressed with Sabo, who gets through, but yeah, was that the right thing to do or not, really, as a lap car to dive like that on or into the chicane? There's certainly going to be an argument about that. Do we see, is there a safety car out? Yes, there is. There is a safety car out there on the circuit. Unsure as to why. We haven't seen the reason why just yet, but just as we go over the halfway mark, and once again the LMP2s are very well timed in terms of a pit stop, safety car comes out once more.
Yeah, so here we go, everyone having to drop down, but as you say, perfect time for the P2s. They can come in, they can take their scheduled stop and, you know, all be bunched up. Again, the headache is going to be for the GT3s, who are going to have to sort of run a little bit, well, they're off schedule a little bit. Of course, the other safety cars have knocked them off, so maybe this one knocks them back on. We're just over the hour, so maybe they can get away with only a couple more stints in this race. Not entirely sure, but again, again, it's make or break. You have to make the most of these situations. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't, and it's those that can really capitalize off it, make the best decisions. We've seen, even last season, take Monza for example, where we had half the P2s, coasting around for the final 10 minutes, half of them going absolutely guns a-blazing because of a late safety car. So yeah, they can really throw a couple in terms of strategies. But yeah, once again, we're going to bunch everyone up, and we're going to see who can capitalize best off the restart when we go green flag again, which shouldn't be too far. We've been really efficient in terms of getting the GTs back round, bunching everyone back up again, and then getting the safety car back in. So hopefully we're not going to be waiting around too long.
Yes, hopefully not. It's a bit of an awkward time as well for the GTs. Are they going to come in or not? That will be a discussion that we will continue on throughout this safety car period. By the way, the reason, you just saw it in the background there, the number 43 analytical car is off the road. Benjamin Faulkner, through the final corner, has had a problem. I believe, actually, incident related, if you like, there. So, unfortunate for him. It does mean we've got our third safety car of the day, as we saw one earlier on for Calvin Dent in this race. And we had a request to tow from was it a Fishy Motorsport car quite possibly earlier on? I can't quite remember. But yes, we've had 3 safety cars now. Meanwhile, the leader is in. Justin Rougier now driving the number 1 car, getting in from Ben Cornette, as we see what happened to Benjamin Faulkner. Trying to go around the outside of the Ferrari, and he's just entirely broken his suspension there. So steering is broken. He's clipped the Ferrari and had dramatic consequences. Goodness me, that front right wheel absolutely toast, and that is well, about as good as a piece of toast really. That wheel now, it's yeah, there you go, finished. And that car in the gravel had to be recovered, not easily either. So we've had a safety car. That is, I've not seen that very often, but I presume that's part of the iRacing damage model, the way it's going. I suppose that could happen in real life if you clip the wheel in the wrong way. We do sometimes see suspension break through very minor contact, and that was very minor.
Yeah, well, I particularly wouldn't want to be bunching on that wheel for breakfast. However, it's just a small mistake, and then you're just a passenger. You just saw he was full lock trying to turn the car, and it was just having absolutely none of it, wasn't it? It just went straight, and of course the gravel didn't help that. It just sort of exaggerated the problem, and yeah, there's nothing he can really do. He's past the pit lane as well, which is probably the worst place to get it done, because even if he did have control of the car and could get it around, he'd have to do an entire lap, and it's not particularly the shortest lap here at Suzuka, and of course there's a lot of corners, a lot of twists and turns. So again, it's not the best place to get suspension damage. Well, you don't want to get suspension damage anywhere, but if you're going to get it anywhere, don't get it as soon as you pass the pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be a bit of a palaver to get around, and there we are. Don't think Benjamin Faulkner wanted to attempt that one. It'd probably be quite unsafe to do that as well, really, if we're being honest. Lots of GT3 pit stops, but not for Gianni Vecchio or Dylan Burst in the Vendaval Sim Racing car, or the rival Autosport 158 car of Matthew Dench either. Ethan Bass stays out as well. This is the real point in the race where things get interesting, because so far, while the GT3s have been thrown off strategy, they've all done the same thing, but this time we've got a split in the field, and most notably with the dominant car of the day, Apex Hunters United Esports at the 197. That is a big call from them to stay out, given what the rest of the field is doing here. Although there are a good 6 cars or so who decided to stay out, so yeah, it's a big call from Gianni Vecchio and the team there to stay out, but they clearly think it is the right one to not pit at this stage and almost get themselves back onto strategy at the top of the hour, which is what everybody else has done.
Yeah, which is slightly unorthodox, but things have been going pretty well for him so far. Maybe this is the turning point, or maybe it's just another way of them increasing their gap. We'll have to wait and see. The logical decision for most teams would be just to, as you say, come in on the hour, or close to the hour, and be back on schedule. Make it a bit of a less of a headache. You can just see, it's an hour. I can come into the pit lane now. The fuel's gone. But for them, yeah, they've made it a bit more of a headache for themselves. But unorthodox strategies, they haven't gone amiss in the past. They've worked. But again, when you're leading by that much, or you're not going to be leading by that much, but when you know in yourself that you can pull an insane gap and just absolutely fly, they've had remarkable consistency, remarkable pace in that 197. Why would you take that gamble unless you know it's going to be the one that potentially could work?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they clearly think it's the one that will work. Although saying that, Gianni Vecchio comes in now, and so does the Venderville sim racing car. I wonder if they could have come in last time. Whether did they decide not to, or actually couldn't? That is the big difference. And Burst also in, as I say, Matthew Dent as well. Got a number of cars who haven't pitted yet. I've already mentioned Ethan Bass, Brady Myers as well for Trans-Tasman Racing, also in. Jeff Thomas also hasn't been in, neither has Adam Gardner, and I think that is it. Certainly looks like it. So Jacob Todd's going to take the lead of this race, I think, for the 115 team. That's Blue Flag Racing. Adam Gardner's going to stay out, so we've got a GT3 Amcar in second in this overall GT3 race now. You can see that Ferrari at the back of the train. Richie Stanaway that was, with Michael Healy in tow. Seller's going to get up ahead as well. This is a really big call here. I'm not sure why Vecchio wasn't able to come in under the first time we went past the pit lane, but it has really disadvantaged him here. He's dropped outside the top 6 off of our screen there, and it's going to cost it. For the first time today, really, we're going to have to see him fight through the field, which is obviously a totally different prospect to just running away at the front. You're getting past cars, very different.
Yeah, absolutely. Driving around a circuit sort of just really consistently is one thing, but when you've got cars in your way, when you're having to negotiate people you're fighting for position, it's a completely different ballgame, especially, as I say, a little bit earlier on, at a track like Suzuka. You really have to pick your moments well. Something goes wrong, you're in the grass, you're in the gravel, and you're completely a passenger. The grass, the gravel, you just have nothing out there. So they've really got to be careful. They've really got to pick their way through, and this is really going to show if they're as good as we've been saying, which I have absolutely no shadow of a doubt they will be. But it does make it a bit interesting for us in terms of the commentary after the restart, because we're going to have them trying to fight their way through. They've got a couple of cars to get through, and of course, yeah, if they've got the pace, they can find their way through. But I'm not entirely sure. Will the teams just think, well, yeah, it's them. They're coming through whether we like it or not, or will they put up more of a fight? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, everyone's bunched up now, and yeah, it looks like we're going to be going pretty soon. But yeah, just can't wait for this restart now with Vecchio having to come back through. Yeah, that's it. That is going to be interesting. I think with nearly 3 hours still remaining in the race, it won't be. There may not be too much fighting over it, really. But then again, there certainly could be. He's 12th in the GT3 race at the moment, Vecchio, so that's a long way back at this stage. Took on new tyres as well, I think, at that pit stop. Nearly 1 minute stationary in the box, which is certainly enough to take tyres. Not a full fuel fill up there, but he didn't need it, of course, after not having run the entire way during that stint. So at the moment, let's have a quick look at LMP2, because we kind of neglected them over this pit stop cycle. We've had a lot of driver changes. Justin Rougier has got in for Ben Cornett. Robert Gibbs has got in the 22 Drop Bear Motorsport car for James Glasspool, who did over half of the race, the first half. Jackson Rihana is the only one, or one of the only drivers to stay in their respective car, despite changing tyres, so he's in for at least another hour 20. Maybe 2 hours. Christopher Norton is in the rival Autosport car. Scott Sislowski has got into the Simrigs.com DPR car. Aaron Russell into the 27 Alpha Aggressor Racing team. Drop Bear Motorsport in the number 88 have got Mike Wayne in. Robbie Griffiths for 50 Motorsport. So a lot of driver changes here. But it might be too far for all these guys to go to the end, really. And at 2 hours 45 at a circuit like this with this many cars, maybe not the best idea, quite draining really, so there may be one more driver change in store for everybody before the end. Yeah, it's the most likely option, isn't it? They're going to have to be. There's a lot going on at Suzuka. You have to think about actually driving the circuit, getting your way through all the GT traffic, which there is a lot of it, and it's a massive GT3 field. So yeah, you're almost always encountered with something going on. So as a driver, it is very mentally exhausting. So yeah, it's a long stint. It's just under half of the race. So yeah, don't expect them to be going the whole way, but. Yeah, its strategy is going to be certainly interesting for all of these, as the Macron Esports in the GT3 AM has come into the pit lane. So they were second overall in GT3, now not. But I'm curious as to why they've come in so late, because of course everyone's already bunched up. They're going to go pretty much to the back of this train.
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Why would you wait so long? That is certainly my question there. Maybe they have decided against the strategy they intended to stay out, but now they've decided against it. They're just going to cut their losses. As Billabong Development also come in, had a fair amount of time in the lead. Bluebell Racing as well. It's not like they're topping off on fuel, so because it's going to turn into a fuel race. There's absolutely no way you're going to be able to make this on one more stop. Absolutely no way. So why? Why is the only question there really. Why would you do that? Not sure. Not sure for the moment. I think everybody is in the right place at the moment. From what I looked when I looked down the field there, Blue Flag Racing were the first GT3 Pro car. Although now that Mac 1 have come in, there might be a bit of a change around to still happen in GT3, and we'll wait and see though. If we think this is anything to go by though, we're certainly in for a hectic race at Road Atlanta as well. This Suzuka circuit obviously narrow, twisty, very difficult as we've already mentioned, but as you said earlier, Zach, it's quite long. The best laps around here in the 146s, 47s for the LMP2s. They're going to be down in the 110s or so at Road Atlanta, and we're putting the same amount, if not more, cars onto that circuit. If we think this is going to be bad, then we've got another thing coming, I think, in a couple of rounds' time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be carnage. We've got massive grids, and as you say, that short circuit, there's going to be cars pretty much completely spread out everywhere, which is going to make for either the most exciting race or the most chaotic race. Probably those two words go hand in hand. But with most things this season, it's a similar theme, and hopefully we're going to have a similar theme continue throughout the rest of this race and the rest of the season, because it's so far tipped to be a great season. Every class is close. There's multiple cars that can be in contention for, not just podiums, but even wins. We've got, a consistent top 5, consistent top 6. So I think it's really going to be for the rest of the season who can stay consistent, who can minimise the bad rounds, and who can sort of maximise the sort of the P3s, the P4s, maybe the P2s, as opposed to getting one win back down to 6th and then up a little bit. It is going to be the person that can stay as consistent as possible throughout the entire of the season.
Yeah, I think that has been very apparent to us in the GT3 Pro standings, also known as GT3 overall, I suppose. Trans Tasman Racing coming into today leading the championship in the 128 car, currently running with Brady Myers down in 9th position in the overall GT3 race, but 3rd and 5th so far. So no race wins. Trans Tasman Racing, the other car, managed to get a race win, and so have Lobs Falcon, but they've not had a good other race, which is kind of illustrating your point there, really. But we can thankfully stop waffling on about that now and start talking about action, because there's about to be some out there on the circuit. The safety car out of the way in this lap, and Justin Rougier will be in control of the field. Is he going to wait quite as long as Cameron Dance did about an hour ago when he did his restart in the Rival Autosport car? When is Rougier going to go? He's going to have to wait a little bit longer than this, of course. And of course, he's got the 56 car in between him and his nearest rival. Teo Sorano is in the way, well, not in the way, but is one of the lap cars in the middle of those two leaders for Summit Sim Sports. How quickly can Drop Bear Motorsport get through, of course, because Summit Sim Sports, the 55 is only another car back from that. So are they going to try and help out their teammates? Either way, Justin Rougier goes through the final corners and, as is normal, accelerates out of the final chicane to lead us back under green here at the AHU Endurance by VCO 6 hours, of Suzuka. Out towards turn number 1 again, and Rougier is going to have a comfortable lead in the number 1 car. Drop by Motorsport and Summit Simsport's going to be battling over second just in the background there, as you can see. And in the bottom right hand side of your screen are the GT3 battles as well, which are going to be raging a little bit further down in this field. Few more lap cars involved this time, those than we'd seen on previous restarts. The fields have been very, very compacted actually in the past, but this one a little bit more spaced out, and I think Rougier going a little bit early has kind of helped with that a little bit.
Yeah, well, of course, that's the problem with having a chicane as the final corner. He can sort of catch everyone napping. He can accelerate out of a corner while everyone's still going in, especially when the number 22 has the 55 in between them both. He's another car length or so back, and that's really going to hinder him, which has allowed Rougier to just pull that gap. He's got 1.5 seconds already, and we're only sort of 3/4 of a lap through. As yeah, it's very close in all of the categories. Well, I say that it's close in the GTs because there's a lot of cars going on, and of course, as you say, we've got some of the P2s coming through, but yeah, we've got a nice little train. This is Vecchio. He's down to P10 overall in the GT3 Pro, so he's definitely got his work cut out for him, but look out because he certainly is going to be on a fight back, on a charge through, but he's got a couple of BMWs in his way. That Porsche has seemed very quick as a car overall, not just the drivers in the cockpit. But yeah, he's just got to bide his time, be patient. He knows he's got the pace. He's certainly got the time to get away through and doesn't want to make any rash judgments as the 43 tries to dart one to the inside of the exit of Spoon, which yeah is not going to help him at all. And it's things like that. It's heart in your mouth moments because it can all just be completely wiped away at a moment's notice.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of rash judgments, that was nearly one of them through Spoon Curve. By the way, the 55 and 73 have come unstuck somewhere. I think possibly at Spoon Curve as well, actually, on this opening lap. They've dropped now outside of the top 5 or so, as that was very close. VCO Esports losing a couple of places because of this, and Venderville Sim Racing, after dropping outside of the top 10 with their slightly strangely timed pit stop, now back inside of the top 10 for the Pro car. On the inside of Henry Thomas Kirscher, and there we go. Top 10 once again for Venderville at the moment, which is where they intend to stay, of course, and they're going to try and stay on the back of Gianni Vecchio. You'd imagine that Dylan Burst currently driving that 101 car, but yeah, it's been all change up the front of the field really in the LMP2s. Justin Rougier and Robert Gibbs still 1 and 2, but I'm afraid Jackson Rihana and Mike Wayne, and Scott Kozlowski have clearly had some kind of issue somewhere, because they're now both outside of the top 5. It's always these restarts. Safety cars breed safety cars, I suppose. It's not quite going to do that to us, I don't think, but it certainly has breeded a few chops and changes in these opening few laps.
Yeah, absolutely, and that, as you say, safety cars breed safety cars, and everyone's so close, so these things happen. People see an opportunity, they're going to try and take it, and we've got a lovely fight here for second, third and fourth, as well as a change. Oh, well, no, this is Daniel Yeaman down in 13th place, but yeah, very, very close towards the sharp end of the GT3 Pro category. We've got the Lamborghini, Jacob Todd at the helm of the Blue Flag Racing car, trying to pick their way through, of course, on the podium in P3. They're going to try and make that one better, because the 169, yeah, it's a train for the race lead. We've got the 169, the 184, the 115 and the 194, all nose to tail. You can see that's all 4 of them there, just coming through 130R now. So yeah, these safety cars, we've definitely got a fight on our hands for the race lead and for the podium here.
Yeah, we certainly have. Jacob Todd started this lap in the lead, let's not forget, as that number on his windscreen indicates. But he's dropped down to 3rd. We saw Richie Stanaway get through, and the Trans-Tasman Racing car as well, but Stanaway's under pressure now. Goodness me! The defence on the inside line there, all the way up to the pit wall. The BMW on the outside line. It's a long way round there, though. It'd be very impressive to see them manage that, but Jacob Todd wants a piece of this and gets down the inside at turn 2 for P2. And we'll see if he can do this, because the S is coming up next, and he's going to have a hard time out there. Unfortunately, he has to just drop into line there. Michael Healy holding on. Jared Vilso now involved as well. This is a 4-way battle for the lead. Very exciting stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, and fair play to Jacob Todd. He tried to follow the 169 through. Of course, the 169 going to the right-hand side that opened the gap for Jacob to sort of try and find a way through. The only problem was that the BMW had that outside momentum, as we see Dylan Burst looking to make some headway, and that's not stopped. That is, I broke a little bit too late. Whether that was a brake failure or just getting caught out. Yeah, that is brown underwear moment. He's gonna need a change.
That was a little bit too late on the brakes, and I think because he knew that he was going to clatter into a couple of cars, he actually accelerated and cut the corner there entirely to not do that, which probably helps out everybody. He will have lost some time, of course, but he's at least everybody's still in the race. A little bit wide there for Jacob Todd there, making his way out onto the back straight once more. And he's just following him behind. This is what it looked like from off board. You see that he almost accelerates actually towards the corner and cuts the turn. He just doesn't want to clatter into those two cars. Very close to disaster really, but thankfully it all panned out all right. Oh dear, into the chicane. Richie Stanaway, big defensive moves. Jacob Todd lining himself up beautifully for a move possibly here. Michael Healy trying to get through all at once here as well, with Jared Fuso in the Vulcan car just behind. You see a big defence once more from the Porsche on the BMW. It looks like they're all going to stay single file into turn one, but this is a fantastic battle for the lead in GT3. Stanaway on the defensive and trying to keep Michael Healy behind.
Yeah, they are nose to tail. Just look at them. The top four are separated by literally nothing, and they're following each other so closely. It's nothing is closer than this. You really couldn't ask for much more in terms of a fight in GT3 Pro, and that's what it's been. That's the theme of the whole season. Everyone's close, which is good because we've got different chassis and different manufacturers, available to these guys, and it's nice that they are relatively equal. But that BMW, Michael Healy, is putting a lot of pressure. He is absolutely breathing down the neck of Richie Stanaway, who's leading the way, and that's what you've got to do in endurance racing. You've got to apply the pressure, play the mental game. Just don't let them breathe. Just absolutely stick on his backside and just feel that mirror. Make sure your front end, because it's a huge front end on that BMW, is as big as it possibly can be in the rearview mirror, and he's just piling that pressure on, trying to put the 169 into a mistake, and then that's when he can capitalise, because Stanaway is making that car as wide as possible. The P2 coming through might allow him to come through, and he does to the inside of the second part of Spoon. Look at that, does to the inside. They're now going to be side by side on the run up towards 130R. Has the BMW, has Healy got that drive? Blue flag wants to get involved as well. He's tucking into the slipstream of the Porsche. It's going to be the outside of 130R if he wants to get past the BMW, but it seems to be all kicking off on the run in towards the Casio Triangle.
Dear me, Stanaway's going to stay in front there, and Jacob Todd is going to have to stay behind. We're a little bit further back now with Dylan Burst trying to get through on the 111. But yeah, that was a very good attempt, I suppose, from Michael Healy to get through at Spoon Curve. Very opportunistic dive, you've got to say, but it nearly paid off there for the race lead to turn 1 and 2. Once more, and they stay in line, but this is a great fight, and that was very good opportunistic driving. He's doing it again at turn 2. Oh, it's got one this time. Stanaway goes around. Trans-Tasman Racing Car just tips them around, I'm afraid, and that one is certainly going to be investigated. It was well executed at Spoon Curve. Was it on this time at turn 2? I'm not entirely sure, but Stanaway has certainly felt the consequences of that one. He's now well outside the top 5, with Gianni Vecchio even moving up to 6th because of that, but yeah, was that move on or not? That one will be argued about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Healy, he's aggressive. He will go for a gap. He obviously, we've seen, he sees a gap. He's going to put the car there. He's got to try and put that pressure on. You've got to take those opportunities, but again, there's a time and a place. With 3 hours, 28 minutes into a 6-hour race, do you need to go for those moves? Did Stanaway need to put that much of a defence on? Of course, he's fully entitled to, but in terms of the long game, everything's now been thrown away. So, it's a bit dodgy, but yeah, now it's a 4-car train at turn 3, and people did try to capitalise on it. The Blue Flag Racing and the Lobs Falcon did try to look for a way through the loss of the momentum on the Trans-Tasman, but it's still close between these three, so, we've lost one car, but we're still getting given action by the rest of them, and the top 6, the rest of the top 6 really aren't that far back at all, and once you're in the slipstream, it's pretty powerful.
It certainly is. We see this leading battle at the moment, and all of those cars are involved in your shot right here through 130R. You wouldn't want to be an LMP2 getting onto the back of these guys, but it's about to happen quite a lot in the near future of this race. Lamborghinis there lining themselves up for a good run on Michael Healy. This is Gianni Vecchio getting through on another one of the Lamborghinis. That's the 158 Frog Leap Juiced Racing Red. They've dropped back now to 6th place. As we see the battle into turn 1, Michael Healy is under pressure now. Jacob Todd goes back to the lead, so Blue Flag Racing at the front, and Jared Filso follows him through. Very good driving from him, so out onto the S's once more, and Jacob Todd is going to lead the field because he's got through on the Trans-Tasman Racing BMW. I just wonder if that contact is setting them back a little bit, because that looked almost too easy for these two Lamborghinis.
Well, they've got to take what they can get, and a great driving from Jared Filsell. Of course, Lobs Falcon didn't join us for Sebring, but they won in Spa, and certainly they haven't lost any of that pace over the sort of the month and a half since Spa. They are on it, and they are certainly in the running and up into 2nd place. That's what you've got to do, though. You've got to let the person in front of you do the hard work. He was 3rd place in a 3-car train. He's got, I'd say, every advantage. I'd argue I wouldn't want to be Jacob Todd. Yes, he's ahead, but he's got to be looking in front and behind, and now he's certainly got to be looking behind because he's got the entirety of the top 6 of his category in his mirror, breathing down his neck. But yeah, Jared did everything right there. Saw a gap, filled it, followed him through, and now looking for one into Spoon Curve. That's going to be dodgy, but that's what you've got to do. Dummy one to the inside, make Jacob Todd take an error of caution, think, he's going to go for that, I'm backing out of this one. Then that opens the door for Jared to come through. But yeah, he's certainly now seen his opportunity, and he's going to try and seize this opportunity with just a 2nd burst of pace, biding his time, waiting for this moment to come to him.
Here we go into 130R. Is this going to be the moment for Phil Selt, or is he going to wait for turn 1? Looks like he's going to go for it now at the chicane, quite possibly. Todd looks like he'd break a little bit early there than he maybe could have done. Straight around the outside for the Lobs Falcon Racing team, and into the lead they go for the first time since they won at Spa. Out onto the front straight once more. Jacob Todd trying to get back in front possibly, or is he going to work with Phil Selt now to try and get away from the rest? It looks like he is. These guys almost kind of conspiring to work against Gianni Vecchio behind, because that 197 car is certainly coming through the field. They're 5th at the moment and in this train for the lead.
Yeah, they're right in the mix, and especially because of how hard they've been battling. They've just been backing each other up. That's made Vecchio's job so much easier. I was sort of worried because he hadn't made as much sort of headway as I'd expect. Of course, we're only a couple of minutes after the safety car, only a few laps, as that's a bit of a tank slapper from Jacob Todd. That car sliding around a little bit. But yeah, Jared Filsell, he's got to get moving. He's got to put a gap between himself and Vecchio in order to have that buffer. Vecchio's then got to fight his way through and of course going to lose time in the process. That's going to allow Jared to sort of just expand the gap as much as he can. But yeah, Vecchio, again, he's doing everything right. He's playing the patient game, going to look to the inside of the hairpin. That is a brilliant move. Just completely waited until the Evolution Racing Team car sort of moved to the outside and just kept it straight, and that's the Rival Autosport, the 58 going off at Dunlop. A mistake that we haven't seen for the first time today.
No, it certainly isn't. Getting out of the gravel as well is a bit of a mission. Just to been able to do that. Get a little bit wide there, but through at least on the Evolution Racing Team through the hairpin there. Chris Witzel, by the way, is the Porsche Racing Team car involved here. The GT3 AM leader is in the train for the overall lead here in GT3. So that's a remarkable turnaround for him. Well, not turnaround really, but it certainly is a remarkable performance from this team. Wide at 130R though, and going to be surely getting out of the way of Gianni Vecchio now into the chicane. Staying in front though. I can't imagine Witzel's going to defend this one too hard. Got a big lead as Trans-Tasman Racing indeed into the pit lane now with Michael Healy. He didn't come in under the last safety car, it seems, and so he's going to drop back quite a long way now in this race. Down the inside for Vecchio though, into 3rd now in the GT3s. His run back to the front of the field is almost complete.
Yeah, and he's only got 1 second until he's right on the back of Blue Flag Racing and the Lobs Falcon Racing as well. Yeah, he's just done everything right, as I've said. He's just picked his way through, picking his moments, knows where he's confident on the brakes, which is clearly into the hairpin. He can just keep it to the left. He knows that he can just run it more out wide, not try and bring it back to the right, because he knows he's going to be on the inside and can just send it under brakes. But is Blue Flag going to work with Lobs here? I mean, of course, you want to have that buffer because they're both aggressive. They both want to win, but they've got a driver like Vecchio just on an absolute mission. He is not giving up, and we've seen how strong that Porsche is as well. Of course, it's a Lamborghini 1 too. That might be a little bit deceiving, but yeah, Vecchio on a charge. Of course, he's on the same strategy as these guys as well because of that late decision to pit under the safety car, and yeah, he's made massive headways on this first half of the lap alone. 6/10 now is the gap between him and the 115, which I would say is probably the fringes of the slipstream. And then once you're in it, it's a tow hook, and you're there, especially when your name is Gianni Vecchio.
I think he certainly is there now. Jacob Todd trying to prevent this situation really by not really fighting Jean-Phil here, but it's not really worked. As we see the battle for sixth place in the, oh no, I was right the first time, fifth place in the LMP2 category. Limerigs.com, DPR trying to stay in front with Scott Cislalski at the moment driving, keeping Mike Wayne behind, and these guys are coming up on the GT3 battles. So not only, well, as you can see there, not only is this going to change the LMP2 race, but it's going to change the face of the GT3 race as well here, surely, because after all, everybody's got to come through on everybody else, and there's a lot of cars in this leading train for the leading battle we were just watching. So it's going to be a very nervy time for everybody.
Yeah, no one's going to want to give an inch, are they? And the GT3s, they're fighting as hard as they can. The P2s, of course, are all fighting for position. Mike Wayne, it's a top 5. It's a decent milestone. So, of course, he's going to want to try and push for it. But you've got to be careful, and there's a lot going on. The GTs sort of have to be like, there's a P2 behind me. I've got to stay on my race line. I've got to stay predictable, as opposed to darting to the inside and trying to find a way through. But, yeah, when there's 6 cars all fighting for a race lead in the GT3 Pro, as we see the fight for P11, we've got the Alfa Racing, the 42, looking to the inside of turn 1. But in terms of the outside momentum, you really have to swing the car through, and being right tucked up on that right hand side, the angle is way too acute, and you're not going to find a way through. But it's nice to see how close, sort of all 3 categories are. I mean, GT3 and we've got Pulse Racing Team Century Batteries. They had a very dominant display at Sebring. So apart from that, it's been really close, especially in the Pro category.
It certainly has. Around the outside through Dunlop, Alpha Aggressor trying to get back in front. Through Degner 1 would be brave, thankfully backing out of that one, so there really isn't much space there. Out through Degner 2 and under the bridge. Figure of 8, of course, this circuit, as I'm sure you know, but yeah, one of the very few. I don't know many other circuits actually that are figure of 8, other than those fictional ones where you're meant to hit each other. I'm sure you know what I mean. But yes, it's one of the very few in the world. Meanwhile, Gianni Vecchio up into second here, because Jacob Todd has just been displaced for Blue Flag Racing. This is what's going on behind, and it's Matthew Dent trying to also get up the field here. 5-Star Motorsport. His team didn't quite come in when everybody else did either, and dropped back a little bit compared to the others, along with Vanderville, of course. All trying to get through on Evolution Racing Team, currently being driven by John Pisnick, of course. Recently took new tyres, so I don't know why they're falling back compared to Vanderville, but either way, they certainly are. Well, I'll say that Vanderville have also taken new tyres, but either way, still out here at the moment. Evolution Racing Team, 5th position for them. We go back to the LMP2. There's been a pit stop made by the 96 car, and that must mean it's nearly time for everybody to come in. I'll say that. It's only been 13 laps, so there could be a penalty involved there for David Turnbull, and given how short that pit stop was, it may well be that there was a penalty applied there. But yes, it's certainly not time to make a pit stop yet. It feels like this restart kind of sequence has been going on for ages here, but in reality it hasn't been that long. It's just the battles have been relentless so far, especially the GT3s.
Yeah, no one's given an inch, have they? They're going for it. They're having fun, most importantly, out there. They're all fighting for race victories and things like that. And when it's that close, you're going to be having the most fun. The top 3 are pretty much, well, I say nose to tail, not quite nose to tail, but they are certainly, they've definitely got a good view of each other. As the 197 Vecchio has just been on an absolute fight back, and he certainly has a look for P1. But I mean, Jared Fulsel's keeping him honest. He's kept the gap around 7/10, so he's not exactly doing a bad job. But I think the Blue Flag Racing car has done the right thing to just let him go, stick in his toe, let him do the hard work. Is that a spin? I can see some smoke. Yeah, that is the can't quite see who that is. I think it's Ryan Howe. No, maybe no, it was Ryan Howe. I think just having a spin through Spoon, and that's a mistake again we've seen a lot, because it's a fast corner, but you do have to brake quite a little bit for it. So you're sort of on the brakes. That's obviously putting a lot of weight on the front end, and as you're turning through a pretty fast corner, the weight of the rear end of the car sort of lift up, and that's easily going to send you around. So that's probably why we've seen it. But yeah, in an endurance race, you can't be making clumsy mistakes like those.
No, you certainly can't. I bet we can guess what happened as well, judging by where that was. So unfortunate, but we probably do know exactly what happened there. Oh, a little bit wide there for Evolution. Looks like it going wide. I think it was indeed. 162 car going a little bit deep into that turn there. So thankfully, keeping things going. It's Ryan Howe trying to get through on a couple of LMP2s. Not really involved with his fight. He's a lap down on a couple of these guys. It's Gianni Vecchio though in the battle with Jared Field. So these two are very, very good, mightily quick in a GT3, and they're going to have a great battle here, I'm sure. Lamborghini versus Porsche, of course. The race winner of the first round at Spa, trying to fend off 197 team that came third at Sebring. Got disqualified actually, this car, Vecchio's car, from the Spa race, but I'm not entirely sure why. I've not don't know why, but they were, as Synergy Sim Racing try and get through as well on Alpha Aggressor Racing, and this is going to be down the inside at Spoon, easy-ish for them to make that move. So up into the top 10 now on Synergy Sim Racing, but not been the greatest race for them, especially considering where their season has been so far. Championship leaders, of course. So the LMP2 championship leaders also not having a very good day. For whatever reason, it's not been a very good day for those who have been having a strong season so far. Down the inside 3 wide there, and straight through there for Synergy Sim Racing, through on the GT3 leading battle, of course.
Yeah, managed to clear it pretty quickly, and I think Vecchio is just going to allow the Alpha Aggressor to come through and maybe use it as a way to sort of get past on the Lamborghini, but the difference in straight line speed between the prototypes and the GTs hasn't allowed him to do that. But yeah, they are very close. I think in fact the Porsche was trying to have a look around the outside of the Lamborghini into the Casio Triangle. But yeah, as you say, not the best day for two of our championship leaders. Yeah, it's, you know, a fourth and a first, and now they're down into P10. So yeah, you've got to be on it. But I mean, they've still got a decent buffer behind. I say that it's in the Aussie point system. Not exactly the biggest of margins, because you look at it and you think, oh, 42 points, you know, that's huge. It's really not at all. So yeah, we're going to be frantically trying to make sense of it, because I've got no clue what's a good points gap or not. But yeah, anyways, we have a race on our hands, and it's still very close. Blue Flag have sort of dropped off the back of the top two a little bit, now under pressure from the 101, the Venable Sim Racing white car, as the top 6 train is sort of dispersed a little bit, but that 197 is still being relentless. It really is just a battle of two titans between the 197 and the 194. One of them has won a race this season, and the other one is just on an absolute mission. Shane van Gisbergen and Vecchio have just driven that car perfectly. Well, I say perfectly, they had to come into the pit lane a bit late, so maybe a bit of a blunder on that note, but in terms of on-track pace and on-track overtaking, their racecraft has been sensational.
It has been very good. Oh, as we see, the Volkswagen car's been off somewhere. There's been contact here, because Vecchio's also going slowly. Jacob Todd's gone through, and so's Dylan Burst. It's been a big moment for the lead in this race. What's happened here? Jared Filsell was leading, and he spun right in front of Vecchio. Oh, goodness me. Spoon Curve claims another victim, and it shows that even the very, very best can get caught out on the outside line there. Filsell's going to be absolutely furious with himself. Yeah, you can be sure. He drops all the way down to what is probably 8th or 9th or 7th maybe in the order. Oh dear, oh dear. Vecchio goes through though. Jacob Todd gets just pulled out the way there, really. Didn't want any piece of that, and now Dylan Burst is going to have his turn to try and keep Vecchio behind. But yeah, Filsell is such a strong driver, the very best in Australia and the world. But even he has come unstuck at Spoon Curve there, which is proving to be so difficult.
Yeah, well, I said they were Titans. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. And that was, again, just him getting onto the AstroTurf on the outside, dipped that rear right wheel, and it spun a little bit quicker than his inside, the uneven distribution, and just sent him round. Luckily, Vecchio didn't make as big a contact as I thought, because he was all over the rear end of that Lobs Falcon racing car. He really just didn't want to give him any gap at all. So the fact he managed to slam on the anchors and not completely T-bone him, I think is a great job from Vecchio. But he's got his work cut out from the Blue Flag racing car, sort of moved out of the way. But what can the Porsche do? Can he find a way through? And will the 101 fight this? Because they've been given a golden opportunity. They've been given this blessing in order to claim the race lead. Of course, it's still a long way to go. But will they fight it a lot? Will they want to fight it? Because it's Vecchio. You've got to be thinking he's so quick. Of course, we have a plethora of talent on this grid and in this season. But Vecchio is just, I think, just it's Vecchio. He's shown today how quick he can be. So you've almost got to think it's a matter of time whether he goes through or not, as we got a lot of P2s going down the pit straight. The 58 has, well, 3 cars behind him. The 89 looking to the inside as the 88 looks to the inside. 2 by 2 they nearly went, and they've all kept it relatively clean for the time being.
Synergy Sim Racing, by the way, getting involved. They're 1 lap down, but they've managed to get through on the 73 anyway in this one. That was Drop Bear Motorsport looking on the inside line of Rival Autosport there, but deciding not to go for it through turn 1. Goodness me, Synergy Sim Racing cars very, very brightly at the moment. Wayne Bork is driving that car. Qualified on pole, of course, at this one, but dropped now off the lead lap. This is Matthew Dench, and quickly place your bets. Yep. Ooh. It's a spoon curve in exactly the same fashion. Almost comical how many times we've seen this now. 5-star Motorsport, though, for Matthew Dent is a little bit more important, I'm afraid. Drops outside the top 5 and puts Jared Filso back into 6th places. Almost, well, not almost remarkable. It is remarkable how many times we've seen that today. As this Synergy Sim Racing car not giving up on getting through on drop bet. Inside line at Spoon Curve, not quite able to do this. It's always a bit of a grey area about lapped cars unlapping themselves, and this certainly is venturing into that grey part of the rule. Not really sure. I don't think anybody really sure, 100% sure anyway, whether what Wayne Bork is doing right now should be allowed or not.
But I'd say if you're a lapped car trying to unlap yourself, you have to be convincingly quicker, because yeah, he's just going to dart one to the inside and jobs are good. But you have to be convincingly quicker, because now, you know, the drop bear can just set up a cutback and he would genuinely have a run if this was full position. He goes a little bit wide, bit of a tank slapper, kicking up a bit of grass. And now the Simrix DPR car, the number 73, is looking to go side by side. They are neck and neck down the pit straight, but again, just going to have to back out. He's got the 42 on his inside as well. That's, of course, not for position either. But I think if you're a lapped car, you have to be convincingly quicker. You can't get in front and be the same pace as the cars behind, because then you might as well just move back out of the way again, because in endurance racing, blue flags are only mandatory for you to actually move out of the way if it's in the same class. So you've got to be convincingly quicker and you've got to actually stay in front. You've got to prove why you can stay on the lead lap, because if not, you've got to hang back. You've got to bite the bullet and just hang back, stay with them, as that's the Alpha Aggressor Racing. The 27 is coming up as a retirement on our screen, Ewan.
Yeah, I think they might have disconnected, I'm afraid. The number 27 car may well have disconnected, unfortunately, for them. And yeah, given the they have indeed, to what it looks like to me anyway. Unfortunate for them. Very unfortunate indeed, but yeah, Wayne Bork has just been able to get away from these guys at the moment, which is what you said there, needs to be convincingly quicker, and it certainly seems to be as things stand. Maybe got new tyres on, and that's why he's trying so hard to get through here at the moment. So, yeah, 27 team having big problems there, very, very big problems. And they will be dropping off the lead lap and way down the order, I'm afraid to say, here in this race. As we see this battle for the top 5 continue on. But yeah, just to go back to our figure 8 track discussion, I was briefly bringing up about this circuit a few moments ago. Somebody mentioning, Adam Briggs it was, in the YouTube chat about Oran Park being a figure 8, which is a great shout. I'd entirely forgotten about Oran Park. I'm not sure what state that circuit is in these days. I know it's obviously in iRacing, and you can drive it here on the service. But what state is that circuit in real life these days? I fear slightly that it is no longer a thing. It may have been turned into something else, unfortunately. But that is a great shout for a figure-8 circuit, and a great circuit as well. It wouldn't fit in AHU Endurance by VCO, there's no question about that. But for a V8 Supercar League, absolutely fantastic. Or indeed, something else, maybe touring cars. Wonderful. But yeah, some of these, it's a rare figure-8. I'm pretty sure, Zach, as well, you've got absolutely no idea what Oran Park is, or you've never seen it in your life.
Absolutely not.
No, I suspected you might say that, but yes, you're missing out. To be honest, it's a very good circuit. So there we are. It does indeed look like we have lost the 27 car. By the way, we were seeing it disconnect a few moments ago, and indeed it is bad news for them. They have indeed disconnected. Hopefully they can get back in with Aaron Russell there, but it's not looking great for them as they disconnected on the run up towards Spoon Curve. And there they go, back to the pit lane now. Hopefully they can get back out at least for a few points, but not good, I'm afraid. I have unfortunately been informed as well that Oran Park is now a housing estate, so it's unfortunately been demolished. So that is unfortunate, but we can relive the past with iRacing, of course. Meanwhile, the 73 car trying to get through on Drop Bear Motorsport. Outside line is open here, but there are lap cars around. So it would be difficult to get through on Mike Wayne here for Scott Zizlowski, and indeed he hasn't been able to get through on this occasion. Here they go up through the S's once more, and this battle continues on for the top 5. It is now for the top 5 indeed, because of that 27 car is connecting. So these guys will be, obviously you're never happy to see that, but you will be pleased to be moving up the positions, and now these guys have got the opportunity to battle over 5th position.
Yeah, which is it's a nice place to fight for. You always aim to sort of finish the race, then finish inside the top 10, then you have the milestone of finishing the top 5, then the podium, then of course the win. So a top 5 is a nice thing. It looks better than 6th place, and of course scores you a couple more points as well. So they're going to be trying, but of course, as you say, they've got the GT3s to negotiate, and of course that can always throw a curveball and things. It can go your way, cannot go your way, because you can gain some, then you get to the next car, you can lose some, and sometimes it can really open the door for your opponents to come through. And you know, it's also very close in the GT3 Pro, because while yes, the 197 did find a way through, the Venable Sim Racing car has kept him honest. He's always stayed within 5 cents. So yeah, it's very close. And yeah, with the Lobster come back into P6, it's just been fluctuating so much in the GT3 Pro, and it's a fantastic category. We've got so much talent, and all of those guys can be fighting for a decent position. But yeah, still just over 2 hours left of this race to go, and the Alpha Aggressor 42 trying to get past on their teammates in the 27, just 5 tenths ahead of them. So yeah, the 2 Alpha Aggressor cars fighting for P12, which I'm sure isn't particularly the position they'd have been going into this race hoping to be fighting for.
Alpha Aggressor Racing, the number 27 car, have been able to get back out there once again, and they're posing for family photos at the moment, because they've got their 42 car just behind as well. So there we are, running in formation as things stand. And this is, well, can we call it a battle or not for 12th position? They're not exactly going to be doing much battling, I'm afraid. But they are at least running in line at the moment. So Justin Rougier still leads 10 seconds ahead of Drop Bear Motorsport right now. Robert Gibbs trying to chase him down. And we've got Jackson Rehana just in behind here as well. This is the GT3 AM leader. Chris Witzel's been doing a fantastic job here for Porsche Racing Team. 5th place in the GT3 overall race here. Zach, it's a remarkable achievement for them.
Yeah, it's the AM category. It's literally the amateurs. They're not exactly expected at all to be fighting amongst the GT3s, but they're in the same car. Why not? If they've got the pace, they can get involved well inside the mix. And while they're doing a great job, of course, AM is designed for the newer drivers to come in and get a taster, which AHU by VCO has always done a good job of allowing people to do, because endurance racing it's intimidating. You've got to have experience as the 55 comes into the pit lane, probably to start the actual cycle of P2 pit stops. Here to go. And And yeah, so the Everest is in, and it seems to be the P2's turn to come in as the drop bear's in as well.
It certainly is. There's a lot of LMP2 pit stops going on right now. So while this is all happening, we'll update you on the other side of this, but we are going to throw to a very quick commercial. When you return, you won't be hearing me, thankfully. It's going to be Lewis McGlade alongside Zach Sweeney for the final 2 hours here in this race in the AHU Endurance by VCO, 6 hours at Suzuka.
Well, back then to live coverage here of the AHU Endurance by VCO. I'm Lewis McGlade, Zach Sweeney alongside. Big shout out to our sponsors there, Coach Dave Academy. Of course, they not only sponsor the parts of the series, they do sponsor one of the categories as well, GT3 AM. Each of our categories brought to you by one of our sponsors, SimLab for GT3 Pro, and of course Grid Engineering for this category that we focus on here in the prototypes. Every time we step away from a broadcast like this, Zach, and then come back to it, and it's like, oh my goodness me, as if I've stepped into a completely different race. It's been madness.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole grid has just been everywhere for this entire race, and that is an example of it, because through Dunlop, that is not the first time we've seen something like that, and the 2 Alpha aggressive racer cars, just trying to find their way through. Going to take a replay. This is the Sava car coming through. I think it just dipped. Easy mistake to make. And that had no time to react to that one, did they?
No, see, it kind of looked like it was the preemptive catch. As went up onto the grass, opened the steering a little bit, caught it back. No, it is going. Yep, no, yes, no. And then you've got a bit of tarmac out there as well. Gives you grip back, gives you hope. Then there's more grass straight afterwards. It's pretty horrific. And to be fair, they are very lucky to have got through that and not gotten involved in the rest of the crash. We're focused on the Lobs Falcon car right now. Of course, that car directly ahead, the 279, whilst it might not be for position in the GT3 Pro category, even though GT3 Pro doesn't necessarily exist in a sense, that car directly ahead, the Pulse Racing Team Century batteries, that is actually for position in the GT3 overall category and the race leader in the GT3 AM category. So this is important for Jared Filsell, for Lobs Falcon, to get past after that issue into this corner.
Yeah, they've had a great race apart from that one mistake. They're fighting right at the sharp end of this category, and we had the entire top six separated by only a couple of tenths of a second. They really were nose to tail, and fine margins, and one mistake have sent them around. But Pulse Racing Team, the 279, have just done a stellar job in terms of pace. They're right in the mix, ahead of everyone. And he is going to look to the inside of the Casio triangle. Can he get it stopped? Yes, he does. And to no fighting really from the 279, because he's winning in his category, and I think that's all that matters for him. And now Jared Filsell, who won, of course, in Spa, didn't join us for Sebring, but again, definitely showing some good pace, and still a long way to go for him to recover.
Yeah, the 279 battling for its own championship was the idea that when this separation happened, it's much like plenty of other categories. Think of it of like the independent trophies and things like British touring cars and stuff, and so many other racing categories around the world. Of having your GT3 category itself is an overall thing. Race finishes as is expected, as the Summit Sim Sports car looks down the inside at 130R on Fishy. He's going to run way wide and bring it back in. That was always going to happen, kind of maybe bleed out the throttle a little bit prior to it as we run into the pit stop sequence for the prototype category, potentially their third to last one, as they all dive it down into the lay Robbie Griffiths, who's our focus of attention right now. But the GT3 AM, it's the thing of the pros can't steal your silverware, but you can steal the pros, and I like that sort of mentality, that idea, and that focus for those amateur drivers, that if they have a really good day, like the Pulse Racing Team Century Batteries car is having today, where yes, they're leading GT3 AM at the moment, but they are also fighting high up in the GT3 category overall. It's the same as the Billabong development car that is second in that category. They were not only leading earlier, but they were running in fourth place That's how good some of these cars, drivers and stuff can do, proving that the amateur category is still hotly contested.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course the gaps between the top three are pretty substantial. But yeah, the AMs, you know, they're not exactly throwaways. They're still really good, and of course have shown today they can really get in the mix amongst the pros. But yeah, Lobs Falcon just a lap ago managed to get past on the 279, and is now trying to put some pressure on that 111, get himself back inside the top 5 on his charge back towards the front. We've seen some great racecraft from Jared Filsell. Really has played the best game possible in the slipstream. We've seen it to be pretty strong, but that Porsche also has seemed pretty strong. Just look at the closing speed of that Lamborghini though. Is he going to go for the move into turn 1? Probably not. He's just going to stay single file. That's the thing with Jared. He's very patient, but once he sees a gap, you can definitely bet your bottom dollar that he's going to go for it.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't have been the wisest decision to have lobbed it down the inside. Yeah, because lobs, eh? No. All right, touche. It is early in the morning. You are not picking up what I am putting down. That's absolutely fine.
I'm very much picking up what you're putting down. I'm just disappointed that you've said it.
It is really bad. The AHU number 1 car, by the way, in the prototype category has been into the pit lane very recently. Justin Rigier behind the wheel takes over the lead, or continues to lead here at Suzuka, just ahead of the Drop Bear Motorsport SBM car that Robert Gibbs is behind. Not far off of their pit lane sequence. Summit Simsport Everest as well, who we saw making that move into the inside of 130R. Let's take a look as to what's happened to the other Drop Bear Motorsport car, the HRS, a little bit wide through 130R. Obviously, tyres a little bit dirty and then pulled way offline. The tyres do clean up very, very quickly. Now, we do know some drivers that have taken that line, a shortcut, and then got disqualified from the race. I don't think that's going to particularly happen there.
No, but certainly a different layout, one you probably don't want to be taking by any means. But yeah, just
Warren Park, by the way. Sorry,
I absolutely don't, Lewis. We've been through this many a time. I don't know many circuits. I didn't even know Phillip Island, to be honest, until you made me buy it on iRacing. But anyway, we've got Lobs, you know, looking to get up the inside. I won't say lob up the inside, but he might try it to the right hand side of the Castro triangle. That is the 127. Having the, I think that's the analytical car, having a massive moment behind him and then sent one to the kink. It's flat out. That's never going to work.
Yeah, that not the wisest move from the analytical car. Here comes Lobs around the outside, going down into turn 1, getting around the WEH E-Racing car. This is going to be a bit of a bold move, as really threw it in there, and the WEH E-Racing car did not really fight it. The call, by the way, I think I'm hearing in my ear, the number 27 Alpha Aggressor. Oh my goodness, it is stranded. The Alpha Aggressor car, look at it go there. The Alpha Aggressor car is absolutely stranded. We'll watch the rival Autosport car making a move there, just on some lap traffic, and then going for a little bit of a slip and slide by themselves. Safety car is coming out here once again. That is the full slide from the rival Autosport car, but the 27 car is upside down. It is on its roof. Watch here on the right hand side. Boom, there it is.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness, that is toast.
That's premium parking right there, ladies and gents, and absolutely, undoubtedly, bringing out the safety car. How did he even manage that? There's no sudden kick up for the car to actually go onto its head, but yeah, it must have been a pretty hefty hit into the barrier to send him round.
I think it's the contact model with the barrier. As you go into it, it's probably got the contact model's pushed him under it, and then it's flipped him back over. So less than ideal.
Suboptimal. Yeah, we're just going to see now. Bonk and. Yeah, mate, completely realistic, mate. Yeah, that's you at the angle he went in there, you'd have expected him to flip easily.
I feel sorry for Ashley Lear. Probably just had that crash, spun around and was like, right, time to carry on. Whoa! No, safety car obviously is out after a car is on its roof. Very casual, by the way, a request for a tow from Ashley Lear, which is like, can I have a tow?
I need one, mate.
Let's see. Bang, bang, and the perfectly reasonable. I don't know, nothing seems wrong there for me.
Nah, I think that was going to happen. Always going to happen. Took way too much speed through the second egg there and just spun the rears and smacked that barrier at way too fast a speed, and yeah, completely just sent the car over and onto its roof. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think he deserves a tow for that one with such a clumsy mistake.
I mean, either way, we'll return to pit lane, and hopefully we'll see out the end of this race. Although I'm not sure. I think the Alfa Aggressor car has, or at least the 27. I'm pretty sure they've used their fast repair. We don't have a confirmation on that one though, so we'd need to wait and see. Of course, whilst we're under safety car, various cars have been into the pit lane. Pit lane entrance is open. It was the exit that closed that confused me and Cam a bit earlier in this broadcast. And taking the call down into pit lane, Ben Cornett has dropped his way down into pit lane, which has passed off the race lead to the Drop Bear Motorsport SBM car, if I am not mistaken. So I do believe the 22 has taken over the lead of the race, and that would be a very Drop Bear thing as well to do, to go and steal a race victory. Although with 2 hours left to go, they're going to have to work very, very hard to keep on top of it. You can see they're definitely leading the way.
Yeah, they certainly know how to negotiate those safety cars. Of course, a very chaotic ending at Spa for round number 1. That sort of confused everyone, especially me and you in the commentary booth. But yeah, they've Drop Bear as a team really good at capitalising off the safety car restarts and overall, and they really do throw a curveball in terms of in things. They're so consistent, hardly ever make much in the way of mistakes. And yeah, I certainly cannot wait for the GTs to be bunched up again after the safety car, because we saw what happened last time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm still just blown away that I've just seen a car on its roof in that way. I literally can't get over it. Whilst, by the way, we were seeing the Drop Bear car, we'll see the other GT3s come into the pit lane, a couple of the Trans-Tasman racing cars and that lot all diving in. I think it's a good time to remind people of a couple of the special liveries and such, and little touches that people have got on their liveries. Remember, of course, the Drop Bear car, did bring this up earlier in the broadcast. All 3 of the Drop Bear cars, the 2 they've got in the prototype category and the 1 that they've got in the GT3 category, have support of Beyond Blue, racing in support of Beyond Blue, a mental health charity in Australia which helps with anxiety, depression and suicide prevention, as well as plenty of other things, which I think is a fairly reasonable and good thing to be in support of. Of course, it's okay not to be okay is a very typical thing to hear these days, and that's where they're assisting on that. So if you are struggling, do shout out. It's always good to speak your mind in that sense. And of course, the other one being the Pulse Racing team, special liveries across the board for them. The 281 has the special livery, which is inspired by the Hot Wheels car that was designed by Shane Warne, the cricket icon. There it is. Look at that. I think it looks absolutely fantastic. Of course, unfortunately, passed away fairly recently. A great little touch there. The other ones, the 279, 280 and the 282, we did see the logos on the side of them. It's in support of the Queensland and New South Wales flood appeal, which links have been posted in chat fairly frequently to go and show your support. Always nice when sim racing teams and such, when we've got the freedom to change our liveries on a round-by-round basis. We can do it with relative ease, especially here with the way we're sharing the liveries and such through trading paints and such. It's so easy just to update your livery, to put nice touches on it round by round, and give shout-outs to these causes that do require the assistance.
Yeah, of course, and using their platform, I suppose, to sort of make a difference. And if it can help one person, then it's always going to be a success in anyone's book. So yeah, it's nice that they can sort of make these touches and fight for these good causes. So yeah, it's a nice touch from those teams to do it. And as you say, it's easy to do. Just change your livery and of course do get involved if you can. But yeah, overall, I think everyone's sort of bunched up again. Do we have the GTs to come around again? I'm not entirely sure.
We've still got a couple of the GTs that are further behind. We've got a few in the pit lane. The Billabong racing car, the 169, Brad Newman, the car that started in 3rd position in the GT3 category. They are in the pit lane servicing. And I mean, they've had a lot of work to do. Been sent off a couple of times, have a fair amount of damage on that vehicle. This is where the cars are getting that waved around now. So the 135 and such, they're getting waved around one by one from race control, so that they're not just crazy in the middle of the fight. Because as much as part of me, the sadistic side is like, oh, go on, just see what happens.
Banter.
It's not the wisest call.
No, not in terms of everyone getting to the checkered flag in one piece and keeping cars off their roof, as you'd expect, keeping them on all four wheels. Speaking of wheels, Lewis, more wheels or more doors in the world?
Sorry, what?
Are there more wheels or more doors in the world?
More wheels? No, more doors. What are you talking about?
Are you sure? Really?
Well, if you think of it, like every building has got hundreds and hundreds of doors.
Do you think of the amount of tyres and wheels that Lego have pulled out?
No, okay, so there's still surely more doors though, because like when you think about a skyscraper and how many hundreds of thousands of doors that are in there, yes, I know the wheels and such, but still. Oh no, I guess I'm picking up what you put down. Lego though, when it comes to quantity of time, I'm going to undercut your point because I'm pretty sure that it's in the same vein. But it is a fact that I do know that when it comes to quantity, the amount of tyres produced, Lego are the world's leading tyre producer. They produce more tyres by number than anyone else.
I think it's around I think 600 million a year, if I'm not mistaken, which is a lot. But yeah, they definitely pump them out. No, of course, no. It's just completely. It's everywhere. People are just having a massive debate about it. I just wanted to see what your thoughts on it was, because I'm certainly team wheels all the way. Because yeah, even in those skyscrapers, the office chairs, they've got 4 wheels, 5 wheels on them.
So you've swayed me. No, see, now I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about all the things that have wheels on.
Because what do you define as a, like, what would you count as a wheel? And what would you count as a door? Do you count a cat flap as a door?
Yeah, why not? Well, if it's for a dog, but if it's for a dog, you call it a doggy door.
Right, that's for a dog, not a cat flap.
Yeah, but it's the same as a cat flap. A doggy door and a cat flap are basically the same thing.
Yeah, but they have different names in it.
I mean, wheels and stuff. Yeah, you've got runners and all this, like on lifts and whatever. So yeah, okay, no, I'm. You know what I'm going to say. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I think I'll change my my mind. I think wheels.
I've swayed him, and we've got support in the YouTube
in the chat as well. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Alicia and Josh, yeah, see, they've got common sense. Good to know, guys. Good to know. Thanks for watching along.
This is what a terrible thing to bring up on this broadcast.
It's a safety car. What else would there be to say?
I don't know. Talk about tracks that you don't know, like.
Well, I can't.
Yeah, no. Well,
I can Google. I can talk about tracks that I do know. So the F1 calendar.
No.
Phillip Island.
Yeah.
The Nord. Bathurst.
What's the greatest racetrack on the planet?
For you, it's Bathurst.
No. What's the greatest racetrack on the planet? Not for me. In general.
Golly.
What do you think this guy would say? What do you think he would say?
Bathurst.
Yeah. Do you know why?
Because it's Shane van Gisbergen.
Well, it's because he's right.
Is it?
It's Bathurst. Yeah, absolutely. It's not what Arjuna says, which is
the Nord, isn't it? Yeah.
It's not what Luke Crane says, which is Sugo of all places. Which that is definitely a track you don't know.
I'm just on my way to Wikipedia. 1 second.
No, Sugo you won't know. Like Sugo you really won't know. I've been in sim racing for 8 years and I've only raced Sugo once, and it was 8 years ago. It's a very... It's Super GT, Super Formula. It's now really more of a bike track and stuff like that. You know, it's something different.
It looks something different. It's definitely not the most well-known track at all. I say that. I only know the well-known tracks, so I really can't say anything on that matter.
Oh, Le Mans. Now,
so the track itself isn't particularly good.
I'm going to drop a truth bomb.
It's the race.
It's the race is one of the biggest and best races that ever that's on in every year, and I always love commentating on a Le Mans race and sim racing and such, whether it's in VC or here on iRacing, although they call it the 1,440 minutes in the French countryside, or whether it's doing Le Mans Virtual. I love it. I think that the racing that happens there is fantastic, but can you argue it's a great track? No. It is straights and chicanes with one cool section.
Yeah,
that's a truth bomb.
Yeah,
boom.
It's the novelty and the prestige of the race that gives it the boost, the brownie points. But the track itself, yeah, I have to agree, it's not particularly fantastic.
I think though when it comes to racetracks, to follow on from some of the points, we're going green, by the way, this lap, so we can finish talking about all of this rubbish at some point in the near future. But I think you kind of separate it, like the greatest track of all time and then the greatest track of current time. Like you couldn't say Oran Park, for example, because it is a housing estate, which, by the way, I'm angry about, because why wouldn't they just turn the track that they had there into real road and build houses on it? That would have been so cool. Like, you could just go and drive Oran Park, but it's in a housing estate. You go over the bridge. It would be so cool.
It would be pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah.
It would be pretty cool for someone who's never raced Oran Park or doesn't even know what it looks like.
Yeah, I'm blindly agreeing, because the idea of that sounds cool, just not applied to Oran Park. Oh, Swando's throwing some shade. You can be wrong sometimes. It's a bit...
I'll allow it. No, I mean, of course, everyone's allowed to have their own opinion. It's just I'm right.
Except Swando.
No, as I say, Le Mans, the Circuit de la Sarthe is a great track. I just don't think it's. I think it's
the best.
Boring. Like Monza, I quite like racing Monza. I hate driving it though. So boring.
Yeah, the race is good. Driving, like, you wouldn't do hot laps by yourself around it.
No, I think I might. I think I might fall asleep, to be perfectly honest.
It's just straight brake turn, straight brake turn.
Yeah, I don't. I wouldn't know. One circuit that I do think, although it's more of a contentious topic than I expected, which is here, Suzuka. Some people love it, some people hate it. I always assumed that people loved this track. That everyone loved this track. Yeah. People don't.
Why?
I don't know. It's hard. It's a tricky circuit. People are just like, no, I hate that track.
It's the controller players that don't like it, I think. Up the S's.
I mean, to be fair, when I first started in sim racing, it was all on controller and stuff, and one of the circuits that I had to take on was here, and I did the first race, I did all right, and then in the second race, I accidentally loaded default setup, and default setup in this series was super high wings. So in the first sector, I blasted past like 8 people. I was flying, and then we got onto a straight and I was 40 kilometers an hour slower. Wasn't great. Safety car is coming in, so I will quit my waffling and talk about Robert Gibbs leading the field at the moment in the prototype category for Drop Bear Motorsport SBM. Simrigs.com DPR, Scott Sislovsky from second position, and then the car directly behind Ben Cornett, the car that has led the most laps this afternoon. We are back underway at Suzuka in the AHU Endurance by VCO as the racing returns. Already cars off Summit Sim Sports all the way down the order already. Not sure who else was off with them, but someone clearly in the weeds at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at Shane in towards turn 1. He's got the slipstream, just not quite got the run. In fact, yes, he has to the inside of turn 2. The BMW just sort of paved the way for him, having to tuck back in. And you can see the prototype having to find a way through. So Shane back into the race lead in that 197, trying to take a commanding, just trying to get on with it, really, off this safety car restart. But yeah, you know, safety cars, there's always going to be chaos. People are trying to left, right, and centre. There's cars all over the place. And you've just got to pick your way through, try and be the one that capitalises off the mistakes and not the one that's in the middle of it all.
I mean, this car leading is no real surprise, not only for the fact that it's Shane van Gisbergen, but of course the teammate in this car is Gianni Vecchio, who is one of the fastest drivers on this platform. Absolutely sensational driver, so it kind of makes sense that they are leading. Another car, by the way, has been off coming through the Degners. It's the Frogleap Juiced Racing green car. So as we go back under racing, we are having issues left, right and centre. Let's see if everyone can get through Spoon without the spoon spin. which was coined obviously by Ewan O'Leary just a little bit earlier on the broadcast, which I think is a great term. Ben Cornett manages to get through, is in that second spot now and looking to get past the Simbriggs car. What happened to Drop Bear then? Where have they had an issue?
Yeah, we didn't see it because they led round, of course, and just didn't move. Was it the SBM or was it the HRS? It was the SBM car, wasn't it?
It was the SBM car. Yeah. Oh, they had an issue with the S's.
Makes sense. Cool tyres.
Yeah. Apparently they've lost the rear through the S's. That's what's dropped them down to third, and that's what's given Ben Cornett the chance to go for the race lead. Just behind though, a little bit of side by side, but it wasn't full position. It was the Alfa Aggressor car just getting out of the way, but one lap down and allowing the rival Autosport car to pass.
Yeah,
that is not even remotely true.
Is it not?
No. It was a Summit Simsports car. It was for position, but it was a lap down.
Good one, Lewis, mate. Get with it. I know it's early. You've been up since 5, but
I've been up since 3, mate.
3, oh golly, that's the 55 collect in the 88, and
I did wonder if it was a drop back, huh?
The Drop Bears had a great restart to this race, haven't they? That's something we haven't seen this race. We've seen many of repeated mistakes. That wasn't one of them.
No, obviously we have seen one issue at the final corner, but that was quite a while ago and certainly wasn't in that vein. It is quite a tricky corner, especially in these. They've got a lot of power, the Dallara P217, and the problem is when you're trying to put it down, the traction control can kick in. I was bringing this up with Cam earlier, is that when you start sliding through a corner and then the traction control kicks in, it cuts all of the power to the rear end and then you just spin. There is nothing you can do about it. You can't drift through the corner, because when there's no power going to the rear wheel, you're not getting pushed and yada, yada, yada. I did ask Cam to explain it. He didn't want to. Look at this move, though. Looking to the inside. Ben Cornett's eyeing it up.
He's certainly interested. He's having a little look, trying to put some pressure on, as well as the 22 trying to find a way through on the 58. This could be a 2-car train turned 4 if they start to battle a little bit, but Ben Cornett's certainly got the slipstream down the pit straight. He is tucked up already to the right-hand side on the run down in towards turns 1 and 2. Is the Simrigs.com DPI November 73 going to fight this one too much? Nah, just coasted off into turn 1 and into the race lead goes Ben Cornett, of course taking P2 last time out at Sebring, trying to make that one better with P1 today.
Yeah, I mean, you did bring up earlier in the broadcast that the AHU number 1's not really had the best run of its title defence in the opening rounds of the season. Just 10th place at Spa, yes, 2nd at Sebring, but you know that 10th at Spa. I know it's only 2 races, but I do kind of agree. I get that sort of mentality of they've not really added too much in that sense, whereas to come here and to put on the performance that they have been putting on all afternoon, they are showing why they won the championship last year. Now, Shane van Gisbergen's managed to take over the race lead for the Mach 1 Esports 122 car. This is a car that has been up and down the order. It was battling with its teammates, the 2 rookie Mach 1 Esports cars, down around about 15th place not too long ago. Obviously trying something different on strategy here, courtesy of the safety cars. Did qualify all right, but now right in the thick end of things and not exactly dropping off the rear end of Shane van Gisbergen right now. The last lap time from Shane was a 1:58.0. The last lap time from Henry was a 1:58.261. So just 2 tenths slower, but keeping right in there.
Certainly keeping them honest, and in the slipstream, of course, it is just a tow hook. You stay with them, and of course, we've seen how dominant those Porsches can be around a track like Suzuka for a number of reasons, of course. But yeah, Shane's doing a great job, and Henry just to stay with him is a good feat. And the fact he's trying something different on strategy, perhaps trying to save a little bit more fuel, that slipstream's definitely going to aid him in doing that. But just look at how close the pro category is. We've just got trains from I don't even know where it is, but certainly a good, decent midfield, probably like 5th or 6th. All the way down to now the Pursuit Sim Racing 127 in P12. It's so close, and there's just absolutely no margin for error in this category.
No, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, there's not that much margin for error at all across the board here in the AHU Endurance. Whilst it is crazy, the thing is, if you make a mistake, typically there is going to be more to greet you once you've returned from the gravel trap, just because of how busy this race circuit is. Look at how busy it is here in the GT3 Pro category. Nice and tight and twisty as we run through the Casio triangle and back out onto the start-finish straight. You've got the other Mach 1 Esports Pro car, the 144. You've got the 102 directly behind this, the Drop Bear Motorsport and Cozy car, a race winner in the previous season. Of course, the 127 Pursuit Sim Racing car that we are focused on.
Yeah, certainly in pursuit of the Noski car, and trying.
Sorry, you're going to rip into me with the whole lobs thing.
Right, no, because lobbing it to the inside and in pursuit are completely different things. I've used the team name, okay, it makes sense. But yeah,
but lobbing it down the inside still works.
No, it's just no. I just thought, you're the Lewis McGlade. Thought I'd take a page out of your book, pick up what you're putting down, and do it for myself.
Terrible.
No, it's really not. But the 22 is still in the fight for the podium on the back of the 58. So despite a pretty dire restart to this race, you see I've changed subject really quickly there. The 22 is in the slipstream. They have got a car between them. In fact, no, they don't. They've got a car to get through, which really could change the course of this battle. But yeah, Drop Bear, not the best start, but at least they kept composure and they're still on their fight back towards the front.
Well, a couple of drive-through penalties are being dished out. One most recently to Paul Blomqvist in the 135, which, if memory serves, is one of the Apex Hunters. It certainly is the 135 Apex Hunters United esports car. So Paul Blomqvist receiving a penalty for car contact with the 286 a bit earlier in this race. That was a JWME Motorsport car. So a couple of issues there. Recently as well, been a couple of warnings. One warning to the 256 being the Team Kraken car that was running really very well back at Spa. A couple of incidents under investigation at the moment with the 127. That one's being eyed up by Race Control. The 127 being the Pursuit Sim Racing car that we were watching a bit earlier. The 55, which is the Summit Sim Sports Everest car that started from 4th place in this race and of course had pole position back in Sebring. Basically what I'm saying is Race Control have been busy. I was away for a little bit as we rejoined this battle down the back end of the top 10 of the GT3s. I was off for a couple of hours. I rejoin, I take a look at the notes from Race Control, and it is a big list now. So they have been very busy this afternoon.
Yeah, as they always have been, and hats off to them. They always do the best job they can, and it is always a very good job. You don't often see it behind the scenes, but yeah, they're always frantic in these. And yeah, well, Lewis, mate, it's still morning. I know you're tired.
Well,
I know
sorry,
you're tired.
who's the audience for this broadcast?
Yeah, but where are you from?
Yeah, but who's the audience for this broadcast?
Where are you from in the chat, ladies and gents? Where are you from? Who's our audience? I'd love to know.
Just trying to throw me under the bus?
Always trying to throw you under the bus.
Do you know who I am?
Who are you?
I don't.
Do you not?
I'm going to. I'm just.
Who's that? Pingleboat in the UK. See.
I'm going to start just mocking you with racetracks that you don't know. We'll focus on this battle though and keep the positivity rolling as the battle for 8th position continues. Trans-Tasman Racing, Mach 1 Esports, Rival Autosport, Drop Bear and Cozy all going side by side. Little bit of movement in the background as Pursuit Sim Racing pick up a single spot. We'll move completely on from the topic of what location we're from because it's a little bit embarrassing now.
First answers only, and it was the UK. So, anyway.
No, you're just missing the Australia stuff. Yeah, no. Yeah,
Germany! It's just that morning for them still, so, see, did tell you this, but I'd say that's a good 50-50 split.
Look, sim racing and esports is a global thing, so you have to cater for all markets. So if I say
good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Maybe I'm speaking of what it is in game. It's 4:44 in game. That's a nice afternoon.
Certainly is in terms of the action that we're getting because we've got Pursuit going up the inside of the 158. Pretty easy moving towards Town 1, but it's these pack racings that you've got to. Yeah, it's these pack races. Indonesia as well. You're completely right. It's very much a worldwide industry, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do like commentating on people when they're from countries which I'm sort of like, oh, right, I didn't know they had too many. It's like the whole thing of speaking to some people at work and stuff, like where are the fastest sim races and stuff from? And then you start listing out countries like North Macedonia and Slovenia, and they're just like, wait, really? I'm like, yeah. Like the fastest people in sim racing. And then they're not exactly like from just. They're only from Germany and France and stuff. They're from all over the place. They're absolutely all over the place. There is the first. I'd say it's the first big drop through 130R that we've had all day. Certainly need a GoPro on that one.
Yeah, certainly. That would definitely give you a nice angle. Just a nice bonk to the barrier as well, for good measure. I'm surprised it's taken that long for me to see one of those spins, because the AstroTurf on the outside of 130R certainly is deadly. If you just dip, your rear right onto it, you're going around pretty quickly, and you're already going very quickly. I think, is it flat out in a GT? Probably, yeah, maybe it's a little bit of a lift. But certainly in the P2s, it's a fast corner nonetheless. Is it? Okay.
I think it is flat. I've just listened to one of them go through it.
Yeah, it's certainly a quick corner, and for you to unstabilise the car that much, you're not going to catch that unless, well, not even James Dean could save that.
I think next lap we should ride on board with someone through in a GT3 through 130R, and we should all take a nice listen in and hear the. I'm sure when you're in a train like this, you're probably breathing the throttle just a little bit. You're just lifting off just a touch, just to allow the front end to dip into the track and just get through. We'll ride on board with one of the prototypes going through. I can almost guarantee this is completely flat. Let's listen in. There you go. Nice. Typical. Every time. See, this is it. It's always the case. As soon as we're like, right, let's ride on board with him, we have to lift out because of all of this battling and stuff. Does manage to pick his way through quite nicely, though.
Yeah, he does. That was lovely. Just kept it on the outside, broke nice and late, had the track on the outside, so he could just break that a little bit later into the Casio Triangle, and so thank you very much. And got, I think, back in front of the 22, and yeah, jobs are good in that one.
Got a couple of Kiwis in chat as well. This is it. Like, it's obviously this series is more designed to be around the Oz NZ market, but there are plenty of drivers that can take part from around the world, and why not? Why stick yourself to just one thing? Of course, Nick Foster, as much as he is Australian, he's a fake Australian because he lives in London. So that doesn't really work, does it?
No, not.
I can throw him under the bus because he's not in the race.
Yeah, that's true. You'd do that anyway.
Yeah. Chris Lullen, who took part a few rounds last season, he's British university student. We've had plenty of drivers from around the world as well. I'm not picking on just the people that live in this country, as that was a little bit of contact. So clearly the Alfa Aggressor car ran into the back of someone there.
They just haven't had the best of days at all, especially through 130R. And not entirely sure what's happened, but I'm on board with Bradley into the Casio Triangle. It's just a nice move around the outside. I think so. But yeah, for the Alfa Aggressor cars, no idea what's going on for them, because it just seems to be going from bad to worse.
Let's listen. Let's hear. There was a slight lift there, so it's just not quite flat. It is always good, by the way, how we're always for anyone who doesn't know how broadcast and stuff work in sim racing, where we're pulling this broadcast there. I think it's always good to explain these things occasionally to the audience. We have no audio, so when we're like, let's listen in, it's like,
we can't.
I have no idea.
No.
You tell me, audience.
Was it flat?
Yeah, but yeah, either way, a slight lift. Nothing too major. I mean, that kind of makes sense for a GT3 to have a slight lift through there. Obviously, they don't have too much downforce. It's probably quite close to being flat in quali spec, or as you say, with new tyres. But particularly when you're running through mid-stint, your tyres are wherever you've got a decent amount of fuel in the tank, you're not really going to want to take it too flat. And also, I've always said this with 130R, is that it's not like Eau Rouge and Radion, right, where it leads on to the Kemmel Straight, a very long straight all the way up to Les Combes. Here, you go through 130R, and then very soon after, big off in the background. Someone was off in the background, a black and red car, not sure which one it was, but it was a big moment at Dunlop. But you go through 130R, and literally 2-3 seconds afterwards, bam, you're on the brake, downshifting to go into the Casio Triangle. So if you have to sacrifice a tenth going through that, just sacrifice it, because it's not going to cost you that much, really.
Yeah, it's you're going to be slowing down anyway, so you're not really going to gain much by carrying in an extra 1 or 2 extra miles an hour. Whereas, as you say, with Eau Rouge and Radion, you've got that massive Kemmel Straight. You need to carry the speed through. If you take a lift, you're going to lose all that momentum, especially because it's uphill. More so, that's the 42 once again having a bad day. Well held though, I will give them that. That was a nice. Just locked the brakes and just skated the car through. But once again, the old spoon spin, as you would say.
Have you ever heard of the legendary sim racing technique known as the 2-foot hack save?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay, so if you're sliding through a corner, this is actually one of the first things I was ever taught when I started racing on a wheel. If you're going through a corner, if you hold both the throttle and the brake down all the way, the car will correct itself. Which sounds like utter rubbish, but it almost always works.
I will remember that.
You might well remember me saying it, but remembering to do it
it's
very
against
different thing.
All instinct to brake.
Well, it's the whole thing of like you're off into the gravel trail, you've been spun off or whatever, and you don't have auto clutch on. My brain doesn't go, oh, I need to press the clutch in. I'm sat there, then I'm like, I've stalled. That's it. Out of the race. See you, lads. Terrible. I'm a bad driver.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. No. Better than me on iRacing at least. So I can't say much.
I wouldn't even go that far. I'm very bad. By the way, speaking of positivity in this race, Mach 1 Esports, Henry Thomas Kirscher, still, to be perfectly honest, keeping in touch with one Mr. Shane van Gisbergen. So the gap's not really growing to any sort of major extent. It is a little bit, just starting to build, starting to balloon, a couple of tenths here, a couple of tenths there, but you can still see the GT3 Pro standings well under a second in that battle. So absolutely fine as we all run up towards Spoon once again, and a little bit of a battle as well, I think, in the GT3 AM category as the Alpha Aggressor Racing cars just trying to pick its way through that battle. And also coming through Fishy Motorsport in that 25 car. It can be a little bit sketchy when you're just trying to dive your way through. You don't want to get involved in other people's battles, but it's, you need to get on with your race.
Yeah, absolutely, especially in the case of the prototypes. Well, we saw earlier when they were trying to get through the massive top 6 battle. Like, what do you do? How do you negotiate your way through that? Because they're all fighting as hard as they can. You've just got to be as careful as you can. Of course, as the prototypes, their responsibility to lap safely, but there's so much going on, and it's something you can only really learn with experience, when to put your nose in, when to squeeze your way through a gap, because it can very easily go wrong, as we've seen a number of times this race. And Mach 1 are doing a fantastic job of staying with Shane, and I think Shane's just trying to get outside of the slipstream, and once he is, probably will maybe start to run away with it. But Mach 1 doing a great job. This is a fight for P5 and the GT3 AM. Haven't seen a lot of these guys in terms of on-track action. We've got the 270 on the back of the 280, the Pulse Racing team, the other car, the CM Security, in towards turn number 1. Has the McLaren got the drive to look up the inside? We haven't seen much in terms of McLarens in these, well, over the last 2 seasons. In fact, I haven't seen a single McLaren, but they've got themselves inside the top 5, so fair play to them.
Yeah, I remember you speaking of the McLarens not too long ago. The McLaren MP4 obviously. So when we got rid of the GTE category last season we obviously had the prototype category that we do have. We had the GT3s that we do have, and we had the GTEs as well, which included the BMW, the Ferrari, and the Porsche, if memory serves. Then we got rid of the GTE category for this season because we wanted one full GT3 category, and then allowing the AMS to race in that. And that opens up. Anyone who races on iRacing will know. Anyone who doesn't, well, won't, obviously. But there, you can have a maximum of 8 different cars in a server at one time. And with it being,
that's
there's a
huge
moment there. That was a pretty big one. I wonder if that might well be a cheeky safety car. Let's take a look as to what happened to Synergy Sim Racing. They've not had. Oh, that was a big hip check. Who was that with?
Not entirely sure, but they were going side by side. That is a big one, though. Even in slow motion, that was pretty fast. Oh, that's gone. That was
might have been the rival Autosport car. It is
58. Yeah.
Let's have a look again.
Over the curb, just bounced, just sort of sailed into him. Like nothing. I think he could do. He just pinched on the curb and just went straight. Yeah. On the outside of 130R, though, of course, you can overtake anywhere, but if you're going to do it somewhere, the outside of 130R, is it the wisest move?
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of say he was, like I say, he was fully alongside going to the corner. He had the right to give it a go, but you've always got to expect that car on the inside, especially at 130R, is going to wash out. Of course, has requested the tow. We'll see what race control suggesting that, as the flamethrower is lit on the rear end. Safety car is coming out. I don't think that is a shock to anyone based on this. because that is quite a large crash. And the questions as to what the safety rating is, you can see at the top there: 3.6k in LMP2, 4.3 in GT3 Pro, and 2.2 in GT3 AM, which gives us 3.1k overall safety rating for this race. Back to my point, though, by the way. So we can now have 7 GT3s. Originally, we weren't going to have the McLaren. We were going to have a special car for a safety car, or something in that vein. Then we were like, actually, let's just have the McLaren because it's a bit of a meme. The one GT3 we are missing is, I want you to tell me, actually, Zach.
The Ford.
Oh, good boy.
No one would use it.
Good man. Actually, I mean, you say no one would use it. I know Ethan Bass, who is in this race, would absolutely use it, because in that race that I've told you about 3,500 times, that I did a Bathurst race and I did 0x.
Oh yeah, I was one of only 6. Yeah, look at me.
Yeah. One of only 6. There was only 2 cars that got through that entire race across all of the splits. It was me and Dan, and Max Verstappen and Enzo Benito. I'm on the same list as Max Verstappen. I'm basically Max Verstappen.
You are basically a Formula 1 champion, mate.
But no, either way, to my point, Ethan Bass was in that race in a Ford. So
where did he finish?
I don't want to say. I think it was ahead
Did he finish? Oh, was it ahead of you?
I think it might have been ahead of me. I don't remember. But either way, we get the McLaren back. That's the critical thing.
I do love that McLaren. It's a nice livery on it as well. I do quite like that. Of course, you're probably going to disagree with me because we have very conflicting tastes. I think it's nice. I like it.
I don't.
I just like the MP4 for me isn't the best looking McLaren. I much prefer the sort of the 650S or the 720. But
you prefer the 720 over the MP4?
Yes. I think it looks sleeker for me anyway.
Interesting.
I think the MP4 is too round. I don't know how to explain. It's like the Murcielago in Lamborghinis. It's too round. It doesn't look. I don't know how to explain it.
You're offending my childhood.
I'm incredibly sorry.
Just going after the Murcielago.
No, because I was playing this game when I was younger, and the Murcielago was on it, and I just didn't
what game were you playing when you were younger?
The Crew.
Oh my god, that's terrible.
Yeah. It's so... I don't know how to explain it, but it's just not for me.
Look, Murcielago is an iconic car. Although, I will say, when it comes to looks, do you prefer the Gallardo?
I was just about to say that. The Gallardo is lovely. It's quite small as well.
Not Gallardo.
Is it not?
No, which I always thought it was Gallardo, but if you speak to an Italian, it's Gallardo.
Well.
So... now you know. I think the Gallardo is a very... To be fair, I think most Lambos are quite pretty, apart from the Urus, which is just...
people love that car. I'm just
hate it.
The thing is, I don't like the sports brand SUVs or the super brand SUVs, like the Porsche one as well.
Yeah.
It's not for me.
Which is not called a Cayenne anymore, is it?
No, the Cayenne... No.
It's a Macan now, isn't it?
I think there's 2. Is there both? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I thought they were the same car. Apparently, we're being told the Macan's smaller than the Cayenne. I don't know. Either way, not a fan. Sports car should be a sports car, and let's be honest, the only people that buy those are people that live in London and they want a Chelsea tractor just to do the old school run. Oh, it's really starting to irritate me. Even just thinking about it, it's just like, whew, like really. Okay, if you had, sorry, just getting some very funny information in my ear about my old team, well, my current team boss, I'm leaving. If you had to pick any GT3 to join the GT3 contingent that we've got on iRacing, I've been asked this question about 3,500 times by our junior Kanker party. What car would it be, Zach? And to the audience as well, post in here.
Well, I don't know what we're missing, to be entirely honest. I mean, I've always loved the Ferrari. We've already got it, so...
So that's your answer? The car we already have?
Yeah,
there's one right there, mate.
Yeah, I know. That's what I've just said. Well, I've always liked the Ferrari. We've got one right there. With my exact words. I don't really have a very wide taste. Maybe... did the 650S have a GT3 car? I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, 650S.
Maybe? Did the 650S have a GT? I don't remember.
It was on Gran Turismo, so...
I'm pretty... I'm pretty sure they jumped straight towards the 720 from the MP4-12C, but I can't remember off the top of my head. For me, you got loads of choices. You've got things like you got some random choices, mate. You can obviously go for the 720. Fair enough. Go for things like the Bentley. We don't have any of that.
Oh, that's true.
You know, we never as much as you wouldn't add this one because it makes no sense to add it because it's old. But you would go towards the likes of BMW M6. Never had that on iRacing. We had the Z4.
No.
What?
Do not like the Z4
No, I don't like the Z4 either. Although, if Ewan O'Leary is still listening, he will completely.
Oh, he loves
disagree
that
with
car, doesn't he?
He does for some reason. I don't like it.
I really don't. It's
Not a fan.
Ugh.
No. Someone's saying about the Corvette GT E to GT3.
Oh, the Lexus is a good shout.
I'm okay. The Lexus is a good one. Yeah, see, there's loads. Nissan GTR, mate.
Oh, and the GTR, mate. I've got I know them. I just can't remember.
There's loads of good choices. Or on R Factor 2, they randomly have a Radical GT3 car for no reason.
Oh, that's fantastic.
No, it's not fantastic. It is honestly the exact opposite of
That's what I was going
fantastic.
for. Yeah.
But yeah, the that Lexus is a good shout. I like that. I do quite like the Lexus. Just trying to think. There's not too many other ones that I'd necessarily want. But this is the whole thing of GT3 being as open as it is. You can get so many different cars to match the GT3 category. It's why it exists the way it is. To get a car built and homologated and stuff in that kind of region isn't the most insanely difficult in the world.
No, it's just their road car on steroids, essentially. Just whack some carbon fibre on, rack a massive rear wing on, and off you go. It's not particularly the biggest ask, and that's why we got loads of manufacturers doing it.
Yeah. And it's why you can, even outside of manufacturers and stuff, you kind of just keep the cars going for years. Like, you don't need manufacturer backing. There's another one we don't have on here, actually. Speaking of manufacturer backing and et cetera, that I'm actually surprised. Oh, no, we don't have any on the grid. The R8.
Oh, that's a good as well. Yeah.
The R8 is on iRacing. It is also a pain to drive. But why don't we have any on the grid? Because I'm pretty sure that we have them in the series, but we don't have any on the grid. That's interesting. How very interesting.
How very interesting. Perhaps
I think every time we go to one of these safety cars, I need to give you a circuit that you might not have heard of.
Which is what's for this?
I want people to help me out here because I actually. It's hard to even know where to begin.
Any American
Croft from our broadcast radio. You know Croft, surely, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Denmark, Jyllandsringen.
Absolutely not.
Off you go. Go and search it. No, it's not on. Oh, I think it might be on RF2. Probably.
Sorry, how do I spell that?
Probably modded somewhere. JY.
I'm sorry.
2 L's. I'm just going to send this to you because this makes no sense. This is just going to be horrible to spell this out on a broadcast. That's so unprofessional.
It looks Welsh.
Jyllandsringen. It does look slightly Welsh. It is also a great track. I bring this up because obviously we had a Danish person in chat who lives in Indonesia at the moment. So Jyllandsringen. There we go. I raced it in one of my first years in sim racing in a Porsche. I'm pretty sure, again, not to bring him up once more, but I'm pretty sure Ethan Bass was also on that grid as well. And I think Ryan Walker as well from Race Spot probably was on that grid, as well as lots of people that no one cares about, like me.
From you.
No, I was on the grid. No, I did drive around though with a car with a smiley face on the front end and a rainbow on the side, and a team called Smile Power Racing.
Yeah.
Spreading the infectious positivity of just being a mean team.
Or
No, I wish.
would have been, or like the Care Bears or something.
Oh my goodness, the list of tracks that Mike has just sent me. Goldenport! Oh!
No, one second.
Goldenport! Now that is a track I have not seen in ages. What a track!
I hate being the youngest person.
Horrible circuit, but what a track. Zuhai as well, getting that's Zuhai. When was the last time I raced Zuhai? It wasn't that long ago. Zuhai's a great track though. Quite tight. They normally do like they do touring cars. They do. I think they did Super GT there as well a few years ago. Not too sure. I've certainly raced it in a Super GT. This is it. This is just throwing Zach just completely under the bus.
Right, listen.
20 turns, but only 1.5 miles long. Whew.
Sounds fun. We should do this there.
I'm trying to think like what's 1.5 miles, because the only ones that I'm thinking of that are 1.5 miles long. Portland is slightly less than 1.5 miles, but I'm trying to think of other circuits. Oh, that is Gisbergen. Is it only 1.5 miles? Wow.
Wow, you didn't even know it, Lewis.
No, I thought it was longer than that. If I'm
See, that was my next guess.
No, it wasn't.
Listen, I'm
Sorry,
15. Actually, I'm nearly 16. Allow it, please.
Such an unbelievable lie. My goodness me, these safety cars are going to drive us insane. Well, we'll have to catch up with tracks Zach doesn't know on the next safety car if we get one in the next hour and 10 minutes. The safety car will be in at the end of this lap to update you with what's happening in each of the categories. Of course, it is the Apex Hunters United Esports #1 that is leading. Justin Rougier back behind the wheel, replacing Ben Cornett in the #1 car that is leading in the prototype category. Simrig.com DPR car. Scott Sislovsky directly behind him as it was in the previous restart, and then Chris Owen in the rival auto sport car that was involved in that incident. I will need to check if we've got anything from race control on that one in just a few moments time. Mach 1 Esports in the Porsche this time, the 144 lead in GT3 Pro with Drop Bear Motorsport and Cozy directly behind. Again, they love picking up race wins after safety cars. They did it once and now it's their thing. Apparently, that's what we're making it out anyway. And then the Mach 1 Esports 122 car. So Mach 1 Esports going quite well here. Not so much, though, in the GT3 AM category, as it is Bluebell Racing, who are 6th position in GT3 overall. They're leading. And then the Pulse Racing Team Century Batteries, they've been basically running up towards the front all afternoon of that GT3 AM category. They are running in second, and the Rapid Team Ren Sports car in that legendary McLaren are third. Oh, sorry, Frogleap Racing Juiced are actually the third placed car, which has happened since my timing screen's updated, so I'll completely ignore what I'm saying there. But either way, they're the ones that are running around in third spot. And the Lamborghini, that's a shame. I was looking to big up the McLaren there. Terrible shame.
It is a big shame. But still a long way to go. They can represent. I mean, we saw them get inside the top 5, so come on, McLaren.
But this is an awkward time for a GT3 stop. For an LMP2, this is perfect. One more stop and you're home.
9 minutes off the hour, isn't it?
But this is awkward for a GT3. GT3s can make this. Don't mistake that. They can make it. They just need to lift a lot. They need to basically just save an absolute metric ton of fuel, and they'll be able to do it. Yeah, that's fine. That sounds easy.
This is Monza Season 1, but for the GTs.
Yeah, certainly is. It certainly is. It's not going to be easy. Do you think we're getting another safety car?
Absolutely.
Yeah, same. I'd be genuinely shocked. Hopefully, though, someone doesn't touch the barrier and then just flips over randomly. That would be less than ideal. I think it's 5 safety cars potentially across the day, having a few more than the norm. Although, kind of, I do almost want another one just so I can start teasing you about circuits. Either way, the AHU Endurance by VCO back underway here at Suzuka as the Apex Hunters United Esports #1 car leads us down towards turn 1. And this is a very steep hill. For anyone who doesn't know about Suzuka, it is obviously hilly around the back end of the circuit, but the start-finish straight is down an enormous descent. Great fun on the bike, I'm sure. Less so in a prototype, but either way, put the pedal to the metal and off you go.
Yeah, pretty much just going to be carrying a lot of speed into turn 1, but it seems nice and tidy amongst the prototypes. I say that, this is Paul Warwick in the 25 on the inside of the final S, but he's got the Summit Sim Sports Everest all the way around the outside. Lovely racing between those two for the 55 to get himself inside the top 6. Now they can press on for the top 5, but yeah, incredibly close in the GT3 AM, because the 279s managed to get themselves back into the race lead, I think to the surprise of absolutely no one, because they are just very, very dominant indeed. But yeah, seems to be a really tidy start so far, which is, yeah, credit to these guys.
Well, back in the GT3 category, the battle for 4th place between the Vendaval Sim Racing white car. You can see a little bit further off the rear end of them, Gianni Vecchio is behind the wheel and just trying to close up, but it's more about Vendaval Sim Racing white starting to challenge the Mach 1 Esports car, the 122. Basically, for Henry Thomas Kirscher, who was keeping up with Shane van Gisbergen earlier on in the race on the previous stint. I think their goal is literally just sit here and try and slow those two behind. Just try and allow the Mach 1 Esports 144 car to build a big gap, whether it'll work or not. But that would be the goal, surely, as a team.
Yeah, you've got to work together. I mean, they're in P3. Just try and put some pressure on, allow the 144 to get that space to sort of just have that margin. Still not enough to become complacent by any means, but just to be just to alleviate the pressure a little bit. The 101 going to try and dummy to the inside. Is he? Has just had a little bit of a look, more so to probably spot his braking point. But yeah, very close. And if they can start to put some pressure on the 3rd place Mach 1 Esports car, that would be very good. As the Leapfrog Juice Racing green car this time, get it all sorts of wrong through the second Degner. But to be fair, it's a tight corner that you carry a lot of speed through. Oh, that is dangerous between those two. Thankfully didn't collect, I don't think, anyone else, but that, well, yeah, once again going to need a GoPro for that one.
Oh, I was going to say that.
Beat you to it.
Terrible. Either way, yeah, not ideal. Probably not the silliest thing that I've seen today, though, so, at least that award. I think that award, sorry, bud, I think that award goes to Calvin Dent for trying to slot it 3 wide. There was a couple of other bits earlier on in the race where it's like, that's not wise. But I think that one does win the top honours. Getting it through as well. I think this is not a shock to any. Oh, actually, no, it's not been decided on just yet. I was going to say they are looking over the incident that put us under that safety car. The incident, of course, between the rival Autosport car and Synergy Sim Racing, waiting to see if the rival Autosport car will pick up that drive to penalty. I'm like, it's almost guaranteed. I think as much as. Yes, it was tight on the inside. Well, actually, no, I want to know your opinion. Yay or nay on the penalty on that crash?
I'd say it's pretty close. I mean, he obviously went over the curb and just sort of washed the car out wide, and it's 130R. The car naturally wants to go to the outside, but then again, just say you lift off a little bit more. But it's fine margins. They're prototypes. They're going through their incredibly big speeds, and of course the consequences were absolutely massive. It was close. What more could the rival Autosport have done, as opposed, well, apart from just not mounting the curb? But it's not our call to make, so I'm not going to say any more on it. If
I'm honest, I think it's a penalty. I think it is genuinely a penalty. Although, speaking of which, and that's the Mach 1, and then Vendaval Sim Racing white, and that's not going to be a great rejoin. And everyone else is having to go straight over the chicane. Oh my goodness, running around the relief road around the exit, and we'll rejoin back onto the racing line. We'll need to see that one again, but it was Vendaval going on the attack of the Mach 1 Esports car, and Henry Thomas Kirscher. Well, if his goal was to slow them down, he's certainly done that. As we'll take another look back at the rejoin there from Henry Thomas Kirscher, just going straight over. I need to roll it back just a little further than that, and he's straight into the WEH racing car. But yeah, that is madness. You still don't really get it from there as to what happened. Look, it was just side-by-side contact. Potentially the Vendaval Sim Racing white car was trying to open the corner out a little bit more, and the Mach 1 Esports car was trying to keep a decent distance from the grass, and they just came together.
Yeah, probably so. This is the 22 on the back of the 58, but yeah, it's awkward because it wasn't like they tagged the very back end of the car, which is the most sensitive, and you can easily be tagged around there. They were convincingly side by side, so whether or not they just sort of ran each other out of the road, but good reaction times from the 197 side by side between the 22 down and towards 130R. I think this is going to be another look. The Porsche just looks to the right hand side, late under brakes, is alongside. I think the BMW maybe just comes across. Yeah, just a little bit too much. The Porsche's just got nowhere to go. Both of them sent around, and just look at the reaction times to slam on the anchors. His left calf is going to be cramping.
No, to be fair, I'm pretty sure Vecchio's been doing. He's definitely been doing the. Has he been doing the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup? I don't know. I'm pretty sure he has for Team Redline. And either way, if he has, considering some of the driving standards we've seen over the first couple of rounds of that, I'm pretty sure he's getting used to dodging driving like this. So
that's
fair enough.
To 10-11. In fact,
oh my god, Barcelona was terrible. But there we go.
Spoon spin.
The spoon spin tick. Unfortunately for the 25, Warwick, I still say probably done one of the best moves of the day, going around the outside at the hairpin, but that one not working out indeed. Lachlan Carpel also having a couple of issues. I'm assuming it's the same style of spin. Yes, it is. The spoon spin is back again. By the way, penalties being dished out. A drive-through penalty to the 256. That was the Team Kraken car. I do believe that's for what happened on this stretch of track down towards Spoon, but I'm not 100% sure. It was against the 159 car, which is the Z Challenger, not the Z Challenger. I refuse to say come on, the GoPro car. So I'm pretty sure that is on the backstretch, as Mach 1 Esports having more issues with Henry Thomas Kershaw. The other penalty to be dished out does go the way of the number 58. So Rival Autosport will get a penalty. And that's how that one happens. Just a little bit too wide, just the clipping of the grass just there.
Yeah, easily to send him around. It didn't take much at all for him to get somewhere. He tried to catch it, but I think trying to catch it there, in fact, just sent him into another spin. Just snapped back on him way too quickly there, which is a shame. And well, the 22 did manage to complete that move around the outside of 130R, now cleared off ahead of the Rival Autosport, who was under pressure from another Drop Bear Motorsport car, this time the 88 HRS and the Summit SimSports Everett car. And this is another fight in the GT3, and a bit of contact between the Ferrari and the Lamborghini, and the Frog Leap Juice Racing Red has just been tagged round. I think over the curb, bit unsettled, sort of come across him, and the Lamborghini obviously was expecting a little bit more room than that, I think, but there was about 3 cars trying to make it fit into one bit of racetrack, which, yeah.
I thought he was going to rejoin straight onto the racing line there with Frank Hodak, but thankfully avoided that situation. Nearly got Austin Powers with the barrier there. Thankfully, sorry, actually you won't understand that reference, so never mind. Nearly got
everyone at home will.
Huh?
Everyone at home will probably, though. I won't. But
did you seriously? Oh my goodness. Man.
I'm sorry.
And Austin Powers is where you get stuck in such a tight gap. Like you're driving your side and then you get stuck literally in a gap that is the length of the car.
I will remember that.
Shock.
No,
either way, Summit SimSports Everest around the outside of Spoon Curve. Watch out not to do the spoon spin. Going way wider. That would be classified as an illegal move, but either way, rejoins just behind the number 88 Drop Bear Motorsport HRS. So that one's that sorted out. But still, the move surely is coming from Liam Reston. Anyone who wants to know about safety ratings and stuff, Liam Reston's 5.2k, and car who's in the Drop Bear Motorsport HRS car is 2.7k, so almost twice the I rating in the car behind. So that is a fair amount of pressure as Rival Autosport diving down to the pit lane to go and serve that drive-through penalty for the issue at 130R.
Yep, certainly so. Just trying to get it done and dusted. The 88 having to fend from the 55, who has just got an insane run all the way around the outside of turn 1. Go on. Tried it again. Gets that move stuck. The 88 going to stick it back up the inside through the second part, but I think the 55 just has the run. Now that was a sensational move. They tried it around the outside, kept it on track this time around, and well, got himself in front. Lovely job, Lee. Yeah,
that was the move that was attempted down at Spoon before he ran a little bit too far wide. But nice move there from Liam Reston to get up into 4th position at the moment within the prototype category. All the gaps just spreading out here into the final hour of proceedings in the AHU Endurance by VCO. Round number 3 of the season, 6 hours of Suzuka. Brought up a few times before from one Mr. Ewan O'Leary, even earlier in the broadcast. We're not sure what circuit we're racing at next, and that is not because of a complete lack of research. I'm not that dumb. but it is obviously down to the fact of it is a competitor vote for the racetrack. So all of them will come together, same as what happened when we decided it was a good idea to bin off Homestead Miami Speedway, another racetrack you definitely don't know. And we replaced it with Motegi as a racetrack that you definitely didn't know.
Or pronounce.
All pronounced Motegi, yes. No, I remember.
No, I said Motegi.
Motegi. Ah, I see. That's...
No, to be fair, you threw me under the bus making me do that intro and not telling me how to pronounce a Japanese circuit.
It was really funny, though. Sorry, I'm even finding it amusing now. Anyway, yes, we don't know where we're going to be going racing next week. We'll then head to Road Atlanta and Daytona to round off the season. But I'm pretty sure we don't even know the length of the race for the next round, because I'm pretty sure that is also a part of the competitor vote. So we'll have to wait and see where we come back on the weekend, April 2nd, if memory serves. That one I definitely haven't researched, so... that one you might need to help a brother out on. Either way, the Apex Hunters United 197 car. Huh?
Second, yeah.
Nice. The 197 car has got up into second position in GT3 Pro.
Nice stuff. Good job. From them, we've also got the 102 trying to launch a counter attack. But yeah, the 197 is just on a charge, really. And I'd say unstoppable. They've got 8.7 seconds to the 144, who of course was helped out by their teammates a little bit earlier on, slowing everyone down, but still have to capitalise, have to do your job, have to get on with it and take whatever you can in order to just press on and extend the gap, because you're not going to be complaining at all if your rival's behind spin. Of course, it's not what we would like to see, but for them they certainly will be, as Blue Flag get themselves back in front of the Trans-Tasman Racing, the 184. In fact, a bit of a topsy-turvy forward position. I think they can't quite decide who wants to be in front, but it's the 184 that stays in front for the time being. But yeah, I'm incredibly impressed with what we've been given on the old GT3 Pro category at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we've had thrilling battles left, right and centre, and we're getting that as well. Blue Flag Racing moving up into fourth position in the 115 and looking more so to secure it, but look at that gap, absolutely nothing between them as Billabong hang on for second place, the development car. Is there any... Nope, we're back to normality. Unfortunately, there is no GT3 AM car inside the top 10 of GT3 Pro, proving that as much as they seem to have the pace, these pro drivers, they know how to get their teams in the right places at the right time late in the race. It just seems to click. It seems to come together. I know, yes, there are more GT3 Pros than there are GT3 AMs, but it just proves that when they need to, they just step it up. That final lap of the race, it's dominated. Although there is one major factor about the GT3 category that we alluded to at the towards the end of the last safety car period. Oh, a little bit of contact, as well as the number one race leader comes through in the LMP2 field, of course. But can the GT3s make it? The prototypes, we know they can't. Oh, as the Mach 1 Esports cars background, one of their GT3 AM Mach 1 Esports cars. But we know that the prototypes don't need to make another stop. Everyone else, GT3-wise, they might need to.
Yeah, they might need to. It might just be a splash and dash. So they're going to be hoping for another safety car in order to help them. That could have been a bigger whack, I suppose, but certainly carried a lot of speed into the barrier. But yeah, certainly not ideal for the Mach 1 Esports guys. But yeah, it's going to be awkward in terms of strategy. 54 minutes, of course, left of the race to go. Sort of all boils down to this. And again, as you were saying, this is where the GT3 Pro guys are probably going to have a slight advantage. Of course, experience is the best mentor in terms of giving you that the edge in terms of knowing what to do, when to do it. As we see the 128 on the back of the 101, the Venable Sim Racing yellow, all the way to the pit wall, all the way to the white line, quickly brings it back to the left-hand side in order to open up the corner, not give that Trans-Tasman Racing car any room on the outside. In fact, he's just going to sail around anyway. The 101 snickered it back up the inside of turn number 2. They were going to run side by side through the S's, are they? That Porsche seems really good through the S's, but just thinks to be sensible. And the 128 back in front and back into 6th place.
And this Trans-Tasman car, the 128, is a car that is genuinely up there fighting for the championship. A fantastic season they've had so far with a 3rd and a 5th place. A decent level of consistency to level it with the other cars that have, won race and stuff within the GT3 Pro category. The other one of the other Trans-Tasman cars, being the 177, was victorious at Sebring. Their first round. Oh no.
Oh, Lewis, what have you done?
Oh no. That
You
might
can't
be...
tell me you don't believe in commentators'
I
curse.
don't believe in the commentator's curse, but that is... my heart goes out to them. I think that might well be confirmed as a disconnection in just a moment. Well, I feel horrible.
What have you done, Lewis?
Oh no.
They were doing so well.
That is
worse.
so that I feel so bad. I'm very sorry to the Trans-Tasman racing car. I was just picking them up. The other I'm going to say my point anyway, and just carry on. The Trans-Tasman 177 won at Sebring, but was 22nd in round 1. The Lobs Falcon car won at Spa and didn't finish or didn't start. They weren't there at Sebring. So, from the race winners, they're all over the place. Then consistency-wise, Blue Flag Racing have had a couple of fourth-place finishes. They're running in, guess where? 4th place at the moment. Looking to make it 3 on the bounce and maybe even 4 when we get to the next round of the season. Who knows? That'd be good, 4th and 4. But, as I was just picking them up, that's racing. And yes, confirmed, Ethan Warren, connection dropped out due to upload packet loss. That is absolutely ridiculous, and I still don't believe in the commentator's curse.
Brady Myers he has a vendetta against you now, mate. He's after you. But yeah, that's that. It sucks, but it's racing.
I'm very
isn't it?
sorry.
It's the equivalent of just your gearbox popping in real life, essentially. You don't get away with it in sim racing. You get away with a lot of things in sim racing versus real life, but spontaneous retirements is not one of them.
I still don't believe in it, though.
You never will.
No, I don't think I ever will. Because
not superstitious at all.
No, I always think that if, so in a scenario like that, I can definitely see I can see a point, because that is just unbelievable timing, but it is a coincidence more so than a curse. But I think too many times people put the commentator's curse where like, oh, this car's doing really well, and then they dive it down the inside of someone and then they crash. I'm just kind of like, that's their fault. That's not a curse. That's just they were doing really well and then they did something really stupid. Like,
yeah. No, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. I'll say that.
The disconnection there though is insane. I am deeply sorry. I still don't believe in it, but I am very sorry. That is just
the commentator's coincidence. I think it should be.
The commentator's coincidence. That doesn't roll off the tongue though, does it?
No, because it's a few extra syllables, but it makes more sense.
It's a bit of a mouthful.
Still alliteration as well.
Yeah, it's just not
as flowing.
No, it's not a smooth one. By the way, I'm listening in to a couple of the GT3s here running around the racetrack, particularly the GT3 AM leader, Lachlan Carpel, at the moment, and seeing the other ones as there's the look to the inside from the Summit Sim Sports Everest car, just trying to pick its way past the simrigs.com DPR car, Scott Sislovsky, who we know is incredibly fast in this category, but Liam Reston, who said before 5.2k of iRating, has put on a good few moves for us this afternoon, evening / morning / get off my back about it. I mean, honestly, I think that Summit Sim Sports car is moving forward. Should be good for a podium here, but we'll have to wait and see. I've been going on so long I can't even remember my original point. The GT3s are clutching in. I'm hearing there is quite a lot of that now. Clutching in doesn't save you that much fuel. It's not as much. Everyone seems to think it's like a golden ticket thing of like, if you clutch in, then you save like a litre a lap. It's not true. That is absolute rubbish. But what clutching in does is it obviously slows the fuel burn. You still do burn a little bit as the engine idles and then comes off of revs and stuff, but it's more so that it coasts then into the corner. It keeps the speed up for longer, allowing you to carry more speed into the corner. And I'm hearing that from a few GT3s. They'll lift off and clutch in really early just to let the car roll into the corner, meaning that quite a few of these cars are definitely trying to save this for basically an hour and 10 minute stint. As once again to the outside, Liam Reston. There we go.
Beautiful. Absolutely. Less so from the BMW, but from Liam Reston. He loves the outside, doesn't he? Really does work well for him. We'll go on board. This is Brady Myers, the 128 Trans-Tasman again. That just it wasn't even the AstroTurf. It wasn't even the exit curb. It was the instability, and then over the grass, and just well, to be fair, got away with it. I think. No, he didn't. He got away with it to begin with, but less damage than he probably would have had if he hit it at a slightly more direct angle, I suppose. But yeah, Liam Reston giving us a show.
You might be wondering, Brady Myers, but hang on, you were just in the YouTube chat, obviously has taken over that car whilst Ethan Morad rejoins and such, and is probably just going to try and finish off the race from their position right now and just try and take something at least from this race. Obviously, really did turn a little bit sour for them. Race leaders in each category, you can see at the top, Justin Rougier in the number 1 Apex Hunters United esports car, leading by about 5 seconds in the prototype category. Mach 1 Esports still leading in GT3 Pro, and a fair way clear is Bradley Ratto ahead of Gianni Vecchio. He's got a little bit of lap traffic around him. That is the green car just on the left-hand side of the shot, the Porsche there, the 197, being Gianni Vecchio, who's just trying to close down the Mach 1 Esports car. And then, of course, it's Lachlan Carpool, who's leading in the Pulse Racing Team Century Batteries car. And like I said, I'm believing that they are trying to make this one go to the end of the race, clutching in, smoothing out the ride, and basically making it a proper fuel mileage race, which, if I'm honest, in this scenario, that is exactly what I do. If I knew that I could do about an hour and 5 minutes, well, that means you've got to find yourselves about 2 to 3 laps, which over a stint is an insane amount, but it is possible.
It's doable, and they're certainly going to try. I mean, they've got the gap back to the 234. They can afford to clutch in, coast their way through, and in fact, they're not really losing too much time because everyone's in the same boat. They're all trying to do the same thing, and I think if one... It is going to be who flinches first, who bites the bullet if it does happen. If they all get to the end, fair play to them all. But yeah, it could make or break people's races across the GT categories. That Mach 1 8.6 second lead over the 197, which to be fair hasn't come down much. You'd expected the 197 to make more of an inroad, but really hasn't. Whether that's down to traffic or what, as the Blue Flag Racing gets themselves back onto the podium places. But yeah, everyone in the GT3 is pretty much in the same boat. Go on.
Oh my goodness me. So, sorry, just speaking of the blue flag car, nearly just got taken out by Daniel Yeaman as a LMP2 had come through. Went for a gap that certainly wasn't there, and I don't quite know how both of them are still on the racetrack. Never the wisest call to instantly slot down the inside, try and follow a prototype through when you're a GT3. Not a good idea.
Yeah, absolutely not. I think we're going to... Yeah, this is the Bluebell Racing car. The 225 just went straight at Spoon. Didn't really make much of an effort to turn. But yeah, I mean, I'm all for, follow someone through. If there's a gap to fill it, and then you can use it to sort of gain an advantage. But you've got to be careful. Bruce Tannock having a bit of a mare through turn 2 over the grass. And again, yeah, not the best 223 at all, and so much damage definitely isn't going to help. This is Brady Myers. This is his little moment. Yes, it is. That it just happened a couple of moments ago. Got away with it though. Managed to just bonk the barrier on the side of his door, and then of course went round because yeah, he's not stopping for the Casio triangle at all at that point. But yeah, you've got to be careful in terms of when the prototypes are coming through, especially as a GT.
Paul Blomqvist losing a position there, going from 9th down to 10th as Evolution Racing Team get ahead. I'm sure the 162 is just trying to make up some ground, as we'll see, running a little bit wide. That's how Riley Preston gained that spot, just a little bit wide there from Blomqvist, but not too bad. Did say that had a drive-through penalty a bit earlier on in the race, did the 10th place car at the moment. I don't think it was anything too major, but either way, a drive-through penalty. So the fact they're still running inside of the top 10, which I'm not sure, I believe might be their best finish of the season so far, if they continue on in this trend. In fact, actually, they only did last round, and it was a 14th place finish for the 135 car. So looking to at least improve on that.
And you always aim to get yourself inside the top 10. Of course, always stolen this point from you is the little milestones they set each other. Of course, finishing the race, top 10 would be nice, top 5 would be nice, podium would be nice, and then of course the win. So that's what they always aim for. And the main thing is to improve across the season. That's the main aim for a lot of these teams, is to just see where they can get to, what they can learn, what they can gain from the experience of racing. And the fact, they've gone from 14th last round to now P10, it's a good result. And of course the top 10 always feels a bit rewarding, and they can take this experience, they can have the confidence into next round in a few weeks' time, whatever track that might be, however long that race might be, and they can improve and hopefully be more on the up. As you can see the P2s having to dart and dive their way through, because the 56 and the 88 have been fighting pretty hard over the course, well, especially the Summit Sim Sports as a team have been fighting really hard. So yeah, they want to get through. The 88 having to go defensive, weaving around, trying to break the slipstream, trying to limit the amount of, well, the hole that he's punching in the air for the Summit Sim Sports. Unfortunately can't mount a challenge into the first couple of corners, but certainly eyeing up that top 5.
How do you feel about weaving like that?
I'd say it's acceptable if they're not like right up your backside. If they're a couple of tenths back, I'd allow it, because it gets to a point where it slows you down, because you're only covering more distance and you're slowing the car down by weaving. So it gets to a point where being excessive, in fact, slows you down. I'd say it's okay, as long as they're not breathing down your neck, for me anyway. But of course, you have to stick to your one move if they're right behind you.
No, I agree. I think because there's a difference between the two actions. Number, like the weaving like that is to break slipstream. It's not to do anything else. It's just to break slipstream. When they get closer, then you're doing it to block, which is a different thing. And me, like I always explain it where you defend in two different ways. You either defend proactively, i.e. you make the move first and then basically tell them you can go wherever you want, I'm going here. Or you defend reactively, like certain real-world drivers. And that is incredibly dangerous, because you're reacting to what the car is doing behind. Now, some motorsport series in the planet, like IndyCar and such, stamp that stuff out almost immediately. They're like, okay, you as soon as they've moved behind, you can't move. If you move, you get a penalty straight away. No question about it. Done. Penalty.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that could be a little bit harsh, but I am completely against reactionary defending, because I like the idea of when you're defending proactively, you're getting them to outthink you. I've always been told that it's like, yeah, but doesn't that make the racing worse? I'm like, no, it doesn't. But sometimes I get that you might want to move like 18,000 times down into a braking zone, but all that's going to do at some point is cause a crash, especially if those moves are late. But if you're defending proactively, you're giving them the option. You're holding the inside line down into turn 1, and you're saying to them, if you want to pass for this position, if you want to pass for the race lead, you've got to go around the outside of me, which, by the way, when they do, is a sick move.
Yeah. Always is a good move, but again, yeah, it's so easy for the reactive moves to go wrong, and I think we saw the Mark 1 Esports car actually come into the pit lane on that lap as well, so obviously biting the bullet as anyone going to follow suit. But yeah, I completely agree, it's so easy for reactively to go wrong. Of course, if they're alongside and you're giving them a squeeze to the inside, I'd say that's absolutely fine. You're giving them a squeeze, you're trying to limit their angle on the inside, so you can sort of go for a cutback, sweep around the outside, whatever it is. That's good defending, that's good racing, that's what we want to see. But when they move to the inside, you immediately go there to block them. It's so easy for it to go wrong, because all it takes is a front wing and open wheelers, or just your front bonnet, or your front, you're just the front of your car to latch onto the rear of theirs, and around you go. That's a massive crash at a very high speed part of the circuit. So easy for it to go wrong. It's a cheap and silly way of defending, whereas proactively, as you say, it takes more skill to do, because you have to think, you have to judge each situation. Are they close enough to go for it? Do I defend? Do I limit myself? Because if you judge it wrong and you defend when you don't need to, you're just going to compromise yourself. That's 2 cars off in, well, the space of a lap, I think I've seen.
Might have just been it was the Kraken car. I was thinking it was black and white. It was the Team Kraken 256 car that was off. Adam Funslow down at the definitely Kobayashi hairpin. I think, like I say, with defence, if you, like, for example, down into turn 1 here, what you could do, if you're defending, you can give a car width and a half to the white line. What you're saying is, like, yeah, you can go down my inside, but I am not going to move. So when you do go down my inside, I'm going to sit right here in this straight line until I'm comfortable. and then you wait until the last moment and then open up the corner. And then what you're doing then is like exactly what you're saying. You're giving them the tight line. They're the ones that are then going to struggle, and that's where using it as racing is interesting, because you get good moves from it, and you also get predictable defending, which makes life a lot easier. As well, we were wondering if we were going to see any major positives. Oh, there's a second lap going out with them. That one being the Simrigs.com DPR car that's actually running in a really decent spot. But a bit of a shame there from the Rennsport McLaren.
Oh, and for Liam Rest as well. That could have ended. What were they doing? I'm confused as to why they just decided to just go right hand down him. I'm confused. This is the Team Kraken car I think you were alluding to just a second ago. What happened to them? Just hooked the curb, and then of course was too far to the right, and of course just went over the grass. And easy mistakes to make, but pretty drastic consequences when you do make them.
That was probably unnecessary there, the contact with the wall. The Alpha Aggressor car that's had an issue at Spoon, is this? Yes, it is. A little bit earlier, though, than we normally see these spins. The classic Spoon spin. But, yeah, either way, they seem to happen all in one go. More. There's just more. Was that one of the Pulse
the triple one, I think, that went round, because it lost a couple of places, but yeah. To be fair, no, that was quite late into the corner.
That was the same spot. Yeah. Same spot as always. I think you might be right. It might be one of the Mach 1 cars. Certainly looked like a Ferrari, potentially a Lamborghini from that side shot. Not 100% sure myself. Here's the WEH E-Racing car. Ryan Hunter behind the wheel. And this is going to come around into the incident. Oh, no, it's not. It's the Drop Bear car, the Drop Bear and Cozy.
That is, and then the Lamborghini was like, I'm going to get involved in this, going to try and turn this into a move. But yeah, that easy place to spin it, because of course it's probably one of the, apart from the Casio, I'd say it's the biggest traction zone. And of course you've got that camber on the inside as well, which isn't going to help. Just, I think, sent it a little bit too deep on the brakes, and that is very easy for it to spin around. If you carry too much speed in, the rear end's always going to come around on you, especially when it's cambered as well.
Great driving from Alex Bird there to pick up a position, although that is such a sim racer thing to do if ever I've seen it. Quick, someone spun in the path of my enemy. I'm going to pick up a spot. Are you going to slow down? No. No. Slowing down's not a thing we do, for instance.
Yellow flags? What are yellow flags?
Yellow flags is potential, is what it is.
Yellow flag.
But there also might be a lot of positions to gain.
Yellow flags is who's going slowly and who can I overtake, pretty much. No one cares.
Oh, goodness me. If you had an automated system like you do on like the F1 games, where if you make a pass under a yellow,
it tells you to give it back.
It tells you to give it back. If you had that in iRacing and RF2, or I think they do have it to some degree, but if you had it set and turned on, oh my goodness me.
It'd be a lot of fun.
There'd be so many crashes, because people trying to give positions back to everyone else, it'd be terrible. It would be so bad. Yeah. Hilarious, but terrible.
I mean, we'd have a lot of laughs in the commentary booth if that was the case, because people would just slam on the anchors and just stop. Is this the Lobs Falcon race? How are they in P9? They've really had a bad turn of events. That's the Porsche going defensive, bit shaky, and just allows the 194 to go around the outside. But yeah, it's... maybe they have pitted. Yeah, that's true, because a lot of people have. I think they've just bit the bullet, and it's better to be safe and get to the checkered flag than be rolling on no fuel for a lap.
I don't think so. Cooper Murray, I believe the last time they were in the stops was actually 16 laps ago, so I don't believe there has been an entry down onto pit lane, at least recently. It might have been on this lap and it's just not picked it up, but I doubt it, because of the in-lap would have been way too quick, although you do cut the inside quite a lot on that run down in. Don't know. Don't think it was this lap. I don't think it has been into the pit lane, but either way, need a lot of progress. Going to get past the Kraken car, of course, going a lap down on them, and nearly just completely clearing the Pursuit Sim Racing car straight off the road in front.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've seen that nearly happen. We had someone just completely accelerate across the Casso, not to smack into the back of someone. But yeah, Cooper Murray, again, you've got to just slam on the anchors and hope that you don't hit the guy in front. And yeah, for Lobs, they've had a really good race, leading the race at one point as well. Oh, that's clumsy. I'm not sure who by, either the Ferrari or the prototype, but It's definitely the Ferrari that's become worse off. Dodgy rejoin as well, just to cut straight across the track. Luckily there was no one there, because if there was, definitely would have been him smacked into the barrier, and potentially someone else as well. But yeah, Suzuka does bite back.
I mean, she does. She's a quick track, very, very fast, and no real tarmac runoff. This is not a track for wimps. We'll see once again. We'll see an instant for.
Oh wow!
Oh damn! That is a big one from.
And again.
And again, is that a commentator's curse? Because we were talking them up earlier.
Where we were? Oh yeah, we were saying they're doing well in the top 10. I mean, that was his fault? He was by himself. So.
No, of course it's not. Do you know why?
Why is it not his fault?
No. Do you know why it's not the commentator's curse?
Oh, go on.
It's because commentator's curse doesn't exist.
Oh really? You'd have thought. I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have known.
It's just how it is, mate. Right. Focused on the Lobs Falcon car then. 8th place in class. You can see that car directly behind the Pulse Racing Team Century batteries, which does mean we do have a GT3 AM car inside the top 10. Wonder if that will remain until the end of the race. This is one of the cars that's been saving fuel as well. So, no bias, but go on.
Yeah, go on.
Go on.
Cheer on the underdog, innit? They're going for it. They're doing it. They're really, really shining because they dominated Sebring, and now they've come to dominate even more. I mean, 13 seconds to Billabong. They're not exactly that far behind, but considering the situation in terms of strategy, doing an incredible job, putting pressure on someone that was leading this category probably about half hour ago. Well, I say 2 safety cars ago, really. They were leading the way. So, yeah, go on.
Well, we're starting the final pit lane sequence for the prototypes. Of course, Drop Bear Motorsport HRS jumping down into pit lane. A reminder, of course, that the GT3s, the reason why we're a little bit confused, so who's going to be going well and who's going to be going not so well later on in the race, is because they are... The safety car came out and went back into pit lane with an hour and 10 minutes to go. Now, do remember that doesn't mean that they had an hour and 10 minutes on the stint, because they would have done a few laps before it as well, as the safety car was circulating and stuff. So the splash, I think it is unlikely anyone will make it to the end without a splash and dash from the GT3 category. But this is where like aggressive fuel saving can pay dividends. And as always with these kind of things, anyone who's like, say for example, if this car, if the Pulse Racing team, if they don't win by fuel saving and everyone else pits and stuff, then it's a failure. That's not true. You always base the gamble on the position you are when you take the gamble. So if, say, for example, you're in 11th spot and then go, right, we aren't going to stop again. We're just going to try and save fuel. It's then about getting to the end of the race in a position that is better than 11th by saving fuel. Makes sense, nice and simple. And that's it. That's where they'll be a success. So if they get to the end of the race and they are only in 9th position, they drop back a couple in the final stint because everyone else has stopped, whatever. But then they speed their way back past because they can use the fuel. They finish in 9th. That's still a gain. That is still a good strategy call. So that's how they'll be weighing up behind the scenes.
What do you have to lose? It's 11th. You're not inside the top 10. Like, yes, you're going to score decent.
Well, winning GT3 AM.
Yeah, you might as well just go for it. Of course, yeah, for Pulse Racing Team, there's a lot more on the line, but they wouldn't do it if they didn't think it was the right call. And of course, it's 50-50. Do you pit? Do you not? Which one's going to work? You won't know until it happens. It's one of those things that you can't really predict. As we've got the final round of pit stops for the prototypes, I think pretty much everyone come in at the same point as the AHU. Ben Cornet, I think is he back at the wheel? I think it was Rougier for the last couple of stints, wasn't it? So. Ben Cornet back at the wheel and has a commanding lead over the 55. But yeah, interesting situation in the GT3. We don't know. It's hard to predict because are they going to run out of fuel? Are they not going to run out of fuel? We'll have to wait and find out. Nail biting stuff.
Ben Cornet though, I think he might have been. I'm not sure how strict it is during the race, but I think he might have been very, very close to that white line on the exit pit lane.
It did look it, didn't it?
Very. I'm pretty sure his left wheels went over it. Now. I don't know how it is in the race, but typically in practice and stuff, when you get that, it will give you a stop and hold penalty, or at least a drive-through. So I wonder if there might be some issues yet to pay for the number 1 car, because that could be a critical error.
They don't have much time to make up for it either, which is the the awkward thing is to have it this late into the race. It's not the best timing if it does happen. I mean, it looked close to us, so we'll have to see if it was actually that close.
Well, I'm sure we'll find out in the near future. Every time we look at the rear end of this McLaren, just absolutely lighting up. All I can think about is having a bacon sandwich, to be perfectly honest. Get a bit of bacon, cook it on that. I'm sure it wouldn't be very nice, actually, because that is just fuel being burnt. But, need must.
Just for doing it all the 135, that is a dive. Not necessarily necessary, but...
And it is for position in the GT3 category, like genuinely. The overall positions, the 135 is battling the Rapid Team Rennsport for an overall position of around 18th, if memory serves.
Then they're definitely going for it and trying. And just look, they're practically pushing them through. The 135 has certainly had their issues. So has the 270 McLaren. Down in towards 130R. Is he going to go for it? Sure, he hasn't got the run. They've got the P2 on the inside. So waits, pulls to the left-hand side. Have they got the run? They've got the inside. Yeah. And done deal. Easy to like it. The McLaren going to be sensible. Going to tuck back in. Got the run down the pit straight. Might be able to launch one back with the old slipstream.
I don't think they necessarily want to. Paul Blancfest is a fair amount faster than Tim Cook in the Rapid Team Rennsport car. The laps previous to this, that AHU car was around like 2, 3, 4 tenths faster. So I think it's natural that Tim Cook probably wouldn't fight that one too hard. The 135 has been running quite well this afternoon. As speaking of cars moving forwards at a rapid rate of knots, the Lobs Falcon racing car, one that we are pretty sure isn't saving fuel, just on the rear end of the Pursuit Sim racing team.
Yeah, it is just so divided in terms of strategy, but Lob seem to be making it work. They're definitely making some headways, trying to get themselves back inside the top 7. Problem is 8.5 seconds to the 158 for P6, and then an extra second to get themselves into the top 5, which is possible if they've made the right call in terms of strategy. Certainly is possible. But with time dwindling down, 26 minutes left of this race to go, they haven't got much in the way of opportunity, so they need to take everyone they can, which I'm sure the Lobs 194 will do, because that car and team as a whole will take the opportunity. They're patient, they can wait, they can bide their time. That's the 135 making another move to the inside of the HEP, and they do like that. That seems to be the favoured spot of overtaking, because you can just keep it to the left and brake, and just you're in a straight line anyway, so you're not exactly losing much. It does work, and you can just nip it up the inside. It's a cambered corner as well, so you can sort of still carry some decent speed through.
It's a Kobayashi dive, mate. That is a Kobayashi dive. Right there and then. Boom. Straight down. I mean, very nicely done. It's easy to look at that move and think, yeah, that's easy to do. I could do that. It's very easy to mess it up, though, because of how the camera works. When you're braking in from such a tight angle, the track's going away for you. That front left really does want to lock up. As we'll run through the Degners, you can see how close Cooper Murray is right now, just to the rear end of Job Stewart. Got the issues of the Drop Bear Motorsport car just coming through the SBM one in that prototype category. Just moving back over was Job Stewart, just trying to take his racing line back, and nearly clobbered on the rear end by the Lamborghini just behind. Tight stuff.
Yeah, and as you say, it is difficult because you're going through that kink very quickly, and you're still sort of turning to the right-hand side. So if you slam on the anchors trying to be committed for a move, very easy to just lock the rears and around you go. And, of course, lock the fronts as well, because you're having to put a lot of pressure on those front brakes. But so far, I haven't seen anything drastic in terms of an attempt for that move. But Cooper Murray is eyeing up this P7. They've kept it sensible, which is always good. But Cooper Murray is going to be wanting to get through sooner rather than later.
Yeah, definitely wants to find his way up into that position, but obviously 130R not really the opportunity. Potentially down to the Casio triangle, the door's open and is left open, and Cooper Murray is taking it. That was not fought at all from Job Stewart. Just as soon as Cooper Murray had got it, it's just whether he fights it back now. I'm going to assume the answer is no. If you're going to pass off a position quite like that, you're probably not going to fight it straight back. And you can kind of see there, you can feel that vibe from Cooper Murray. He wasn't even trying to defend it. He was like, I'm picking up what you're putting down, and I will just sit on the racing line. I'm not going to defend and just lose us both time anymore. So let's just get on with it.
Yeah, it's that difficult thing. As two different drivers, of course, they've got no communication to each other. When it's just that thing, it's just we're going to work together here. You've let me through. There's no point defending because that's only slowing me down. That's only slowing you down. And the 127, if he did defend, would have been like, what are you doing? I'm trying to work with you here, because that's certainly an experience I've had, especially at circuits that depend on the slipstream, such as Monza. It's sort of just like, don't defend. I'm trying to work with you. I'm trying to help you in order to sort of use you as a slipstream anchor to pull me up. And he's a good job in terms of racecraft for the 127, because obviously the lobs was going to come through whether he liked it or not. The drop bear Motorsport SBM, the 22, is also quite close to the rear end of the Summit Sim Sports, the 55. And is this the Pulse Racing Team CM Security under pressure from the McLaren? Not entirely sure. But yeah, running P4 as well. So good day in the office for Pulse Racing Team.
That is indeed the Rapid Team Rennsport directly behind, and that is full position. Of course, these two both got passed by the AHU 135 not too long ago, so they are going to battle it out at the moment for 4th spot in category. So good stuff indeed. Obviously, quite a way back behind the Pulse Racing Team Century Batteries car that is leading at the moment within the GT3 AM category. Battle for 2nd position at the moment is starting to heat up a little bit within the prototype category, as we'll ride our way up towards the number 22 Robert Gibbs. No, it is not. Those gaps were just teasing me. It looked like it was 2/10. We get up to it, and it's miles apart. That is a shame.
That is a shame.
That's tragic.
It's completely tragic. I'm heartbroken.
I'm not overreacting.
Are you not? I can hear the sincerity in your voice as well.
I think we should go back to tracks Zach doesn't know.
Is this going to be every quiet part of the race? When you're
Le Mans Bugatti. Do you know Le Mans Bugatti?
Yes, it's the inner bit of Le Mans, I think, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the actual circuit. Yes.
Yeah. I know. I've just never driven it. So.
All right, fair. What about Motorland Aragon?
Absolutely not.
Nice. Ticks in the middle of nowhere. Great track. Middle of nowhere. Great in MotoGP though. Absolutely brilliant in MotoGP. So there you go. There's more circuits to list up. Any random circuits that you probably think everyone should have heard of, but you kind of assume maybe they won't start on the F1 calendar? I think this needs to be thrown out to Zach right now. The Valencia Street Circuit, Mike Yao. Do you know that one, Zach? Surely you do.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you know the other Valencia though?
No. Wait, which is the one that Schumacher got a podium for?
Circuit Ricardo Tormo, mate. Come on.
Yeah, I've got no clue. I only thought there was one Valencia circuit, to be honest.
Circuit Ricardo Tormo. They did it in Formula E, mate, last year as well.
I don't watch Formula E all too often. I see it if I can catch it. I'm like, oh, Formula E, I'll watch that. But I don't watch it religiously, no. I'm sorry.
Disappointed in Zach Sweeney. Yeah, not a motor.
No, because if I see it on...
You're one of those Drive to Survive F1 fans. I get it.
Absolutely not. I will not have this slander. Absolutely not. No, because I was watching it yesterday, and we were on board with the Ferrari at turn 15 at Bahrain. It was braking into turn 15. However, the engine audio said otherwise. It said it was accelerating into turn 15, and as it accelerated out, there was upshifts, but Carlos was still in 3rd gear. So,
it's not even the most tragic audio thing they did. They kept putting V8 and V10 noises in season 1.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh golly.
Oh golly, indeed. So posh, mate.
Yes. Well, from where I am, you wouldn't expect it from where I am in England, but...
Oh no, I know what that area's like.
Yeah. We should sound like this. This is what we should talk like.
Well, I mean...
from where I am.
The accent that you have right now... I live in Salisbury, for anyone who doesn't know. And it is dead posh round here. And I am not one of it. There is a car going very slow.
58.
58 again. Rival Autosport, more issues. And that car is... sorted. Let's see what's happened to Mach 1 on the...
Oh, God.
Oh, there was a bit of a netcode there. There was a bit of a netcode. Obviously, the Mach 1 esports car was coming back across. But the thing is... Okay, who do you think was going wrong in that scenario? Was it the prototype or was it the GT3?
The prototype was just doing his own thing. He was on the left-hand side on the race line. The BMW was just like, I'm going to come across here. Of course, the netcode wasn't either of their faults. That does not look like a fun car to drive. No. It's fun to watch, but I feel so horrible for Chris. But yeah, that's... Oh,
no, lobs as well.
Oh, no way. Mate, mate, AHU gives us some incredible final moments to these races.
Yeah, that was rough. That was like... Rival Autosport did not deserve that one single bit. That was very, very rough. Just a little bit wide into the corner from the Lobs Falcon car, and you can see how sorted that is. About 120 degrees worth of lock just to keep it going in a straight line. She done, unfortunately for the day, and this car has definitely used its fast repair, unfortunately. Yeah, either way. The Mach 1 thing, I'm actually not sure I agree with you. I think the Mach 1 was doing its own thing, and it's always down to the prototype to get through safely, and the prototype was committing to a line that the GT3 was coming back across. If the prototype had switched it back and gone down the inside, it would have been fine, at least from the angle that we saw. But the prototype was going for a gap, which if you have to assume that the GT3 is always going to do what it's going to do, it's going for that line, because it needs to widen out the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to come out and then come back in.
Honestly...
Can you even get it into his pit box?
We've seen some broken cars today.
That's one of them.
That is one of them. And look at that shot, by the way. You can see... Oh, they do have the fast repair.
Go on. Fair play. They're not going to get anything out of this race, but...
I think they're going to get... No, I mean, you say that. They might get top 10.
Top 10, yeah.
They're probably just sticking fuel in and probably giving it a fresh set of boots. You can see it's gone up onto the jack, so definitely get some tyres slapped onto the old beast, which fair enough might assist a bit later on in the race. Obviously only 17 minutes left to go. They are back out on the racetrack. That is why you need to save your fast repair. That is a top quality effort from the Rival Autosport gang. Big shout out to them just to continue to get back round and to aim to finish, to be perfectly honest. I think that is well deserved.
Yeah, that's why you save it. You never know when you're actually going to need it. Blue flag into the pit lane for the pros as well. So I think they tried to commit to it, but with 15 minutes left to go, they're sort of like, no, we're going to pit now just to try and lessen the blow, I think. So interesting to see who will and won't come in. But yeah, for Rival Autosport, fair play to him. Good job. Saved it for this long. You know, you never know when the damage might be a little bit worse. Of course, if your car is absolutely total, then yes, use it. But bit of scratches here and there. Better to take the extra, 5-6 seconds of repair than waste your fast repair. Here comes the Timothy Cook trying to look around the outside of the hairpin. Not quite going to work for the Rapid Team Rennsport, and trying to make the Pulse Racing team lose that 4th place. Good effort. Obviously he has more track on the outside, so can brake later. It's all about getting it turned though and keeping that speed up, which unfortunately they failed on, because that inside is a lot more cambered than the outside. The BMW just sort of kept it on the inside, kept the speed up, and just sort of took his normal race line. But goes to show that Cook's ready to put the pressure on.
You can make a move around the outside there. We've seen it a couple of times. It's just about how you hook it up and getting a really, really straight exit, actually maximising the outside line of the corner, very much like more race circuits you don't know, like Bristol, for example, over in the States, with how the extreme banking, or even Dover, just the extreme banking just allows them to hook the cars in. Of course, these are oval races, so fair enough. Let's insult the Oz NZ community with tracks you don't know. Pukekohe.
No. I'm sorry, ladies and gents at home.
Just embarrassing you on air.
No, listen, right. I haven't been around long enough to know these things. Okay. As a Drive to Survive fan, right? I'm not a Drive to Survive fan.
You just said you were, though.
No, it was. Did you not hear the sarcasm in my voice, Lewis?
Either way, moving completely on.
It was sarcasm.
The Rapid Drive to Survive fans bringing up. Speaking of things, the Rapid Team Rennsport Pulse Racing team continuing to battle it out. Now, considering you tried the hairpin, you're in Timothy Cook's point of view. I'm sorry, I feel really bad for throwing you under the bus until I actually do it, and then I actually like. And then
you feel bad until you don't, which is when you do it. You're like, do I do it?
Yeah, give me 5 minutes. I'll throw under the bus another couple of ones. Sydney Motorsports Park. There we go. They were just racing there the weekend. Anyway, here goes the move. see if Timothy Cook can do it around the outside of the hairpin, this time in way, way deeper. This might actually work because the drive off the corner should be a lot straighter, and I think that might be it. That is how you make a move around the outside of the legendary Kobayashi hairpin.
Now that was beautiful. They got the 56 coming through though, who really doesn't know where to go. But the McLaren, Timothy Cook, love it. Lovely stuff. Just sort of went in deep, got the car turned, got the straight exit and just put his foot down and drove away. As we've got the car in second place, the 286 into the pit lane as well. So it seems to be like a lot of the GTs are turning away from getting to the end.
See, someone else brings up Joland's ringing, but I already brought that one up earlier on in the broadcast. So we've already saw.
I know it. I know it now. I didn't know it 2 hours ago. I didn't know it when I woke up this morning, but I do now. So
what country is it in?
Denmark.
Good man. Good man. The home of legendary British GT champion Dennis Lind, who I think was also on the grid when I first raced there. But either way, moving on. Great move from the McLaren, great sound from the McLaren. Now might well be just somewhat clean air if he can pass the JWM eMotorsport Gold car until the checkered flag. This McLaren could be on for a podium within the GT3 AM category, which I think would be a fantastic result. Obviously, we're cheering on all of the GT3 AMs as some of the GT3 pros moving the category into that point. Trans-Tasman Racing, Vendervol Sim Racing Yellow, Rival Auto Sports, AHU 197, all in the pit lane to take that splash to reach the checkered flag.
Better to be safe than sorry. And well, if everyone's doing it, then you're not really going to lose much by doing it. So yeah, I was shocked when the 197 come in, but then of course everyone else come in. So you could sort of got that buffer. But yeah, Timothy Cook driving fantastically in that McLaren. It's had its hardships throughout this race, but it's also had some pretty good pace as well, putting up some good action for us all as well. This is Ben Corner. This is our race leader, the AHU, the #1 car who got second place last time out. Going to try and make it one better today, and only 12 minutes between him and a first victory for the reigning champions as well. So they're trying to get their title defense off to, well, it took them, Spa didn't really have to get off to a good start, but from now on hopefully they've got the ball rolling and can go, because for the P2s they haven't really had much drama in terms of strategy. It's all been all eyes on the GTs.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we probably will have a close battle between the Trans-Tasman car and the Blue Flag Racing. That will probably remain until the checkered flag, because that is less than a second between the 115 and the 184, and those gaps don't really just magically disappear, and that is a legit one as well. We're not being teased by the tower. Ross Rizzo is quite close to the rear end of Jacob Todd in that battle for fourth spot. You've also got the Injectors Online 151 not too far behind. Now I've got to represent because it's Thomas Hinz, and I do like myself a bit of old Hinsey. Used to race on R-Factor 1 an awful lot, and we used to be teammates and such back in the day, so got to represent the brand, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, just don't be too biased. Don't be.
I'm going to be massively biased.
Don't take a page out of some other people's books in terms of bias. But yeah, go on, Thomas, because he was Arnold Jones United last season. Gave us a very dramatic finish to Hockenheim. I think it was round 5. So did give us some good action. So yeah, cheering him on.
Oh well, yeah. I think we're just cheering on racing, right? You know, we're not
absolutely. We just want racing. We want action.
Driver. There are a few drivers that will actively, throw under the bus. Like if Nick Foster was racing, absolutely.
You do it if he's racing or not.
That's true. I mean, I've just done it right there.
Exactly.
But
and me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You've got to throw some people under the bus to kind of throw off the bias.
We should throw the fact Ewan doesn't like the BMW under the bus as well.
No, because he's not wrong. That BMW idiot.
No, where was it? It was Spa. He just kept,
where he was
kept digging and digging.
No, I prefer the Z4 over the M4. That's what he says.
Honestly,
I think that's genuinely true.
I thought I was still in the box with you, and to be honest,
he does prefer the Z4 over the M4.
Which
it's just tragic. Next
he
race.
Dug his way to China.
Here's one which probably most people won't know actually, but the reason I bring it up is because I actually think the circuit's quite good. I only found out about a year ago. It's a track called the Bilsterberg.
Absolutely not. Sorry.
In Germany. Now it's nicknamed the Mini Nordschleife. It's a club circuit. It is incredibly hilly. Like, it is very up and down over such a small margin. It's a private circuit, and it's honestly brilliant. And it was built only a few years ago, and it was built by Herman Tilke, thus proving that he can actually build good tracks. And it's just the regulations and such on F1. Everyone's like, oh, it's a Tilke-drome. So he's following the regulations as everyone else, but he can build a good track. And honestly, the Bilsterberg is a great example of that.
He was responsible for Bahrain and Malaysia as well, wasn't he? I think.
Yeah, 2 terrible tracks. Great, cool.
No, absolutely not.
Awful.
Bahrain is a lovely circuit.
Bahrain's terrible.
Malaysia is also a good circuit. I don't know it particularly well, but they've given good races though.
Malaysia's a terrible circuit.
No.
Still not the worst circuit on the Formula 1 calendar.
I mean, he was responsible for Sochi, which is just...
It's not the worst circuit on the F1 calendar because it's not on it anymore.
That's true.
But also, what is the worst track on the F1 calendar?
Now?
Even with Sochi, mate, I still think it's worse. There is some worse.
Abu Dhabi, maybe?
Nah.
Really?
Nah, Abu Dhabi's not... It's not great. It's not awful, though. Certainly not with the changes they've made to it.
Go on, then.
Shanghai.
Oh, that's a good point. Absolutely.
Awful track.
The whole
despicable
1000th race of Formula 1, and it was a ball fest.
It's
2019.
It's honestly just a tragic racetrack that I hoped would get detonated because I despise it that much. With the other... go on.
In theory, I think it would make for a good circuit. Of course, like the snailing of turns 1 and 2, like the whole outside and quickly the inside, and then the massive back straight into a heavy braking zone. In theory, it should be a good circuit. It just isn't.
Ooh, oh, that's a shame. Straight to the race, into the pit for the Rapid Racing Team Rennsport. Hopefully everyone else in the GTDM category has to pit as well, and then we're just back on equal, because that would have been quite a good battle between them and the JWM eMotorsport Gold. Theoretically, but that's the same thing with a lot of things. In theory, there is some great racetracks out there. Valencia is actually one of them, the street circuit Valencia, which, I'm going to say it, I don't hate it. I think it was okay. And there are plenty of good sim races and stuff that prove that it was a good racetrack. By the way, Jamie Welch in the Summit Sim Sports K2 car has been off the road. Did Valencia ever really deliver, with the exception of 2012, a good F1 race? No, it didn't. They were always really, really bad. But theoretically, the track should have made decent racing. Long straights, into the tight chicanes, but they were very, very long. There was no reason why it didn't make good races, because whenever you see it in sim racing, genuinely, the races were always quite good, because the slipstream is obviously, sim racing is not really the best example of it. But my point being is that ingredients to make a good racetrack don't necessarily make a good racetrack. To make a great racetrack, if you classify as all of the other ones where people are like, that's a great track, it's because they are either old classics, the likes of Spa, Suzuka, even Silverstone, even though that's pretty 50-50 for some, because obviously the modern turn to it, which controversial opinion, I prefer it, sorry.
I do.
Then you have circuits which are modern circuits that are built around the infrastructure that's there. For example, the best recent example that I can think of is a street circuit, and it's Newcastle in Australia, which was the season finale back in 2016, I think the first year was the season finale. It's been missing from the calendar the last couple of years. I absolutely adore that track because it's got character. It's built into the landscape. It's just great. But anyway, I'm going to continue to waffle on about stuff whilst good racing happens, which isn't fair for everyone watching. We'll waffle about the good racing that's happening, because Blue Flag Racing and Trans-Tasman Racing are battling very close for position, and it is for third spot in GT3 Pro.
Yeah, here they go, 5/10 between the two. The 184 definitely has had a good race, and Blue Flag as well. They've given us some good action. I mean, the entire field of GT3 Pro has given us some good action, and they are very much tucked up nicely in the slipstream. Another one of the GT3 AM cars to come into the pit lane, the 280 the Pulse Racing team. So certainly topsy-turvy in terms of who's going to make it. 5 minutes left, around about 3 laps-ish around Suzuka. depending, well, even less than that for the GTs, probably 2, maybe 3 at a stretch, will be their done deal. But the Trans-Tasman racing car, the 184, all over the rear end of the Lamborghini, has that BMW got enough grit, enough straight line speed down this pit straight, because that Lamborghini, nice, short and nimble, is incredibly quick in a straight line, and that BMW just can't really make much headway. It's going to need a fantastic, I think what it needs to do, put pressure on into 130R, therefore put pressure on into the Casio Triangle and hinder the Lamborghini's exit. That's probably going to be its best bet to make a move into turn 1.
Yeah, this is not an easy one to pick apart. But of course, if you were Jacob Todd, if you're Blue Flag Racing, and we know that, motorsport, superstitious bunch. Starting off your season with 3 consecutive 4th place finishes. I mean, if Trans-Tasman get by, it's not the end of the world. Still a 4th place, and you've had 2 previous 4th place. That's the kind of run that makes a champion, Unless you're Mark Webber in 2013, he started off with 4 4th place finishes, 3 4th place finishes, something like that on the bounce for the start of the season, something in that vein. Might have been 12.
I was 6, so I have.
Stop! Don't.
I'm sorry. However, yes, it's always good, especially in a season like this. You've got to be consistent. It's better to have 3 4th places than a 1st, a 10th, a 9th. It's better to just keep that line nice and straight on in 4th place, because there's decent points, decent positions. You just shy off a podium. You'd love a podium. That's what they're going to be trying to race for now. Is Blue Flag. They're going to want to get themselves onto the podium, but. It's only a couple of points in it. Well, I say a couple of points. It's the Aussie point system, so it's probably quite a few points.
5,000,
yeah. Probably about 4,000 points between 3rd and 4th, but a bit of an exaggeration.
No,
but it's not. But yeah, the 184 is going to try and find a way through, because they both want the podium. There's only a couple of laps left. They're going to be fighting for a podium. P3 definitely sounds a lot nicer than P4. Even if it is only a couple of points, you like finishing on the podium. Definitely got a good run out of the Casio Triangle again as the sun sort of sets, as it has, lights are on. Definitely a pretty tricky time because of visibility being slightly less, but 4/10 back, I don't think they can really fabricate a run. It's going to be tricky. It's going to take a mistake, I think, from the 115, which, to be fair, is likely, because having a BMW there is pressuring.
Yeah, it's just not quite close enough right now. Can confirm, by the way, it was 2012 that Mark Webber finished 4th 4 times in a row, and obviously didn't go on to win the championship because his teammate did. Not that anyone's sorry about it. It's absolutely fine. Trans-Tasman, like I say, they want to grab themselves a 3rd. They desperately want to find their pathway through. Another podium for the team after their teammates in the 177 were victorious last round. And it's just the opportunity's not quite there. The Trans-Tasman racing car, but to speak of something of positivity, this 184 car, the previous 2 results this season have been 10th and 11th, right? So regardless of anything, whether there is a podium to grab or not, 10th and 11th, 4th. Big improvement right there. That is a very, very solid effort.
Yeah, things have gone well for them today, and I don't think they're going to be, as you say, they're not going to shy away from a 4th or a 3rd. Either way, it's a good result for them and a good improvement. Of course, as I said earlier, all about improving over the course of the season. Try to get onto their feet, try and set themselves up and get the ball rolling for the first couple of rounds, and now they have. It's certainly gone the way of them. They've certainly really they've got it. Today's hooked up for them. Of course, everyone's had issues here and there. The fuel, the safety cars, crashes, incidents here. That's going to happen. But for the most part, for the things that they have 95% control over, it's gone well for them. So 4th, 3rd, I'm not sure they're going to complain.
They've not got too many more opportunities. You can see in the bottom right, Ben Cornett is on the final lap of the race. So only a couple more. Is it going to take a really bold dive? Surely not down into turn 1, way too far back. But where else do you find the opportunity?
You don't. You've got to put a mistake on. You've got to fabricate a move. Just look to the inside, scare him. It's cheap, sure, but it works. If you get a podium from it, you get a podium from it. Evolution Racing Team as well on the back of Rival Autosport for P5. So very close between the two, but they're just running out of opportunities. At each corner they go through is an opportunity gone.
Well, there is not too many more opportunities for them to go. They've got to go through the S's. Dunlop, Degners, they're good examples of a potential opportunity, of a potential chance to force a mistake, maybe down into the hairpin. Either way, our focus has got to go to Ben Cornett, Apex Hunters United. While they didn't start the season in the best possible way, just 10th place, a second place at Sebring, go one better than that as we head to Suzuka, and the champions are back on form. Ben Cornett, Justin Rougier, victorious here at Suzuka in the 6-hour race for the Apex Hunters United Endurance by VCO. Back to that battle for third spot. Also crossing the line in the very near future, Gianna Vecchio will also cross to take victory in the GT3 category, obviously alongside Shane van Gisbergen. Absolutely sensational race, and amazing, by the way, to have a driver of this quality. 9.2k on the iRating is Gianna Vecchio. Of course, an incredible driver all over the place, and again proving it once again here as AHU lock out the top step in both LMP2 and GT3 Pro. Gianna Vecchio and of course Shane van Gisbergen. This battle though, I don't see it happening.
No, they're running out of opportunities now. Really out the final couple of corners. He's not going to be able to do it. They got really close. Did the 184. Just, yeah, didn't work for him, unfortunately. And, well, P4, they're not going to complain. Still a great improvement. So fair play to him, and congrats from Blue Flag.
Behind them, of course, the GT3 AM winners are also coming through 130R and down towards the chicane. Great fuel saving from Lachlan Carper, but obviously they did require to come in for a stop. But either way, the pace was absolutely there. 22 seconds ahead of Billabong. Great stuff. Lead lap of the GT3 category with all the safety cars and such that have happened. Chris Weitzel and Lachlan Carpel across the line. Absolutely incredible. And I also do believe that was 10th place as well for them. Certainly was. So we do, for the first time, have our top 10 finishers in the in GT3 with a GT3 AM car.
Fair play to him. Fantastic race today for him. To the 279. Of course, as I said, Sebring couldn't really have gone much better for him, and they come to Suzuka and have just done even better. They've just impressing us. And I can't wait to see what they can do. Maybe they can get a top 5 for the rest of the season. We never know. It's not that long of a shout.
Well, I think before we go to the interviews, I think it's probably good to get your kind of final thoughts on the race there. Zach. It seemed chaotic, lots of safety cars, but a lot of fun.
Yeah. It was a lot of fun. I had the pleasure of commentating for the final half of the race, and, well, apparently the first half was chaotic as well. So once again, we were impressed by AHU Endurance by VCO. Great race, and yeah, 3 rounds in, 3 rounds to go, and the season just hasn't really had a dull race at all. Of course, dull moments with safety cars, quiet points, that's normal in terms of endurance racing, but in terms of action, not robbed of it at all.
Seeing our finishers for GT3 AM, Pulse Racing Team Century Batteries, Billabong Development and the JWM E-Motorsport Gold. We'll be catching up with Pulse Racing Team Century Batteries in a few moments' time, of course. In the GT3 category, overall, it was the GT3 Pro category, it was the 197. Of course, that took victory. Vendaval Sim Racing Yellow and Blue Flag Racing directly behind the rest of the finishers inside that top 10, all nice and close. Plenty of finishers as well on the lead lap, of course, assisted through the safety car, just sort of constantly hammering them and keeping them quite close. And the finishers within the LMP2 category, great battle that we saw through it, but it was the Apex Hunters United #1, our champions, that were victorious there. I think it's about time that we catch up with them. In a couple of moments. Ben Cornett and Justin Rougier will have a chat with. But I mean, Suzuka's a great track, isn't it? And I think we've just seen it prove once again.
Yeah, that is all the naysayers about Suzuka. There you go. It's there. It's challenging. It's fast. It's flowing. There's overtaking opportunities left, right, and centre. And with multi-class racing, yeah, didn't shy away from both chaos and excitement.
Well, we'll chat now to the #1, Ben Cornett, Justin Rougier in the commentary booth with us. I'm going to go to Ben first. What a race! A great consistency through it. Talk about the final couple of stints, the safety cars. How was it? Stressful? Was it calming?
G'day, thanks, mate. Yeah, we had a pretty eventful race, but finally things went our way, which was good. Safety cars, we've made some pretty poor strategic choices before, so today we focused on getting those calls right. Our strategy and luckily for us, it paid off. So we were pretty relieved to make it to the end there.
And Justin, talk about the season that we've had. Obviously, the first round of the season, just a 10th place, then getting into second at Sebring, now promoting it to a victory. Is there like what's the next step? Is it trying to just defend the championship? I know it kind of seems like an irrelevant point, and surely a one that you're in the position of. But is this now a big confidence booster?
Yeah, we definitely want to try and go back to back. I suppose, the first 2 rounds we made too many mistakes, and we've put in a big effort this week, and congratulations to Ben for the amount of hours he's put in this week, and it's shown. We just had to be patient through traffic, and we had really good race pace, and just want to say big thanks to Shane and Nick for allowing us to race with the team and everyone else behind the scenes that make such a great series happen.
Well, congratulations to you, to the Apex Hunters United Esports #1 car. Ben Cornett, Justin Rougier victorious.
Thanks very much.
Speaking of AHU, it's probably about time that we catch up with the other AHU victor today. We've got the 197 victorious in the GT3 Pro. I'm going to go to Shane van Gisbergen first, who joins us here. Looked a bit chaotic out there with all of the safety cars. You were thrown down into the mid-pack, had to work your way back up to the front of it on more than one occasion. Talk us through those kind of restarts that just looked absolutely chaotic.
Yeah, hey guys. Firstly, good job with the stream. I stopped in and watched it a couple of times. It was epic, but hopefully everyone enjoyed watching. I normally don't like winning our own races, but hopefully it was a good bit of a show. But yeah, always fun racing with my friend Gianni here. He went really well, and he's pretty quick. But yeah, we had a few up and down moments where I went and helped race control with the waiver rounds, and Gianni doesn't know how to do the strategy stuff, so he stayed out and we lost a bit, but it was all good. We had a lot of fun, and yeah, he didn't get crashed out by Ben Cornett, which was awesome.
Yeah, that's a top tier move to move it on from Sebring to Gianni, a name that I wasn't actually necessarily expecting to see waking up at 4:30 this morning to jump onto the grid. Welcome, obviously. Fantastic race. Your pace is pretty unmatched, especially towards the start of the race. Did you expect to build a gap that quickly over everyone and have this level of speed, everyone? I mean, you are 9.2k on the iRating side of things.
Yeah, I don't know, like, not really. The thing is, like, the good thing is, the 12 hours of Suzuka isn't too long ago. I think it's like 3 months, like more, but I still had, like, since I've done so much practice there, it was really easy to, just to jump in here and just get on pace really fast. Yeah, I mean, the setup was really good. I don't know how much magic Shane put into that, so it was really easy to drive. So in the end, if it's easy to drive and you are focused enough, you can just go out to the lap times that you need to do and just build a gap right from the start. Obviously, there was a bit of shenanigans with Richie, I think who was involved at the start. That gave us also kind of a big gap, but yeah, it was just awesome to drive.
Well, we're happy to have you along, and hopefully we'll see you in a few weeks' time when we go racing as well.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, waking up at 4:30 on a Saturday is not what I want to do every week, but for Shane, maybe I can do it again.
We will make exceptions for Shane van Gisbergen. Cheers, lads. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Lovely. And the final team to catch up on, of course, our GT3 AM race winners, Pulse Racing Team Century Batteries, Lachlan Capel and Chris Weitzel. Chris, I mean, again, I've said it, I've asked a couple of before, crazy race for everyone, but when you're racing in a category that's inside another category, are you keeping your eye on where everyone else is, or are you just focusing on your own race and what you can do and just getting the best finish that you can in GT3 rather than focusing on the GT3 AM category itself?
Well, firstly, it was a hell of a lot of fun racing with those guys and sort of having a position to sort of be up there fighting for position. But yeah, it was definitely focusing on our own race. If any of those guys were sort of showing us the nose, we were just rolling out of it to let them through. We were just sort of focused on what we were trying to do, and yeah, we just kept finding ourselves up there with good calls during the safety cars, and we played that pretty well. So yeah, it was good to get a top 10.
And fuel saving, Lachlan, seemed like quite a lot of the featuring towards the end of the race, courtesy of that safety car coming in with an hour and 10 minutes to go. Was there any sort of thought that maybe you could have made it to the end of the race, or was it a bit too much of a stretch? Were you just trying to shrink the pit stop as well for the fuel saving, and were you kind of keeping an eye on everyone else and what they were doing as well?
Yeah, look, there was a little bit of a thought where we could make it, but after one of my great friends, Scott Rankin, jumped into the chat and from my stream into the Discord, he basically became our race strategist for like most of the safety cars, and from what he learned, he gave us during the first two that enabled us to sit in a really good place. We took that into the third safety car, and we were constantly contemplating over that last stint with him whether or not we could make it. But we just thought that due to the fact that we were able to basically have a free pit stop under the last safety car, we were able to just kind of full push, but there was no chance in hell. We needed to save like 25-30 litres over a course for stint. That was not going to happen. So it was basically a full push and try and save as much as you can behind someone and get to a point where if another safety car does come out, we'll make it no matter what. So yeah, great race overall as well. Pretty happy that we again got the double, but I think we may get put up into pro very soon. So I think that's the end of our reign.
Well, to be fair though, with a top 10 in the overall GT3 category, I think you do belong in that GT3 Pro, whether you like it or not, because you're definitely at the skill level to do so. Congratulations on a very well-deserved victory.
Cheers.
Thanks a lot.
And that just about does it here for us at Suzuka. Again, another fantastic, another crazy race that we couldn't do without all of you watching, and of course without all of our sponsors, the likes of Grid Engineering, of Coach Dave Academy, which are now doing stuff on iRacing as well, so you can get over there for all your setup tips and whatnot. And of course, our series partners in VCO, who are starting again with the VCO Grand Slam. Those will be starting in a few weeks' time. We'll be back, though, on April the 2nd, a track that we don't know quite yet. So keep your eyes on all forms of social media to see where we are going to be. Until then, though, thank you from all of us in the commentary booth. I've been Lewis McGlade. Zach Sweeney's been alongside. Ewan O'Leary and Cam Roger were joining us a bit earlier in the broadcast. And, of course, the broadcast coming to you live from the house of Mike Yao. Until next time, goodbye.